Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday for Calaveras County. At this point, is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Any public comment on that? No public comment, Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, title, Public Works Director.
Public comment on item 2 on the closed session agenda? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to closed session. Good morning, everyone. Sorry we had our little delay on our closed session, but welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
So the report of closed session, item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And item 2, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, title, Public Works Director. Both of these items are incomplete, and the board will be recessing for lunch at 12 o'clock until 1 o'clock, and then reconvening to closed session from 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock today.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking any action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you.
I have to wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, during public comment, please keep in mind that we have a new time system here. If you're unfamiliar with it, we'll give you a chance to experience it.
You owe me 2 seconds now. How you doing? You know, I woke up this morning and I had no intention of being here, but I kept on saying, and it wasn't really aimed at you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. It's like a mantra in my head. And it wasn't aimed at you. It was aimed at what's going on over in the Planning Commission regarding the Dollar General store. And as you may know, the Dollar General store has been held up several times, and they've taken an extra step, an extraordinary step, in allowing the public to have comments on that when they really shouldn't have. It's going to, if somebody played it right, it would tie up the whole system. They've been, those people that oppose the Dollar General store have been acting unhonorably. They haven't been behaving by the norms of our society and and the way we behave when it comes to giving people a chance to do what they need to do. So that's what my my angst was all about. And I'm not going to attend that meeting tomorrow because I just don't like those people. They completely turned me off. They've been holding things up in this county for far too long. They've been throwing they come up to a place like West Point and throw their 2 cents in when they really shouldn't. They should let the community speak. They put out a petition that was false and misleading, and the Planning Commission might take that into consideration. I will not attend that meeting, just as a matter of principle, but also they just turn my stomach, those kind of people. I get a lot of requests to be involved in a variety of things. So I brought this with me. It's proof that I don't live in I don't vote in Calaveras County. You don't have to listen to me, ever. You really don't. You know, my emails. I was telling your tax collector today. She said, "You mean you just send those and then you turn off your computer?" Yeah, I do. It's when something's bothering me that I just send those and turn off my computer. I think you're heading in the wrong direction on many things. And you can continue down that path, or you can finally just stand up and say, we've had enough. Our constituents had enough, and we want to move forward. 28 seconds. That light just threw me off. So, you know, even the cadence that Timothy lets us speak. You shouldn't do that. You should talk more normally. It doesn't really bother me that much. I get the real thing. I get the real thing all the time. So that doesn't bother me. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Just as a reminder, there's supposed to be 5 people in the aisle only.
Oh, wait, I have 2 extra seconds. Can we make...
So after the 5 people, the others should be outside or sitting, please.
Before we start, are we being heard out in the foyer? Is there people out in the foyer? No. Is the PA system on out there? There's no people out there? Is the PA system on?
I don't hear anything.
Thank you. How many people used eye protection? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. My name is Lynn Brown. I'm a parent up in West Point, and my children go to West Point Elementary. And I'm here to talk about how the Calaveras Unified School District is in crisis. Parents just went on strike last week in Valley Springs because our students are in overcrowded and chaotic classrooms. Our teachers are some of the lowest paid in the state. We can't hire and retain qualified teachers. The district projects shortfalls in the budget in the coming years. And if something doesn't happen, I know there's going to be talk of closing schools again. 3 years ago, the district was also in crisis and discussed closing our upcountry schools and cutting programs such as music and sports at the high school. The school board then agreed to a 3-year moratorium against talking about school closures, but we are now in our 3rd year. And it's not looking good. We're losing quality families to homeschool programs and schools in other counties. If we don't get help, there will be many more parents coming and demanding assistance for our schools. Because of the financial strain, there's division among everyone. Our schools, administration, teachers, when really we all want to support our students and be unified. I know you can't fix all the problems, and I know school funding is complicated, but I'm sure we can figure something out. Mark Campbell, the superintendent, stated that he would need somewhere between $432,000 to $576,000 to hire 4 to 6 new teachers to help lower class sizes in grades TK through 3rd. I know the teachers union in the district have been in negotiations, but they are at an impasse, and I don't know what those numbers are. But I do know that this county just took in $7.2 million in new tax revenue, which we know is only half for the year. The majority of that money, probably at least over 80%, came from districts 1, 2, and 5, whose students attend Calaveras Unified. These taxes can help our schools. You just need to allow it. I'm asking that we and that you look into creative ways of helping our school district.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus from the Bank Committee. As these documents come around, I'm just going to do kind of a summary of what is more explicitly laid out in the documents. During the recent Operation Terminus, it was reported that some 30 marijuana grows were raided and or abated. Among the items found during these raids were marijuana plants, processed marijuana, firearms, body armor, opium pods, cash, etc. Most troubling was the number of environmental citations that were issued by various agencies. It was reported that 157 citations were issued. It is clear that besides crime, gunshots, noise generators, odor, barking guard dogs, and other nuisances the residents have to contend with, they are also under assault with chemical and other biohazard contaminants. Raw sewage waste was being released in the stream beds, and open and spilling containers of chemicals were identified. Besides the normal terror that residents experience from nearby pot grows, the environmental aspect does not necessarily go away even if the pot grow goes away. Whether in RR zones or any other zones, the hazards of pollution sources commonly found in pot grows, both applicant and non-applicant, present a clear and present danger that may be odorless, colorless, or otherwise undetectable. The migration of these hazardous contaminants from the source property into, onto, or over adjoining or nearby properties is a major concern for residents. Even knowing that multiple citations have been issued on problem properties does not provide residents with enough information for them to take precautionary measures. Couple that with potential infiltration into local aquifers and the specter of silent and deadly pollutants affecting broad areas of our rural county becomes a very major issue and a problem for the board to contend with. Of course, the downstream, downhill, downwind migrations of these dangerous compounds and chemicals presents a huge potential liability for the county. How many lawyers and how much money could East Bay Mud, Oakdale Irrigation, and Stockton East bring to bear on our county if their water supplies are contaminated? Simply removing grows from RR neighborhoods will not eliminate or lessen the impact of contamination to other properties. In fact, it may make the problem worse by concentrating more grows on larger lots with no regard to how it's zoned. Please pass a comprehensive ban on all commercial cultivation of marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke. I'm speaking on behalf of the Calaveras County Republican Central Committee. The committee passed a resolution to oppose Senate Bill 54. A copy of the resolution was emailed to you yesterday, but I know it might have been you might have been busy and not have read it, so I'm sending you a copy now with a letter attached. SB 54 proposes to repeal an existing provision of state law that requires local law enforcement agencies to notify federal immigration authorities when they have reason to believe that a person arrested or detained may not be a United States citizen. Such repeal would essentially tie our sheriff's hands and prevent him from detaining for transfer to immigration officials those undocumented aliens in local custody who are arrested for violations of the law. SB 54 would prohibit law enforcement from doing the following, and this is just a partial list. There's a lot more in the law. urgent agency or department monies, facilities, property, equipment, or personnel to investigate, interrogate, detain, detect, or arrest persons for immigration enforcement purposes, including but not limited to doing any of the following. Again, a partial list here. Inquiring into an individual's immigration status, detaining an individual on the basis of a hold request from federal immigration authorities, providing personal information about an individual, a person's release date, access to an interview of an individual to the federal immigration authorities, making a department database to document immigration status. Those things would be prohibited under SB 54. And that was just to name a few of the items. We believe that the proposed restrictions on the sheriff's cooperation with federal immigration officials would endanger the safety of our residents and essentially turn California into a sanctuary state and Calaveras County into a sanctuary county. We ask that you consider putting together your own resolution to oppose SB 54 to be presented at your next board meeting for discussion and a vote. And thank you for your consideration on this important issue. We need to support our law enforcement so they can do the job that the citizens expect of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Worster, McCollum Hill. I'm speaking here. Hi.
I want you to speak in the mic, but thanks.
Oh, you guys can't hear me.
There we go.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm speaking here today on my as a private citizen, not from any group, and I would like you to please consider my request. I'd like you to read Senate Bill 54. If you haven't read it already, please read it. After you read it, or if you've already read it, please talk to our sheriff. Ask him, how will this impact your job of protecting us citizens? We have a good sheriff. He actually comes out to Moke Hill, to Shadow Tree Park, and talks to us when we had a little crime wave for a while, and if there were a few break-ins, and, you know, tools were stolen from the yards and stuff like that. He actually came out with a couple of deputies, and he's really a great guy. I mean, he really tries hard to protect all of us and take care of us and keep us informed. And I would just really hate to see Senate Bill 54 go through and have that actually decrease the amount of safety that he can provide for us. So this is my recommended reading for you guys. In case you haven't read it, please read Senate Bill 54. And if you agree with me and you agree with our sheriff that he should be able to do his job the best way he knows how, please protest. Let the governor know, just in case the assembly passes it, because it has crossed from the Senate to the assembly, please let the governor know it's not in the best interest of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Brock Estes from Valley Springs. Again, just trying to give you information that you may need, you may already know, as you move towards what probably is going to be a contentious 3-2 vote, possibly in favor of a ban on cannabis. I just want you to have as much information as you can. I'm going to try and cover 3 points. Number one, I have an ongoing public records request, and I'm emailing fairly regularly with the attorney it was turned over to at the state, whose last name is hyphenated, Reese Cronin. I began by asking for any regulations they had formulated or were in the process of formulating, which would give counties direction as to what they can do regarding the Prop 64 language that says that counties shall regulate cannabis. He continues to tell me he has no documents responsive to my request. That is, they got nothing, and it looks like it's up to each county to make their own rules. Along those lines, you may or may not know, in Monterey County, Salinas particularly, it used to be the capital of cut flowers. Now there is not one rose or chrysanthemum grower left. And the reason is back in the 90s, we decided to get Colombia to move away from growing coca leaves and cocaine, and we urged them to go into cut flowers. We gave them great tariff rates. They have a low wage rate, and they have put all of our companies completely out of business. So what Monterey County decided to do is to enact a law that says that only existing greenhouses may be used to grow commercial marijuana in that county. Now that does two things. One, it gives a use to those greenhouses which are now just melting away into the ground. It also makes the former flower growers somewhat whole in that they can use their land. And it also tells them exactly where marijuana will be grown, because you can only grow them in existing greenhouses. This tells me that counties have a lot of power to regulate. And I urge you to think outside the box, because there are ways to come to a 5-0 vote that would benefit everyone and leave everyone a little bit unhappy and a little bit happy, rather than contentious 3-2 vote. Lastly, I only have a few seconds left to tell you that I drive a cab when I'm in San Francisco, and I was for the last couple of weeks, and I meet people, and I happened to meet a young couple from Humboldt County, so I asked them how it's going up there. He said, absolute chaos. They have 8,800 requests for permit to grows, more than they could ever inspect. The price has dropped from $2,000 a pound to $1,000 a pound, and I had one of our growers here today tell me $500 a pound. So this is a volatile industry. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Today I'm going to talk about words that start with D. I'm going to start with dementia. I have dementia. My grandma had it, my mom had it, and I'm aware that I have it. And I believe once you hit 50, pretty much a lot of people start suffering from dementia, whether they want to admit it or not. So I looked in my dictionary for definitions of dementia, and I got into some behaviors. First, we deal with denial. I think we all know what denial is. I don't have it. It's not me. You're crazy. Then we have deflection, which is focusing away from you, and it is pointing the finger somewhere else. We know a lot of people that do that. Then we have defensiveness. Sometimes that's exhibited with anger. Those are three categories of behavior that bring us to a place where I call the dead zone, which is you become disconnected. You become disconnected from what's going on and the people around you also. Then we get into a more serious area where we change personalities. We become somebody else. We become delusional. That is, we believe in something despite evidence to the contrary. We become deranged, which is unhinged and reactive. Finally, full-blown dementia, which is insanity and madness. Then we get to a safe zone, where it doesn't matter how we behave because everything is acceptable because now we are crazy. Some of these other behaviors include impulsiveness, obsessiveness, and paranoia. My last D word for today is the Donald. I believe he has dementia. He's 70 years old, as I am, and there's certain behaviors I identify. The way he repeats phrases, not to make an impact, that's to give his brain a chance to catch up with what his mouth has said. I do that. Finally, I diagnose him from my armchair psychologist position as a man with dementia who is obviously ODing on Viagra. He has too much meanness, too much aggression to define himself as an elderly gentleman. We know men become more subdued in their older age, and women become more assertive and aggressive. That's just nature. That's the way it goes. Thank you.
Morning, Board. Mark Whitehead from Valley Springs. I just wanted to concur with several statements about SB 54 made by Vicki Reinke. In March of this year, I provided all of the Board of Supervisors members with information from the Ohio Jobs and Justice PAC and from the Federation for American Immigration Reform website that's relating to the sanctuary status of entities throughout this country. I followed it with phone calls and discussions of the topic, asking for support for the idea of non-sanctuary county status. I gave each board member a sample resolution and declaration that should be adopted to address this issue, and I asked for board support. Supervisor Oliveira and I had a conversation, and he, having been in law enforcement, I'm certain that he is aware acutely of the far-reaching effects of undocumented status to a public entity. The oligarchy in Sacramento has declared by virtue of SB 4 in 2013 that law enforcement was discouraged from supporting federal immigration activity and laws. This legislation apparently didn't have enough teeth required to oppose U.S. immigration policy, so the same oligarchy is in the process of enacting SB 54, essentially declaring the entire state a sanctuary on the basis of immigration status. This legislation is a bucket of negative law that prohibits law enforcement from interacting with immigration control and enforcement agencies in certain ways, and creates more bureaucracy for the state and for the county. We're at a critical phase now, since it's been 5 months since March has allowed the legislators in Sacramento to push SB 54 nearly to the point of the governor's signature. Checking this morning on the website, it's passed the Senate and it's in its second revision state with the Assembly. Once passed, it'll essentially impose restrictions and doubtless penalties, which we don't know anything about, against those entities that don't want to go along and play the game. Once passed, we know that it will essentially negate law enforcement's ability to do its job in this county. We know that illegal immigration has had an effect on crime in this county. If no further evidence was necessary, we'd simply have to recall all cannabis enforcement that's occurred at the old Calaveras airport and the arrest of at least 30 undocumented workers. More recently, other cannabis busts have involved. Thank you.
Good morning. Bill Wilson, District 1. Good to see you all back here today. I might remind the board that all of those people that were involved in Terminus were eradicated by the Sheriff's Department because this year he could get help. Was that financial help from taxes, from Measure C? Or was that just other government agencies didn't want to come to Calaveras County to eradicate marijuana last year? This year, we've eradicated 23. Sheriff's been in the paper for more things than just cannabis eradication. We have county officials accusing other county officials of doing wrong things, spending money that they shouldn't have spent on certain things. Shame, shame, shame. Regulation. Not one of those eradications was a regulated grow that's been licensed or permitted by this county that has paid taxes to this county. We have school teachers that are underpaid, sheriffs that are underpaid. We have deputies that we can't fill positions for because we don't pay. But we have $11 million. Only half of that was paid this year by this time. We're still collecting that money, aren't we? Aren't we still taking in money from that? Because we couldn't even get all the people in that wanted to pay those taxes. Better rate than people in this county pay the IRS have paid those marijuana taxes. by gosh, you guys that want to ban this stuff and create more illegal grows, I do not understand you, gentlemen. I just don't. It just befuddles me why we would take something we can make money on, make it legitimate, and get rid of the garbage that we've got in this county that is doing it illegally with funds paid by the legal ones. Just astounds me why you want to do that. You want to cut off $11 million from your budget. You can't spend $11 million on schools, on police, on fire, roads. Come on, gentlemen, give me a break. This ban is malarkey. I would have used a different term, but that's the best I can get away with in here. Anyway, thank you. I hope you realize you need to regulate and not ban. I don't know why you want to.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to comment on the dementia, repeating yourself. Maybe the mind is racing ahead instead of trying to keep up. I have this problem. I start talking and I lose my train of thought because my mind took off someplace. I'm 72, and I think I've had dementia all my life. And I'm not kidding. If it's not dementia, it's probably some kind of aberration. I do believe this SB 54 is wrong. I think that the police need all the help they can get, and that's not going to do it. I think because we recognize medical marijuana, the feds won't help us with the eradication as much as they otherwise would. And I spoke against medical marijuana when they decided to do it in public comment in Angels Camp. Another issue is the exodus of school children from our schools. That means that the schools do not get a lot of money because every day the kid goes to school, the school district gets money. And when you have them go someplace else, then you don't have that money. And I can bet you that the administration has not taken any pay cuts, even though they've lost population. A school superintendent wrote in an article a couple of months ago about the loss of student population and repercussions to the school district, cuts to class sizes because of resulting budget cuts. I believe that a society who does not care for their children is a sterile society without them. I believe, from what I've heard, that the price of housing is going up, hard for people to compete that aren't growing and selling drugs, to include marijuana. Years ago, Florida was having the same problem, and people would just go buy houses, pay cash for them, and high amounts. And it caused a very difficult situation for the rest of the population that were not into drug trafficking. Marijuana takes away inhibitions like going into public reeking. I've heard of a number of proprietors commenting on this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached our 30-minute limit. Ms. Crane will be the last speaker for public speaking. Oh, two? Is there any other public speakers? Then we'll have two. If you'll stand up and let me see if you're going to be speaking, we may have to continue this after our regular agenda. We will be continuing that after our regular agenda then. Ms. Crane, will you be the last speaker on this session? Would you like to defer to Mr. Krobus?
I think I should, but I really want to leave us all on a positive note, but I thought you said we could do two.
You two want to flip a coin?
I want us to do two, not just one.
Okay.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. Brief announcement. We are having a residential hazardous waste and tire collection event here in San Andreas, Saturday, September the 9th from 9 to 1. So we'll take all of your household hazardous waste as well as tires. It's a limit to 15 gallons of liquid combined, 5 gallons per container, 125 pounds max, or 9 tires maximum. But this is a free event. However, you must bring your ID. ID would be a driver's license that shows an address in the county. It would be a tax bill that shows an address in the county with your name on it. And then you've got that. In addition, on the same day, we will be having hazardous waste collection events in the Arnold yard, the road yard up in Arnold. And we'll also have a household hazardous event at the Caltrans yard up in West Point. So that's it. And just to make another quick, brief announcement, we have filled a position of our business administrator. We've filled a new position for a public works inspector, and I have filled an administrative assistant and my recycling coordinator out at solid waste, and then received a resignation from one. So 4 steps forward, 1 step sideways. Welcome to Public Works. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis. Madam Clerk, have we reached our 30-minute time limit? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue public speaking at the end of the regular agenda. Madam Clerk?
I'm getting there. Consent agenda. The consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there any member of the public that wishes to pull any item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and staff. Is there any item on the consent agenda that the board or staff wishes to pull?
16.
16 by Supervisor Clapp.
And 12.
And 12 by Supervisor Mills. Any further? Supervisor or staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp, seconded by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment?
No. It was by Supervisor Mills, second.
Oh, okay, by Supervisor Mills. I stand corrected. No further public comment. I'll bring it back. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Supervisor Mills, item 12.
Yes, Chair. Referring to page 169.
I'm sorry.
My apologies.
Item 12 is from the Planning Department. Authorize the Planning Department to issue a partial refund of $5,091.02 for 2016-286 Spark zoning amendment for withdrawal of project pursuant to County Code Section 17.88.021B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I apologize.
Supervisor Mills, could you speak into the mic?
The mic wasn't on. It's now on. Thank you. My apologies, Madam Clerk, as well. Referring to the board agenda packet, page 169, this is the refund authorization form that is used, and it delineates the departments to which each one of those amounts would be recovered from, specifically speaking to County Fire. I do know some background on County Fire. They were involved in doing the inspections for the fire districts regarding zoning or planning changes, but I know that after Ms. Scheller stopped doing that and she departed the county, It has been left to the individual districts to deal with that particular issue, and they have done so. I don't know whether those districts are recovering those costs or whether this is ending up in a specific line item and account somewhere, or what that money is being used for. So it's just, one of those things that, knowing the history, I think it's important for us to figure out, is the money going to the districts then to do these reviews, or is the money being left in an account somewhere, and to what purpose is it being used in the future? I know I've spoke briefly with the CAO about this, and I expect that he will follow up and provide us an answer. With that, I would move this item for approval.
Comments before we seek a second? Seeing none, I'll entertain a second for the motion by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 16 is from Public Works to authorize a refund of commercial road impact mitigation fees and Valley Springs benefit basin fees in the amount of $18,180 to Brian Mansfield.
Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, my concern on this is that we have a 4,000-foot building there, and I want to know if the zoning is just for storage, or was it actually zoned for something else? So I'd like to know what the zoning on that was.
I believe Mr. Maurer just exited the chambers.
Because part of my concern would be that if it's, once we let the building in, and if it's zoned for office space, then the next person buying the building, or when it's passed on, they're going to have an office there instead of storage. So the zoning would be a concern of mine, giving back the RIM fees when actually it could later on affect the Valley Springs Basin. We have a real bad habit of giving money back, and I have a subdivision there that we let them put the shopping center in with just a $50,000 bond, which will not even touch the off-street improvements that we're stuck with now.
Thank you, Supervisor Clapp. Were we able to contact Mr. Maurer? Madam Clerk, could we call over and have Mr. Maurer return with that information, and we'll table this issue until he returns? Okay. This issue will be tabled until the return of Mr. Maurer. Madam Clerk.
Item 19 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation from Common Ground Senior Services on the services the organization provides to the residents of Calaveras County.
And I'll just note, again, I had a prior conversation with Common Grounds who had discussed wanting an opportunity to talk to the board about services they've been providing. My understanding, as I've pieced together history, last year we provided an augmentation of funds to Common Grounds, and where I felt this was a prudent discussion was whether, as we're entering final budget, the board wished to consider such an augmentation, and part of that discussion would be allowing Common Grounds to kind of give an overview of some of the services that they're providing to the community and answer board questions. I did ask that we have a brief presentation at 15 minutes, so I appreciate your compliance on that.
Thank you, CEO.
Elizabeth, good morning. Elizabeth Thompson, Executive Director of Common Ground Senior Services, and thank you for this opportunity to address you guys. I know it's just the beginning of the fiscal year, but that's when we find out what's going to be happening for the rest of the fiscal year. So these, as you may know, the services that we provide, but the two real big vital services that we provide in this county is transportation and Meals on Wheels, or home delivered meals. So my presentation today is just as a service provider to just give you the insights of what I see our community, what I see our agency sees in our community as far as the needs of our seniors and those that are disabled. We addressed you in March when we received that augmentation that Mr. Lutz had referred to. I think it was $25,000 and $15,000 was for Meals on Wheels, and $15,000, $10,000 was for Meals on Wheels, and $5,000 for the transportation program. And in March, I just want to again repeat just a few things about the Meals on Wheels program. Currently, we have 135 clients who are receiving meals. These are more than just a meal, these meals that we provide to our seniors. As important as these meals are, they are because of their daily requirements, the 1/3 daily requirements that we provide with these meals, but it's also the relationships that we have with these clients in ascertaining their needs in order to help them to remain independent and live in their home comfortably where they want to live in their homes and not be institutionalized. Our drivers are perhaps sometimes the only people that they see on a regular basis, weekly basis. Many of our clients have family members that are not in the area. And so it's really important that our delivery drivers have that relationship with them so they can bring back to us, what they see. We're all mandated reporters, and then this way we can assist them. We ascertain their needs by going out on a quarterly basis to do home assessments, reassessments, and regular home assessments. We refer some of these needs to other agencies in the community and to the Area 12 Agency on Aging as far as, the types of programs that they might have, or we ascertain what those programs are that might assist them. So it's important that these Meals on Wheels continue in our community. Last year, this is July 1st, was the beginning of the fiscal year, but last year we did over 39,000 meals, and this is just Amador County, to 254 clients. I pulled some numbers yesterday, and I saw that, low income and lives alone, so those clients that are low income and lives alone, there's 92 of those 254, which is 36% of the people that we serve. The low income total, this is including those that live alone and those who have a spouse, 64% are low income. I think these are very telling numbers of why our seniors need the assistance they do. And I have taken the opportunity in the last 2 weeks to actually drive these routes and deliver these meals to our seniors. I went to the West Point area, McCullough Hill, West Point, Railroad Flat, Wilseyville area 3 times. And, it's a 6 to 7 hour drive in order to deliver these meals. But I was able to spend just a couple minutes with them to ask them how these meals are. They're frozen meals. They're not like, homemade meals. That's true. But they do have all the ingredients or the nutritional value. There probably are some clients that I saw that maybe do not necessarily need Meals on Wheels because they can probably afford it. However, will they cook for themselves? Probably not. They don't. I mean, as you get older, and I know as I get older, I don't want to cook. So, cereal in the morning and cereal at night might be exactly what most of them do. So these meals are really good, and they enjoy it. Whether it's only a frozen meal daily, they do enjoy it. But what I've heard is that they also don't have enough money. They're on fixed income. They live out in these areas because that's the only place they can live. They can't move into the city limits because of the price of housing. And granted, we don't have any senior living facilities we need more, let's put it that way. Many of them live in trailer homes. And so, there was one area in Railroad Flat, can't remember the area, but it's sad. I think you need to go, each one of you, and I would be happy to go with you personally and ride along these routes to see just what the needs of our seniors are. we are serving the most needy. And again, it's heart-wrenching sometimes to go out there and see that, especially in light of the cuts and the grants that are coming down and the costs to provide these meals. It's hard to figure out who it is that needs to come out. Because that was one of my visits. One of the reasons why I wanted to go out and see that is because I need to start in the back of my mind prioritizing who gets the meals. You know, if they're 80 and over, and they've got to have 3 or 4 criteria that makes them eligible. I've not really seen too many people out there that is not eligible in my mind. And so how do I tell them they're not eligible? It's going to have to come down, and it all comes down to funding, unfortunately. Our seniors, I hear that our seniors, definitely are fixed income, and then just having these meals helps them month to month so that they can pay for their medication, they can pay for doctor's appointments, and so forth. So, they're beautiful. The seniors out there are beautiful. I just love each one of them, and they're so grateful, and their heart is so wanting to be in this county. They do not want to leave this county. They want to live, and they want to live in their homes. So I think as a individual and as a community and as a county, we all need to assist them in that, and to keep them safe in their homes and to live in the life that they want to live. So that's the Meals on Wheels program. Then I have a couple more thoughts and ideas, but last 2 years ago we received a 5310 Caltrans grant, which we were able to receive 2 handicap vans and a small bus. And we have this program called the Silver Streak, and I've probably seen that. Silver Streak program is just the name of the names on the buses, but it's the transportation program that Common Ground provides. Currently, we have on Thursdays we go to Mather. We take up to 3 to 4 people at times to Mather on a Thursday. We're trying to do group trips so that it's not just the socializations that the veterans get with each other, but also to minimize costs. So that's one of the programs that I've just expanded in the last couple of years, and it's fun. It's fun for the for these vets to get together and talk to other vets. So I think that's well mentioning that it's a good thing. We want to go to, there's one in French Camp, and then we do go to Livermore as well. Palo Alto, we're kind of pushing back on that one because it's a bit too far. It takes up a lot of our resources. On the average, with our 3 vehicles, we average probably about 7,000 miles per month. And this is just the month of July. I was able to pull numbers. And a lot of these are for out-of-county specialists in Stockton, Lodi, Sacramento, Sonora, just outside of Calaveras County. And we did 125 trips in just the month of July to 35 older adults and those that are disabled. The grant that I had mentioned earlier from Caltrans, receiving these things, we did receive some operations, but at the end of December, these operations funds are going to be gone. That operation funds paid for our full-time dispatcher and 1 part-time driver, but it's going to be gone at the end of December. Now, this year, we did apply in March for the 5310 grant. Again, this is for specialized transportation for those disabled and seniors. And so we applied for mobility management grant, and we applied for operations to run these vehicles. And we were awarded just last week the mobility management grant. So we're real thrilled about that. And what we're looking forward to is the collaboration and the partnering with Caltrans, Calaveras Transit to see a dial-a-ride. We do dial-a-ride already. That's the constituents that we do. So let's figure out how the county and Common Ground can work together with this dial-a-ride program. There's areas outside of West Point that I see that we don't go to very often. Well, we can possibly go there. We're already going there because we do have a lot of clients that are out in the West Point area that needs transportation into the area. We have since talked to the police department in Angels Camp, and they're going to house one of our vans so that my driver who lives in Copperopolis is going to be able, and a couple volunteer drivers that live in Angels Camp can just go to the Angels Camp police station and pick up the van there and then drive in that vicinity. We have one parked down here, and then we have one right here in San Andreas. So that's how we make the money stretch, and we do need your assistance in doing that. So with that grant that I just mentioned that we got, the Mobility Management Grant, like I said, we'll be partnering. I'm wanting to create a dial-a-ride, and I'm hoping to work with transit in doing that. We did not get funded for operations. Now, these grants can't be used for operations. They can't be used for salaries. They can't be used for fuel. They can't be used for insurance. They can't be used for anything except for what it's designated for. So we will be coming back later for you to consider helping us with this Silver Streak transport. And in the meantime, also working with these other entities to help fund this very, very vital program. I guess I'm almost done. So shopping is another one that we hear a lot. Again, they're on fixed incomes. They need to get to a place where it's affordable. Going to Treats or going over to the local store in Railroad Flat or going to the local store in the other areas is just not feasible. Their dollars do not go a long way, and we need to help them make their dollars go a long way. So we are going to be looking at a transportation for shopping. I don't know when they get paid or Social Security comes in, but during that point in time, I'd like to be able to go to different mobile home sites, especially mobile home sites, pick the seniors up for the day, take them. Again, socialization is important. Take them over to wherever they need to go shopping, then bring them back on a regular basis. But again, that takes funding. How do we keep older adults and disabled citizens in their homes? It's simple. By assisting with these two very vital programs, they do keep our seniors in their home. I can't stress how, if they were not for these two programs, that what these seniors will be doing. They'll be institutionalized, which costs us as taxpayers even greater amounts of dollars, but more importantly, the dignity, the courtesy that we owe them to stay in their homes, because that's where they want to be. And that's our goal, and that's our desire as an agency for our seniors that we see. It takes the county, it takes other agencies, churches, the community, and each one of us personally to make this happen. You ask how? By assuring that these programs stay funded, are funded. By volunteering 1 day a week to deliver meals, by volunteering 1 day a week to drive seniors to doctor's appointment, by donating to these programs. These dollars go a very long way. We all have a part in assuring our seniors live in peace, dignity, and in their comfort of their homes. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Calaveras County for the support that we received this past year, those additional dollars, and in the last few years that Common Ground has been providing this service. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you again real soon, and I appreciate any ideas, thoughts, and more importantly, I really would like to have you come drive with me to some of these seniors and see where they live. I think it's important to see who we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Elizabeth, we gave you a bus a few months ago, did we not? On the Silver Streak, I think.
Almost 3 years ago, we did receive with CDBG grant a bus. Yes, we did.
Because I think you just got parked by your building. I think I seen it just the other day.
The bus is definitely parked by the building, and it's used basically a lot of times for the big trips. We do some out-of-county trips. We do use it for the major trips as well. Again, a lot of the reason why you see it parked there is because the cost to operate that bus. So, as funding, we do have 3 handicap vans in the backside of our building that you probably have not seen. But that's what we utilize more is those handicap buses because they're more cost-effective, efficient.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for your work.
Thank you. Further questions presented by the board? At this point, I'll open up to public comment.
Thank you. Ben Stopper, District 5. These services that they provide for our senior citizens are much needed, as you're all aware. And these ladies not only aren't compensated for their full time, they volunteer a lot of their time to make sure these happen. These are working people that make it happen for these seniors that are not able to necessarily get things done for themselves. For example, over and above what they're required for is, the board chair might be well aware of, since he was on the board at the time of the Butte fire. These people came forward with a list of addresses to the county of people that weren't able to necessarily get out of harm's way on their own. In the great confusion that was the Butte fire, these people gave an avenue to the sheriff's department and other things. These are people that cannot get out on their own, and they provided the addresses, why these people couldn't get out, and they said, this is how you can help these people. And that's the type of people we need taking care of our seniors and looking after them. And they should be funded well so that they can continue the service that they provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Mr. Fry.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm George Fry. I'm the Chair of the In-Home Supportive Services, and obviously I support Common Ground's program. In-Home Supportive Services, their main goal is to keep people in their homes, just like Common Ground does. And I just want to let the board know that I do support Common Ground, and anything that we can do for seniors I think is really outstanding. And I know when I look at you 5 board members that you all believe in supporting seniors, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Easy. Ms. Crane, do you have a comment?
I would also like to applaud the Meals on Wheels portion of Common Ground Senior Services. Obviously, we all agree that that's something we have to have. Looking at our economic status in the county over the years, and especially now, which became abundantly clear during, if it wasn't already, during the 2-day strategic planning meeting that just happened a few days ago. I would be remiss if I didn't remind us all that in 1991, the community members took up the call to make sure that our seniors and our veterans and our fragile people, our vulnerable for whatever reason, got to the doctor, the post office, the grocery store, all these life-sustaining destinations. And they've been doing it at no cost to the taxpayer since 1991. And the program is still there, and we have never said no to anyone. We just either figure out a way to make it happen, find somebody else to do it, or to drive them, or we work with them to change their appointments so we can make a connection, but we have never said no. And I just want to I just felt that I would be remiss if I didn't remind us all that we do have that, and we don't have to spend mega bucks paying for something when the community is eager to do it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkeep, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. CCA has long supported Common Ground. We've made donations going back since CCA was CPR, Calaveras Patient Resources. It's been part of our mission to be part of the community and to support these sorts of endeavors. And moving forward, as our community continues to age, we have an average age of 50.5 years old. We are going to need these services more than ever, and as we continue moving forward in the direction that we're continuing to move down, we have some very serious considerations about what kind of community do we want to be. Do we want to be a community that comes together, supports these types of endeavors, and does everything we can to support these endeavors, and does not try to obstruct, interfere, or stand in the way of community building? Or do we want to be a community that is divisive and sees in each other areas of antagonism and pitfalls as opposed to opportunities? I think that Common Grounds has actually created and sustained many of us throughout these years, the elderly and all of the individuals in our community who are of means and can give back. We have come together specifically for this purpose, and I think we should continue to do so. And I know CCA and myself will continue to support Common Grounds into the future, and we just hope that that also continues with every member of this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Raymond Smith, Valley Springs. I'm also the lobbying director for Calaveras Normal. I'd like to relay my support for Common Grounds Senior Services and the funding that these seniors who are committed to our community, that we affirm our commitment to these seniors and fully support these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments?
I just wanted to say one last thing, and that's basically regarding the IHSS program. That's another program that is very vital to our community. Again, in my trip this last 2 weeks out to visiting our seniors, there are many seniors that receives IHSS services, and minimal hours, maybe 10, some of them, but even 10 is better than none. So I definitely support that program to be, in the forefront of what we do to help our seniors remain independent in their homes. Thank you, and I thank you for this opportunity, and I will be looking for future talks like this. It wasn't so much, I would get really nervous, but I'm okay now. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's go back to the consent agenda. Item 16, please. I see Mr. Mowers present.
So just to reiterate, we're looking at item 16. I show that as a public works item, the refund of commercial
I'm sorry,
road.
item 12. No,
Item 12 was
16.
acted upon.
Yes, 16. The question was by Supervisor Clapp.
Yeah, the question was, I pulled 16, and it was brought by Public Works, but the question I had was to do up on the zoning.
Okay,
And-
so let me just reiterate what that is. Authorize a refund of commercial road impact mitigation fees and Valley Springs benefit basin fees in the amount of $18,180 to Brian Mansfield.
Correct.
And I understand the question was what the zoning of the property was?
Yeah, what the zoning is now, because my understanding is that they're getting a refund because they're using the building for storage, and it's a different rent fee and stuff on that. But so my concern is what the zoning is. If it's zoned for office, and they're going to use it for storage, then if they sell the property, then is this going to be sold as storage, or is it going to be an office, or what's going to happen at that point?
So it's zoned M1, light industrial, which would allow a storage facility there. My understanding with the room fee is that if there are permits that would be necessary to change something from, say, a storage facility to an office building, then that change in use would trigger a reassessment of the rim fee if it created additional traffic.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would move to move that.
Okay.
I will second.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any more public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break, and we will be returning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for a little short break for our staff. Madam Clerk.
Item 20 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution consistent with the modified and extended contract with Service Employees International Union, Local 1021, ending December 31st, 2017, for appointed department heads, mid-management, professional, supervisory and confidential, and other.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good morning, Board. What I am bringing, the resolution I'm bringing before you today is to adopt benefits that are consistent with the SEIU extended contract for our appointed officials, mid-management and professional, supervisory confidential, and we have an other unit. And so they will be receiving the health care, the increased health care benefit, and then also some of the language changes within the MOU, such as the catastrophic leave that we expanded the language or defined the language on, and some of the other changes that was consistent with SEIU.
Ms. Hawkins, for purpose of clarification, I know that's noted supervisory / confidential. Who does that, is that the Board of Supervisors?
No, that is not the Board of Supervisors. I will be bringing that resolution before you on the 29th. That is for actual supervisors within a department. Okay. So that is hourly supervisors and not yourselves.
Thank you. Comments, questions by the Board? Seeing none, we'll open it to public comment.
Excuse me. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. My question has to do, if I'm understanding it, this is dealing with improved benefits for a certain group of employees at the county level. Does this also include something like a COLA or an increase in wages or any of those things also?
Ms. Hawkins?
This does not address any increase in wages. It strictly is just the health care increase to the county contribution to health care, which is consistent with what SEIU, DSA, and SMU CCPSEA received. And so this is giving those same benefits to the unrepresented groups. There is no change in salaries.
Ms. Hawkins, once again, for purpose of clarification, the acronyms that you just spoke to, could you, for the purpose of our audience here in chambers and for TV, what those are?
So Sheriff's Management Unit, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Calaveras County Public Safety's Employees Association. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Board. Any further discussion? I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second by Supervisor Clapp and Mills. We'll let you two fight over it. No further public comment. I'll entertain the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you.
Item 21 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution establishing the fiscal year 2017-18 schedule of fees and land classification for property-related solid waste parcel fees.
Mr. Crowes.
Thank you. Jeff Crowitz, Public Works. This is a regular item. We've been coming back since 1990 annually to reestablish the solid waste parcel fee for every developed parcel in the county to help fund our integrated waste management system. We do this annually. This was established in 1991. It hasn't changed since then. The only thing that has changed is the distribution, how much of that total fee collected goes to diversion versus solid waste. We started with $140 going to solid waste and $10 going to diversion. It shifted a little bit more, but it still does not reflect what we actually divert versus what we landfill. That's basically it on this item. As I say, it's not a new fee. It's an established fee. It hasn't gone up. And we are hoping to, in the future, discuss if we need to raise it or change it.
Okay. Questions by the board of Mr. Krobus? Mr. Supervisor Topinel, your light's on. Any comment? I'm sorry. Oh, excellent. Seeing none, we'll open to public comment.
I've asked about this item before, and I'm not sure this is what we're talking about. This is the regular fee on the parcels for residences. My question is, and they're saying they may come back with a modification of the fees of any sort. At the solid waste disposal centers right now, if you go to you load up your truck with a bunch of leaves and branches and stuff and you drive over there, you can unload it for, I think it's a minimal fee. If you take the time to put all this refuse, leaves and grass and weeds in separate containers and put them on the back of your truck, you get charged for each separate container. I loaded my truck up once and I had 13 little 5-gallon buckets on the back of my truck, and they wanted to charge me like $40. I went home and I dumped it back in the truck, and I went to the landfill, and I got out and I got a rake in the mud, in the dirt, and it cost me like a tenth of what they wanted to charge me. I think there should be some attention paid to the way that they're forcing old people who can't really get out and rake stuff off of a truck, and actually somebody got out and helped me, as opposed to having little buckets that you can just stand and empty, and it's going to cost you a fortune. So if we're talking about modifying fees of any sort, I think that kind of disposal needs to be addressed so that people that are maybe not as physically able as others will have the ability to get rid of their yard waste in an easier fashion. Thank you.
Mr. Stopper.
Gentleman, Ben Stopper. This assessed fee covers many aspects of our solid waste industry, as I'm sure many of you are aware. One of them I brought up before is the fact that we need to expand the dump and add a new cell. There's been money set aside for years that, from what I understand, should amount to close to $8 million to expand a new cell down there. Now, when they first put this through and their cost assessment on what that would cost to expand that cell is nowhere true in time now as costs go up throughout time. So at this point, people are paying Cal Waste more so that their trash can be shipped out of the county so that our cell does not fill up as quickly as it would have. And these are concerns of people across Calaveras County, and we need to consider the fact that in the near future we need that new cell, and how are we going to bridge that gap and mitigate it so that we can continue to provide these services to our constituents and, you know, ratepayers and everything within Calaveras County. Thank you.
Any further comment? Seeing none, Mr. Krobus, I see you need to address an issue or two, maybe.
Not necessarily. I would make a couple of brief comments on what our citizens have brought forward. Thank you, Ms. Newman. Appreciate your comments. Our current fee structure, again, the one that was established in 1990, established a fee for yard waste or green waste of $4 a cubic yard. The $150 per annual fee for a developed parcel entitles every citizen who pays that fee to dispose of 2 cubic yards of, quote, household waste per week at our transfer stations or our landfill. So that if you're a citizen and you want to bring green waste and you live on an undeveloped parcel, you're in trouble. We don't have that in our code or in our ordinance. If you're a citizen who wants to bring green waste to the transfer stations that accept it and 3 do, or to Rock Creek, we are charging $4 a cubic yard. And that's regardless of whether you're a commercial hauler at Rock Creek or you're a private person using, a residential person using the transfer stations. In terms of the way they're charged, unfortunately, the fee schedule that was in the ordinance in 1991, Ordinance 2510, was never codified. And so it's very difficult for the citizenry to go to our ordinance and say, well, what's legal, what's not legal. It also makes it more difficult for our operator, our contract operator who operates the transfer stations, to be able to convince our citizenry, who in the past have been allowed to bring anything they want at any time, to try to change that so we're actually attempting to recover those disposals or those diversions that are over and above the basic fee. The basic fee is to pay for the operations and maintenance of the transfer stations, the development of the transfer stations, the operation and maintenance of the landfill, our staff that makes it run, and to put money away for the future so that we can continue the closure of the Red Hill landfill and we can have the money for a complete closure of the Rock Creek landfill in addition to the future capital that Mr. Stoppard, I believe, referenced, which is the expansion of the current solid waste cell. Currently, we don't have quite as much money as Mr. Stoppard indicated in our capital account for Rock Creek, but we do have significant funds right now. So the system was set up well, but we need to reevaluate it, not here, but in the near future, to try to get a balance between what we need in the future, what we need to operate today, without making it so expensive that the solid waste or the recyclables end up on the side of the road or in an illegal dump site on private property within the system. So, big picture. Finally, the discussion about Cal Waste, that contract was put into place in September of 2016, and that is for curbside. So that is a service that is over and above the service that's guaranteed in terms of the operation of the landfill and the transfer stations. It's a voluntary service for commercial and residents to hire a company to pick up their curbside material. Everybody gets the option to pick up solid waste, mixed recyclables, and green waste. They're slightly different depending on where one lives. If one lives up above Forest Meadows in elevation, you have one way of dealing with green waste. Below, you have a different way of dealing with green waste. But that agreement was to take the solid waste that was collected in a curbside program and haul it out of county. The purpose of that part of the agreement was to give us the time necessary to complete the studies to get an actual handle on what it's going to cost us, what we should do, and when we should do it, as well as to accommodate future regulation that's coming around the corner. In 2020, we can't put green waste into the landfill as alternative daily cover and count it, and not count it as solid waste. So that's nearly upon us. So regardless, the item in front of you today is the annual renewal of the fee, and you also, by default, annually renew the fees that were contained in our Ordinance 2510 in 1991. Any other questions?
Okay. I do have a couple of question or comment. In 2010, it was brought to this board an ordinance to charge $25 for at the transfer stations and at the landfill, $25 for appliances, and $4 for green waste per cubic yard.
Okay.
Not per container, per cubic yard. So if somebody brings 20 containers and it adds up to 1 cubic yard, it should be $4. So perhaps if this occurred, the employee that was at the gate didn't understand that or something, maybe we could train those people or have a conversation with them that it is $4 a cubic yard. And that was in 2010. Both of those ordinances were passed.
Okay.
In addition to this, and I think it was brought at the same time this was brought to us also.
Okay.
And it was told to us at that time that just dealing with the appliances that were coming in was taking all of this because of the regulations from the state, and especially if they had Freon in them, the cost to get rid of that. So it passed for $25 an appliance and $4 for a cubic yard.
Okay. Thank you for that history.
And then it's one other comment. It's my understanding in conversations with Cal Waste that yes, they are hauling our refuse to their Galt plant and separating all the recyclables there, but they are shipping some of what's left back to our landfill. It's not being shipped out. They have the possibility or the ability to ship it to another landfill outside of the county, but after they separate it, the solid waste is coming back into our landfill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Part of the issue was that when Cal Waste assumed the two contracts for franchise collection, voluntary franchise collection in the county, there was nothing in the agreement that discussed what we call residuals, so that when a company or an individual at a house is loading all of their recyclables into a single container, wheeling it out to the curb, and it's picked up on a recycling day by a recycling truck, that you're not going to have residuals that are not solid waste, that are non-recyclable. In general, that can be a number anywhere from about 11% of the total volume up to about 16 or 17% of the total volume, depending upon the level of education of the resident, of the consumer. And so what we built into the contract with Cal Waste is that we would accept, based on a waste characterization study that they had completed right before we approved the agreement, on 14%, because what that meant is that they cleared out the mixed recycling facility or an area of the mixed recycling facility. They brought in a whole handful of trucks from Calaveras County, dumped it in one area, cleaned out the pathway, sent it through, measured it by weight, and determined that there was 14% residual. The problem was they couldn't bring it back to the landfill because our agreement at the time did not allow any out-of-county waste at our landfill facility. And so they essentially agreed that they would haul it out of county and that we would deal with it in the agreement with Cal Waste. The second thing that I set up in the agreement with Cal Waste is that we would be doing a waste characterization study on a 9-month increment, so that we would be doing it at different times of the year, and we would be averaging that residual. So our first waste characterization study, and I will, if anybody is interested, I know that Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Oliveira, who are on the Solid Waste Task Force, may be very interested in seeing how that waste characterization study will go, but we're trying to schedule it for the September-October timeframe with Cal Waste. And so that is a residual component, and that's why we also have an education component. Thank you for the question.
Yes, my comment's twofold. One is that, just so everybody understands, we do get a residual check from Cal Waste from a sale of recyclables, whether that's on a regular basis or as they accumulate, I'm not certain. The other part is that it's interesting because back in 1991, I was running for this board, and I spent a lot of time in these chambers as this item was being discussed. It's an interesting discussion that took place prior to its establishment of Ordinance 2510. And I think that if we could go back and understand the reasons that that ordinance was put in place and whether it has morphed or whether it has changed direction or whether it is different in terms of scope than it was originally, I think that would be an interesting conversation to have. Because as we look at it now, we're not talking about a whole lot of dollar changes going back to 1991. That's a long time. So maybe it's something for a future agenda item, but it's something that I think that we need to look at in terms of whether or not this is sustainable at this dollar figure and whether it does meet the goals that we're trying to accomplish with it. But to understand why it was put together back when Red Hill was the dump, and what was used for was primarily they were concerned about the costs of closing Red Hill and maintaining that closure and then reopening a new site. That was all in that discussion back in 1991. So if we can go back and look at that history, I think it would help us to understand whether or not we really are doing what we wanted to do with it or whether we need to have another discussion and a little bit of a change of direction.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. A couple things I want to mention about what you said. You mentioned that Cal Waste pays the county a residual fee. That's not exactly what it is. They pay a series of fees. They pay a franchise fee that's 3% of their gross. They recycle to us 90% of everything that they receive from recycling. Right. And that's a number that's going up and down. If it's aluminum or it's steel, we're okay. If it's big plastic plate jibs or big wheels, it's really bad. And the third part of the fees that we get from Cal Waste is really a vehicle fee. Essentially for their use and demand on the county roads. So they pay an annual fee for every full-time vehicle and then another annual fee for every part-time vehicle they utilize to service the county. So the recycling fee and the franchise fees are new as of last September. And yes, we started receiving income or revenue to the county first quarter of this year. And I've received the second quarter checks last week. And I expect those to kind of creep up in spite of the fact that we have such a volatile market in terms of the value of our diversionable materials. The second thing I wanted to comment on, and I really appreciate your comments on Ordinance 2510 in 1991. Yeah, I think a look is really good. What motivated that, I believe, was the passage of AB 939 in 1989. Where the state indicated to governments, cities and counties, that within 10 to 15 years there would be a mandatory 50% required diversion of materials that were going to the solid waste facility based upon a certain initiation date. And they also indicated that that number was going to ramp up in 2 decades or a decade and a half. And so 2020 is essentially the 30-year anniversary? Did I do that right? I'm not good with math. I have a calculator. But the 30th anniversary of AB 939, when we are supposed to have hit 75% diversion for recyclables. We're supposed to have the green waste out of the landfill. We're supposed to have a food waste program where we are collecting any food waste from a producer who's producing more than 4 cubic yards per week. So think hospitals, schools, large restaurants, potentially a large venue that we have in the county, mandatory by state code. So those are all arriving on us in 2 years. So these are some of the changes that we're faced with this system. And yes, the time is long since passed to have these discussions.
It's interesting, too, for those that would be interested, I'm certain Cal Waste would be more than willing to give you a tour of their facility in Galt. I've been there. It is a risk that's on them, not on us, in essence, in terms of the market and the sale of those recyclables. They take that risk in shipping some of these to China. And when they're received in China, if they don't meet a minimum standard, the shipment is returned. And that's on them. They pay that cost outright. So there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle that they're taking care of for us and in getting that diversion done. So it's an important piece of this puzzle of how we're going to meet those goals of a 939.
The highest costs that we have in this industry or this integrated waste management system in the county, one is meeting regulatory compliance, and the second is trucking. Anything we truck, we're starting at about $95 an hour. We try to be efficient by trucking 95 yards of lightweight materials in a single vehicle, because the cost of trucking a 10-wheeler or trucking a 95-yard bottom dump or walking floor is the same. So we try to achieve efficiencies in that expenditure. In terms of the regulatory side, if you had any idea of the number of monitoring, reporting that we do, you'd be surprised. We're spending several $100,000 a year annually on our consultants because they're specialized. The ones that are monitoring the landfill gas, the ones that are monitoring the flare, where we're getting rid of the landfill gas, the ones that are monitoring the water quality underneath the landfill to make sure that we don't have a leak in the liner, because it is a closed cell landfill where water does not penetrate. So, and these things are quite expensive. The leachate pond, where we take the runoff from our active landfill, a leachate pond has an expected replacement value of about $2.5 million. Okay, that's approximately equal to the cost of laying down a liner for a new landfill cell. And so the question is, in our next phase, do we have to move and rebuild the leachate pond, or can we build one or two more phases before we have to move the leachate pond? And that's going to have a big impact on the rate at which we expand and continue the operation of the landfill. But thank you for this. This is way beyond the discussion I wanted to have.
Sorry. Supervisor Platt, did you have a comment? Mike, sir.
Yeah, turn it up. I'll address Dennis after we're done.
Okay. All right. I have a comment and basically an indication of where all these regulations are coming from. In your urban and suburban areas, we're seeing the advances in landfill regulations. I know in the Bay Area, it is mandatory now, residential, that you separate food waste from green waste, from recyclables to household garbage. The public needs to understand that those laws are made on a statewide basis. Unfortunately, we have to abide by those laws. So our regulation of what we're seeing right now is originating back where there's large populations, large operations. Unfortunately, Calaveras County is not in that arena, but we do have to play by those rules. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Any further comment? Any further public comment?
Marty Crane. I just wanted to say, going back to 6 months before the Butte fire broke out, Jason came to our staff, or he took over the environmental department. And a month later, 5 months before the Butte fire started, it was Jeff came as Public Works Director. 5 months before all hell broke loose. And I just want to say that after all this time, watching what Jeff has accomplished in building a team, and he will be the first one to tell you, no, it's the team. It wasn't me, it was the team. What he has accomplished is nothing short of Herculean, and it scares me to death to think where we might be if he hadn't been here. So I just say kudos to Jeff and the team that he's built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not everybody can do it, but composting is an alternative to the garbage. If people don't have, what do you call that thing that grinds up your food in the sink? Disposal. If you don't have that, then you can put that in a compost pile and use your leaves and different things to compost it. And if you go down to the fisherman's store, you can get some worms and dump them in, and they can help out with it. And it's kind of fun. I do it, and my garbage doesn't stink.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question. What we're hearing with all the abatements of marijuana is that there are dump trucks, long lines of them heading out to the landfill, and that the abated plants are being buried in our landfill, covered up with garbage and in dirt. Is that cost being kept track of to go back against the property owner after they've been to cannabis court and all that kind of stuff, where all the costs get assessed against the property? Or is the county just going out, there's just like a cousin deal where the sheriff goes out with a couple dump truck loads of pot and dumps it in the landfill? So is that being back billed so that cost can be recovered?
Thank you. Mr. Krobus, do you have any information on that issue? And then I'm going to ask County Council.
I could only answer a piece of it. Yes, indeed, the landfill has been accepting eradicated marijuana plants on delivery. They arrive with previous notice. They arrive with the sheriff in tow. And in general, we pre-prepare a spot at the landfill so that we dump immediately into a hole and bury immediately. We've been tracking those costs and forwarding those costs up for recovery. But that's as far as I can speak to. I don't know the other side of this particular equation.
Okay. County Council, is there any comment you wish to make on this issue, or, okay?
If I may, I might add.
Go right ahead, CEO.
Mr. Krovitz and I had talked about that too after we were utilizing the landfills. And he's right where we're trying to capture those staff costs. One cost that I would say, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Krovitz, but I think where we're not necessarily covering that, will have to be looked at is, depending on the quantity of marijuana we're putting in there, it does impact the cell life for our cells that didn't necessarily account for putting that into there. And that cost that's a hard one to quantify, and it's something that we'd have to be looking at, but certainly it does impact the cell life of the landfill.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Boy, that throws a question.
Supervisor Knowles, go right ahead.
Thank you. Green waste diversion. Does this offset or go against us in terms of our green waste diversion goals?
All right on the spot again, huh, Ms. Krobus?
Sorry, I just popped into my head.
It's a very good question, but it's I'm trying to think. It's putting a teaspoon in the ocean. Really, we're probably running in excess of, I don't know, 500,000 tons per year of green waste within our system, and that doesn't compare at all to, a week's worth of roll-offs, 40-yard roll-offs that are full. And the only comment I can make in terms of the cell life is this stuff is compacted. It compacts down very well, very quickly. So while you might start with a 10-yard dump truck full of eradicated marijuana, the amount of space it takes up in the landfill cell is very, very nominal compared to what we're bringing in per day. We're bringing in approximately 80 to 85 tons a day is what we bring into our landfill, and that is approximately 361 or 2 days per year.
Yeah, Ms. Krobus, not so quick.
You don't.
By 3 minutes.
You don't.
I know.
You don't grind it. Use it as cover.
Not the eradicated marijuana.
Compared to pine needles, and I have to be very specific in my district and Supervisor Garamendi's district, how does that compare to the compaction factor and the space? Because we're going to be looking at different ways when 2020 comes around, how to dispose of our pine needles in the District 3 and District Supervisor Garamendi's. Just burn them?
Well, you can burn them, but all of you, and I know all of you have run a burn pile at your homes, know that if you try to run a burn pile with pine needles, it doesn't go very well. If you don't have other cellulose material, other branches, tree limbs, maybe partially rotted stumps to go along with it, you don't generate enough heat to burn the pine needles. Pine needles tend to be, depending on the year, tend to be annually anywhere from 30 to 60% of that green waste stream. And they have their own requirements. Pine needles has its own requirements. They're high in acid, so one must be careful about what one does with them. You can't just take pine needles and drop it on a meadow because you could prevent your native grasses from growing through. We've probably experienced that before. So green waste, we can have a lot of discussions, a lot of fun on green waste. Let's not deal with that here unless you have a specific question.
I think we pretty much beat that bush to death. Any further comments by the board? Mr. Krovis, any further public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second. Second by Supervisor Mills. Any further public comment? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item 22 is from Public Works. Adopt a mitigated negative declaration for Single Tree Drive Low Water Crossing Conversion Project.
Mr. Krovis.
Public Works, here we go again. This is part of the Highway Bridge Program. Was an existing low water crossing, got washed out in some storms. The road was closed in the Diamond 20 Ranch Estates subdivision. It was eligible under Highway Bridge Program as being part of the National Highway System for funding. The project is essentially 100% funded, with the exception of some of our permitting fees for environmental. So this item in front of you is essentially to adopt a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA for this project. The NEPA portion of this project has been prepared and adopted by Caltrans under authority by Federal Highway Administration. So there is I don't know if anyone had a chance to look, but there is a pretty good list of mitigation and monitoring that will be required immediately preceding and during and immediately after construction, because we are building over a waterway. And I also want to note that this is going to be one of the last low water crossing conversions to a bridge in the state. Calaveras County has currently in our program 3. And the program eliminated the ability to take a low water crossing and bring it to a bridge in October of 2016. So these things that were programmed back in 2010 or 2011 are some of the last to go through. Questions?
Jeff?
Sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Apologies. Jeff, do you feel that CSA 4 will have to put some matching funds towards that mitigation cost?
There is.
Are they aware of that?
It's a percentage. Actually, I shouldn't say that.
Could we just shoot them an email so they know, and probably in what time frames they're looking, so they can be sure it's accounted for in their financial?
Yeah, and I don't know what agreement was set with CSA, the CSA at the time the project was initially brought forward. I know that there is a contribution out of the CSA road fund towards this project, but I don't know if that contribution was fixed to the project approval and environmental document and not part of construction. The environmental mitigation and monitoring is part of construction. So I will I will do that, and we'll reach back out to them. So thank you for the reminder.
Okay, and you're figuring the timeline on this, I know Stagecoach will be construction 2018, from what I'm seeing, late 2018.
No, early 2018.
Early 2018, but we'll have it done before the end of the year,
Well,
pending storms.
We're going to attempt to do this in a single construction season. We have what's called a limited operating period due to environmental constraints. As you know, there is an active waterway under there that goes through a series of man-made diversions. And there's also been, we're blessed with our endangered species and our listed species, and we also are blessed with some very active beavers that have done a lot of work creating a little mini lake at this crossing, and that was part of what caused the washout in the first place.
I've had long conversations with people over those beavers.
So beavers are not protected, but they have the ability to move upstream or downstream.
So the question would be, what kind of time frame would we be looking at for the construction of Single Tree? Are we in 2020 or 2021?
No, we're hoping to advertise it starting early 2018 so that we can award it. Our construction window begins officially on April 15th.
So you're figuring you may have this bridge in place by the end of 2018?
That would be the hope, because we have to stop significant ground disturbing activity by the beginning of October.
And it is a safety issue in that area. As you know, last year we lost a house because an out-of-county resource couldn't get across a bridge that they thought was there. So it needs to be a priority to get this reestablished. It is an area that there's only one way in, one way out right now.
Well,
so that would be an excellent move to get it done.
That CSA is going to be blessed with two pending projects.
Yeah, I'll be meeting with them next week.
Okay. Thank you. So I will double check on the funding, and I'm not certain if Stagecoach or Single Tree was the one where there was contribution, or if both. So I'll double check that.
Mr. Grovis, I have one comment. I see that this situation developed in 2004 per our staff our packet here.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's 2018 and we're looking and remedying this. I have a couple of situations in mind. Are we looking at that kind of timeline also?
For the storm damage, the recent storm damage?
Yes.
No, I don't think that's...
Yeah. Okay, that's good enough, sir.
Okay. The level of responsibility for this type of project versus a storm damage type of project, as long as it doesn't involve significant improvements or significant mitigation, can go along fairly quickly.
Okay.
But it doesn't absolve us under storm damage or actually under any disaster damage. We must do, if we can't get the project repaired within 6 months, we must do archaeological resources and endangered species, no matter what. If we can get it repaired within 6 months, we can do those after the fact. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions of Mr. Krobus? Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from Public Works to approve the request for relief of liability in the amount of $157. A deposit made on July 21st, 2017 from the Rock Creek Solid Waste Facility did not match the receipts that were submitted and exceeds staff authority.
I'm sorry to have to bring this in front of you for $157. We were in front of you for $26 not too long ago. The fact is that the transfer stations in Rock Creek are cash handling facilities. They shouldn't be. We should treat solid waste coming into our facilities as a utility. We should bill it. That's a system that's got to be put in place. When we have cash receipts from all over the county and they are picked up by our contractor, brought to Public Works in San Andreas, and then taken to the bank and deposited, there's going to be errors. It was a cash accounting problem that we have, and we periodically have them. Less $25 or less, we can deal with it, but when it goes above $25, we need board approval.
Questions of Mr. Krobus?
Yes, sir. On page 382 of our agenda packet, it refers to the statement, "This shortage has been thoroughly investigated. The circumstances surrounding the loss are set forth in the detail in the attached statement of explanation," and there is no attached statement of explanation. I did bring this up to the CAO. I just felt that if we're going to make that kind of statement, that we should likewise have an attachment with the agenda package.
I'm sorry. I changed the process so that my notebook is what you have on your screen. This item ends, I think, for me, on page 376. And page 380.
Yeah, this would be your request for relief of liability.
Okay, I don't...
Form. It's the form itself. I mean, if we're not going to provide an attached statement of explanation, simply remove that from the form. That's all it would need. Yours is different? No, it's right there. It's the second paragraph. Yeah. Okay.
So you're looking for...
to either have an attached statement of explanation or remove the statement from the request for relief form. Yeah, CAO Lutz.
If I could add,
CAO Lutz, I just promoted you.
It happens occasionally. Typically with those type of release, we include a memo from the department and the individual where the money was lost, describing what the situation was. It's been a little while since I reviewed that one to remember, but certainly when it went over to the auditor's office for approval on the discharge, there should have been that attached memo. That's what I think that's referencing.
Okay.
Because that would have been the documentation that went initially to the auditor's office.
Okay. So thank you. We will provide these in the future. Do you need to see the background on this one?
Not at this time. It's a process issue is all.
Okay.
Any further, Mr. Krobus?
That's it.
Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, any questions further or discussion by the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution approving a temporary loan of $384,432.57 from the General Fund number 1010 to the Transit Services Fund number 1021 to meet transit operating expenses during fiscal year 2016-17, requiring 4/5 board approval.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be breaking at 12 o'clock. That gives us approximately 15 minutes to hear this agenda item. I am inclined to proceed, but it may take longer than 15 minutes, just so everybody's aware of that. Okay, Mr. Krobus.
Okay, this is the second time in 2 years that we've brought to the board a request to get a loan from the general fund to fund last year's operating expenses for transit. Transit is operated on designated funds that come through different routing from different organizations. We are funded from the federal government through Caltrans. We're funded through state government through COG. We have designated funds that are direct to Cal OES. They all must be processed. They must be processed early. As of June 30th of 2017, we were in arrears of what was expended in terms of what was received as revenues of approximately $384,000 for the year. At that time, we had receivables in excess, or in slight excess of that amount, but if they're not received before the end of June, they are not part of that fund. They come in and are received in 2017. So that necessitated the loan. Since the 30th of June, we have received a number of these, which has lowered the request from $284,000 down to $237,000, and we still have receivables in excess of the remainder, but they haven't yet been processed. And what I mean by that is we've made claims through COG earlier in the year. They pay when they receive their funds. Their funds are received late. We've had a break in COG, regular COG meetings, so I expect this to be processed if they have a meeting in September. If not, that will be processed at their meeting in October. And that is approximately $120,000 of the outstanding $230,000. Our federal claims were late, and to avoid this situation, last year we started doing our claims in December of 2016, and that was not good enough. This year we started our claims earlier, and we put in our first claim on August 9th for fiscal year 17-18 in the amount of $580,000, approximately half of our operating and maintenance budget for the fiscal year. We are doing what we can to try to get in front of this issue, and so that we don't come back here with our hands out asking for a loan, because it's not good for you, it's not good for us, and the transit fund must pay interest on anything we borrow. And interest is not recoverable in any of these grant programs. So I'll take questions.
Any questions or discussion by the board?
Mr. Kovitz, we're going to still be on track to have a zero balance at the end of the fiscal year for this when these books are washed. In other words, when we get to the end of the book the cycle.
I'm not certain I understand your question, but I don't think that we will show that we're at zero balance in the 2016-17 fiscal year. We'll always show a negative balance, but we'll show a commensurate overage for 2017-18. That then repays the general fund for what was loaned, so that we came up with a zero balance.
My apologies for phrasing the question the way I did, but that's the point is that we will be evened up if we were looking at it in the larger sphere of what is bled over into the 17-18 year.
That is correct.
Further comments by the board? Seeing none.
I do have a comment.
I'm sorry.
Question. Jeff, I'm trying to understand what you were speaking of and what you said and what's in our packet here. And it says that there was $384,000, and that of the $384,000, you've already received $142,000.
After June 30th.
After June 30th. So are you asking for the 384, or are you asking for 241 because you've already received 142?
Kelly Zanhires, our Deputy Director, Operations and Maintenance, Public Works.
So because the money was received after June 30th, we are not allowed to apply it to the previous year. So we need to take a temporary loan, and then as soon as that loan gets processed, that $142,000 will immediately be repaid.
All right.
So it's
That
just
makes
a housekeeping issue.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, we'll have the money.
Further questions? Seeing none, we'll open it to public comment.
I had a question. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did have one question that goes back to Supervisor Mills's question. Maybe I misunderstood a piece of what you were saying. The expectation, obviously, at some point, if we're taking out the short-term loan, we're taking that out in anticipation of revenue that was earned for those expenditures. That would be an accurate statement.
Yes.
The question that I have, what you made a comment that gave me some concern, is you were taking money from this fiscal year, 17-18, and applying it into last year's dollars to basically clear out that loan. Is that what you meant to say, or is that a misstatement?
That's a misstatement, I'm sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. That had my...
So just so I'm clear, because I brought the other question, does that mean that we are paying for work? We got paid, this work was done in 16-17. The check came in 17-18. So that's what we're doing. We're not.
Yes, we're trying to recognize revenue when it was earned in the prior fiscal year.
So,
And
Mr.
one
Lutz,
more-
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, one more question. Why are we, so we're settling up with the books, I get that. Why is this not part of the final agenda item?
I think it was put in separate because we've been developing this to do this closeout for much longer than when we got to the closeout piece, knowing that we had a structural problem. In retrospect, it absolutely could have been rolled into it because it is another piece of closing items.
Okay.
So the $500,000 that Mr. Krovitz was speaking of was just to demonstrate that we've already made claims for fiscal year 17-18 in a way to get ahead of, so that we're not at a deficit at the end of next fiscal year. We're making structural changes to improve the operation. So he was assuring you of that.
Is that your program, or are you responsible for that?
I am responsible.
Immediate supervision of that program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess that's a good way to put it.
Thank you, C.A. Lutz, for your explanation. It keeps me from talking to you offline about it. So thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Krovitz? No further comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McManus, you raised up. Would you like to make a comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Stopper. Uh-oh, he's got his computer.
Well, I got to be able to read it to get it right, you know? Don't want to stumble and say something needs to be washed. Financing part of this. Board authorization is requested for the temporary loan in the amount of $384,482.57 from the General Fund 1010 and to the Transit Service Fund 1021 to provide a short-term loan to cover transit operating costs in fiscal year 16-17. Staff expects the entire loan amount of $384,432.57 will be received by the end of September 2017. Of the $384,000, I'm just going to skip the exact numbers real quick. Transit has already received, leaving a balance of another $241,000 yet to be received. Following the receipt of these payments, the general fund will be reimbursed to the full plus interest at the pool money rate. What's the interest? If COG does not approve the location of staff, and I'm not going to go over all these acronyms, and Caltrans does not provide reimbursement for the FTA programs, the general fund will be responsible for the unfunded transit costs, and loan will become a general fund contribution to transit. 1010 is a broad general fund number. What is that coming out of the excise taxes line item? Where's this loan coming from? Where are the full terms of this loan? This is definitely something we need to do to properly finance public works as they move forward. So in no way am I arguing about this. I just want clarity on it. Interest, which line item is it coming from? Is it excise tax? What's the interest rate? Will further down the road, how many more departments are going to ask for this type of loan and disbursement? Thank you, gentlemen.
CAO Lutz.
That's a really good question because I think it does bear clarification. There are two types, when we refer to general funds, there are really two types that we're talking about. That's our operating budget. When we, within the fiscal year, make technical adjustments, we're moving money from within what is appropriated within the general fund from one unit to another. We have the county, and that's the treasurer's duties, is to maintain the county's investment pool. And that's a pool of cash that obviously is well beyond our annual operating budget of general fund use. So it's that pool of cash that really is what we're talking about here. This is a loan from our treasury pool of non-discretionary revenues that we can use for non-discretionary purposes. So it's a general fund, but it's not something that's in our current budget. So the reason we pay interest on it, are you timing me? I'm done. So the reason we pay interest on it is it's basically an opportunity lost that if it were within the normal investment pool that the treasurer has invested with with the other securities, instead being used to backfill revenue that we're anticipating. That's why there's an interest charge to it. Does that help kind of clarify the differentiation? Okay.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Bill McManus. It seems like for all the years that I've been following public transit, there's always a problem. There always has to be an infusion of money. There's always bad ideas that are tried that remain to be bad ideas, and they have bad results. We've heard recently that public transit cannot make their 10% fare box recovery. I think we still have routes in this county where it costs $71 per person each way from San Andreas to West Point. At what point do we stop the bleeding on public transit? And now that they seem to be operating like this, the county is one of those payday loan kind of operations where give us the money that we didn't have last year, we promise to give it to you next year, but is there any hope that they're going to have more money next year because they didn't make enough last year? And I guess my final question is there any compelling reason, is there any law, is there any direction that we have to have public transit, and at what cost? Or do we start scaling back on public transit to the more profitable routes, even though it wouldn't be as convenient, it wouldn't cost so much money because it seems to be kind of a black hole for providing services. I've been on public transit. I use it once in a while. It's a lonely trip. I'm usually the only one on the bus. And we have big buses. So maybe this whole thing needs to be refigured and looked at again to see what's the true cost, what's the true need, and is there a better way of providing it? For that service going up to West Point, actually, you'd be better off hiring a cab or just buying a limousine and picking up a few people and giving them a ride. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? Supervisor Mills? Okay. I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Second by Supervisor Supervisor Garamendi, who forgot to turn on his mic. No further public comment? All in favor indicate by, I'm sorry, Mr. Fry, did you want to speak to this? Okay. I'm just, eyes like an eagle here.
Just adjusting myself in my chair.
Okay. I would, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Madam Clerk, we made our deadline of 12 o'clock.
So we will reconvene at 2?
We're going to reconvene at 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient. We ran just a little bit over on our closed session. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, no reportable action was taken. Item 2, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, title, Public Works Director, no reportable action was taken. Item 25, Community Development Block Grant. 1, conduct a public hearing for the purpose of soliciting citizens' views regarding the potential submission of a special wildlife disaster recovery community development block grant application in the amount of $2,808,000 for tree removal, watershed restoration, tree planting, and road repairs within the Butte Fire disaster area, and to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to submit the application to the state.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
May I interrupt you for a moment? We're going to open the public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
You're going.
Sorry, a little too quick. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services Agency. Terry Cox is with me of Cox Consulting, who will be conducting conducting the public hearing on our behalf.
Good afternoon. Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. Now, what you have before you is a new variation on the Community Development Block Grant Program. Now, I know some of you are familiar with the program, some may not be. This is a pass-through from HUD to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. They do have an annual offering of, it's about $25 million a year at the moment. For which cities and counties that are smaller, in the case of a county it's less than 200,000, in the case of a city it's less than 50,000 in population, those entities can compete for funds in an array of activities like housing and public works, community facilities, public services, economic development, and planning. So every once in a while they have an unusual notice of funding availability, a NOFA. And in the case of the application before you, this NOFA was specifically to address the fires in Lake and Calaveras County. So there was a set aside of funds just for these two counties. It was $10 million, and it was split between the two jurisdictions based on the number of residences that burned in each place. So the amount that is requested in this grant application, the $2.8 million, is the set aside for Calaveras County based on that arithmetic. So working with your Public Works Director and actually a number of other staff members from the county, we went back and forth with the state from the point at which this NOFA was released, which was nearly a year ago, trying to find a project that the county needed that worked within the criteria that the state set forth. So what turned out to be eligible was to augment activities that the county is already doing with other funding sources like FEMA. So working on the watershed restoration, on removal of dead trees, but in this case this is on private property rather than public property or property adjacent to public infrastructure like the money that you had from FEMA. So it's filling in that gap. We will be able to do a minor amount of county road repair, which the state doesn't particularly like, but is an eligible activity. And we will do tree planting to augment the watershed restoration. So all of these activities are similar to what you're already doing. It augments the funds that you have and will allow you to work on private property where you're not currently allowed to do that. Now, the administration of the program is sort of a work in progress. This is an unusual program for the state, so they don't really have a template for exactly what they expect which is part of the reason why it took us so long to get a type of project that they would approve. But we will work out the details of the administration with the state once an award is made. So I think the breakdown of funds that you have in your staff memo, it's roughly 40% for tree removal, or $1,038,960 for watershed restoration. It's about 25%, which is $649,350. Same for tree planting. Road repair is $259,740, and then the remainder is administration at $210,600. So with that, it's estimated that you'll be able to remove at least 700 fire-killed trees, and these are all going to be within 300 feet of residences. So it's going to be focused specifically on ones that present a hazard to residential property. Anticipating approximately 3 trees per household, that would be 233 households. You will be able to do 200 acres of damaged watershed using mulching and hydroseeding at a maximum of 5,000 per property. That's 114 properties. 1,000 trees planted to go along with the watershed activity, and then will be a small number of roads that they will be able to address, thinking specifically of ones that need to be repaired in order to get into do the other activities, or ones that are damaged by the activities that you're proposing, or for roads that have no other public access. So I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Questions? Supervisor Garamendi.
Terry, thank you so much for working on this grant, and thanks for all the Public Works and HHS for working on it too. I know this was a very special grant, and there was some real gymnastics to try to figure out how everything fit together. I know it's not, I want to make sure that it doesn't, as far as I remember, it won't impact all the burn area, but rather a specific census tract that we were able to figure out how to put into this package. Is that?
Actually, we were able to get the state to give on that item.
Great.
So we will be able to work generally within the entire disaster area.
Great. And we also spoke about possibly, once we move to the administrative phase and get to that, possibly a way to work with our RCD, Resource Conservation District, to help them with this meaty project as well. They could help us with the work, and we could help them get their feet under it themselves.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sure. I do have a sign-in sheet, a voluntary sheet for anybody that's attending this public hearing.
Further questions?
So as this sheet goes around, if everybody could, if you are willing to sign it, please.
Yeah, anybody who would like to is optional.
I do have a question. Who's going to be administering this grant? Under what control? And what office?
Well, all of your community development block grant activities run through the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay.
Now, of course, in a project like this, you would be working closely with your Public Works Director.
Okay. And Public Works is geared up to handle this type of operation?
Well,
amongst other things that they're handling?
Yeah, like we discussed, the exact form of the administration you will be able to develop once you've got your award. And it's the county's option whether you want to hire staff, whether you want to hire a subrecipient like the RCD, a combination of the two. It's kind of up to you how you do it.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Madam Clerk?
I just wanted to say, you're not required to sign that sign-in sheet. If you would like to sign it, you can. It is not required, just so you know.
Just say no.
Just say no if you don't want to.
Supervisor Mills.
I had to wave my wand.
Sorry.
Ms. Cox, we're getting giddy. That sugar must have really got to some people. Regarding the CDBGs, which we've had different types of those grants in the county over the years, is there a specific timeline that we have to complete these projects?
The typical contract term for a community development block grant is about 2.5 years from the contract date. Now, This can vary somewhat depending on when they actually issue a contract. Sometimes the start date is 6 months before you actually get the contract, but figuring 2.5 years is the norm.
And some of them are to help with local matches, so to speak. I remember the Valencia Sewer Project where there was a CDBG that made up a local match for a project.
This does happen at times, yes.
And that's, I just wanted to be sure that was on the table. Everybody understood there was a local match.
Not in this particular case.
Okay.
The only required match in state CDBG at the current time is for planning grants, and that's like 5% of whatever the request is. So this project has no local match required.
And we will have administrative fees on top of that we'll be able to plug into this.
Well, it's part of the 2.8
Part of it,
million.
yes. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Further questions presented by the board? Seeing none, open for public comment.
Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I just have a question on CDBG, whatever, grants. Sometimes there's strings attached that we would need to know about ahead of time because sometimes there's requirements that come to us that maybe we really didn't want to be a part of. So I was just curious if this grant has any of those kinds of housing strings attached. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Mr. Snowden, go ahead.
Steve Snowden. I walked in a little late on this, and I'm sorry. But if these are grants for the tree removal and what have you, I live in Murphy's and on a 2 dead-end long skunk ranch in Pin Gulch, and both of those creeks are just inundated with overgrowth, and to me they create quite a fire hazard and a health hazard as they lean and they fall over when we get snow. And I just wondered if they ever had any grants for that type of stuff to clear out the debris and overgrowth in those creeks and areas that present a hazard to the health. Okay. I'm dealing with that as I go through with my lot split. And it's true. I mean, they're continuing to build houses up there because they had their APN and they were allowed to. And it just seems to me it's going to be a death trap if it ever goes up. And I just am concerned is all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Then we'll close public comment, and maybe we can address the questions brought up during public comment.
Okay, regarding the first question about strings, okay, well, as you all know, anytime you're dealing with state or federal funds, there are always overlay requirements that I suppose some people would label as strings, such as prevailing wages for construction. For environmental, you have the National Environmental Policy Act. You know, there's a whole series of things that are a standard part of federal programs and community development block grants in particular. Regarding housing, the county is required to advocate for fair housing. You know, you have to have a process for housing complaints, for promoting fair housing, that sort of thing, but there is no specific requirement that you build housing that's related to this, so I'm not sure whether that answers that question or not. Regarding the second question, under CDBG, many things are eligible. You know, a whole array of activities are eligible. Under the state program, because it is a competitive program, it's a pretty narrow swath that are competitive and fundable. So that sort of activity probably would not be. And actually what you're proposing under this particular application would normally not be fundable under CDBG either. It's just that it is a special NOFA that is addressed at disasters. And that's the reason that you're able to do this.
These are federal or state grants?
It's HUD money that passes through to the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you. Further public comment? Then we're going to close the hearing and bring it back to the board to deliberate. Any comments by the board members? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
I'm just going to make a motion. I thought you were getting ready to cue it up.
You're getting in my head. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi. Second by Supervisor Clapp. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
So just,
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 5-minute break real quick to allow planning department to set up. I can't read sign language. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting again. If anybody's out in the foyer, they may want to come in. Madam Clerk.
my mic. Item 26 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of real property in Calaveras County from rural residential, RR5, to residential agriculture, RA, for Jed Richardson.
Mr. Maurer. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is a continued hearing from July. As you may recall, there was a 2-2 vote. First to deny the request because it takes 3 votes to take a positive action on something. That it was the decision of the board to continue this to a point where the full board could be here. You did receive a memorandum from me earlier this week. Because of that, we would recommend that you reopen the public hearing to consider this additional information. This was based on some of the questions and requests that the board had at the last hearing on some additional details surrounding this request. If you reopen the public hearing, which we recommend that you do, I would limit the public testimony to those items that were added to by the memo. There are copies of the memo sitting up here on the podium for members of the public. We don't really have any additional information or any additional, I'll let everyone grab a copy of that first. So this is just additional background information, again, responding to some of the questions that were posed to staff at the last hearing. So with that, if you have any questions, particularly on any of the issues that we raised, I guess first decide whether or not to reopen the public hearing on this.
I'll open the public hearing. We have everybody present and everybody settled down.
Do we have a little more time to read this?
Sure. 3 to 5 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, I can expand, I think, except Indian Meadows subdivision. My name's Lynn Ringham.
We haven't got public comment yet, sir. Hi, Lynn. How are you?
You'll let me know.
I'll let you know.
I'll be right over there.
Gotcha.
Mr. Maurer can explain the
so I'll just briefly go over some of the details of it. There was a request to have a little background on the history of the subdivision. It was the Indian Meadow subdivision. It was originally 10-acre parcels. I think there were 7 parcels, 6 of which were 10. There was a 20-acre parcel in there. That was recorded in 1979. Following that, within a short time period, a couple of years later, 1 or 2 owners applied for a rezone and parcel maps to further subdivide those into 5-acre parcels. Somewhere during that process, the board directed staff to include the entire subdivision as a part of the rezoning. And so the whole subdivision was rezoned to RR5. Subsequently, other parcel maps further subdivided those, so the entire subdivision became 5-acre parcels. There was a question regarding the level of service on Michael and Cave City Road. Public Works responded to our inquiry and said that both roads are currently operating at LOSB, and the proposed project, the proposed rezone, would not reduce that level of service. As far as the differences between the rural residential and residential agricultural districts, the principal difference is that the more commercial aspects of agricultural use, having a tasting room, ranch, or the activities associated with farming, more commercial activities associated with farming would be permitted. Events up to 12 per year allowed by right. Beyond that, require either an administrative use permit or a special use permit, where they're not permitted in the RR zone. So those are primary differences between the RR and the RA, would be the sort of associated activities related to agricultural. And finally, there were some questions about wells and groundwater. And the area is defined as having high groundwater potential, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you drill a well anywhere up in the fractured rock system that you're going to come up with a gusher. You come up dry in one location, and 100 yards away have a 10-gallon-a-minute well. It's very difficult to, in fact, it's impossible to analyze the effect of a well on adjacent wells in a fractured rock system, because you just don't know the interconnection between those fracture zones and whether or not one well affects another. So there's really no ability for us to analyze the potential for impacts to wells from agricultural activities. But again, remember that the same level of agricultural activity from a farming perspective is allowed in both the RR and the RA zone, despite the purpose statement that is in each one. If you go through the list of permitted uses, the same agricultural activities are allowed in both zones. So while the RR zone purpose statement says it's intended to provide lands for personal ranches in which residential use is the primary land use, to permit small-scale farming primarily for personal use and not as a primary use of the property. While the RA zone says that there's equal emphasis is assigned to residential and agricultural use, and it's to provide lands for small-scale and personal-scale farming and ranching, as well as larger residential parcels. So there's a difference in the purpose statement. Unfortunately, other than those few allowed uses in the RA zone related to wineries and special events, the list of permitted uses are more or less the same.
Excuse me. Counsel, this submission of information or evidence, if you will, can be considered by the board at this time. This is a continuation of a hearing, is that correct?
Under the rules and procedures, Rule 21, if staff recommends that new evidence or communication comes in between the closing of the prior hearing and, for instance, today's hearing, they can recommend to the board to reopen the hearing so that new evidence or new communication would come into the record for the board to consider in rendering its decision. As you've heard, Mr. Maurer is recommending that the board reopen the public hearing to consider this evidence. I would just note that the rules and procedures do require it for the board as a body to concur, not just the board chair. So if the board does in fact want to reopen or concur with Mr. Mauer's recommendation to reopen the hearing, the board as a whole should state that.
Thank you, counsel. That was for clarity. Can we accomplish that by vote or by poll?
Poll is sufficient.
Okay. Before we proceed, I'd like to poll the board whether or not to consider this information presented by Mr. Mauer. Supervisor Platt?
I would be for, as long as the chair keeps it to just what's new. I don't want to start rehashing what we already heard the last time. So I would want to be very narrow.
Okay. Thank you for your recommendation. Supervisor Mills?
Yes, and I think that's the intent too, is to only talk about and deal with the new information.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Tofinelli?
I agree.
Supervisor Garamendi? I agree. I also, as board chair, agree. Thank you, counsel. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Mauer. Do you have further?
No, maybe just to be clearer on the differences between the RA and the R zone, the agricultural uses. Under the permitted use section of the RA, the ones that are different are greenhouse, wholesale, retail nursery, on-farm sales, roadside stand, produce stand, tasting room, and U-pick operations. Those are the uses that are allowed in the RA zone that are not allowed in the RR zone. There are a few others, but I think as it relates to the agricultural pursuits that are allowed in the zone. Otherwise, the agricultural operations is a permitted use in the RA zone. It's the same agricultural operations in the RR zone. So farming activities such as raising animals, growing fruit, nut crops, truck farms, those kind of things are permitted uses in both zones.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. Can you use tenant housing in that? Farm housing, however you want to suggest it?
I don't think that we allow ag employee housing in either zone by right. They require either administrative use permit or a conditional use permit to peruse the. I don't see it in either zone, so it's not something we allow.
Further questions of Mr. Mauer by the board? Supervisor Tofinelli?
Mr. Mauer, I have a copy of the Title 17.
Sir, can I ask you to speak into the mic?
Title
Thank
17 here in front of me. And I have RA under 17.20.020, permitted uses. It says the following uses are permitted in the RA zone. Single-family dwelling, 1 permitted, general plan density. B, accepted farming practices. C, commercial agriculture. D, accepted timber practices. F, commercial greenhouse and a wholesale nursery. I go over to our zone under 17.22.020, permitted uses. None of those show as permitted uses in the RR zone. However, it does say that under conditional uses, commercial agriculture. So under the explanation of the purpose of the zoning, it says to permit small-scale farming primarily for personal use. And if you want to do any commercial, you must go before the Planning Commission and this board to get a conditional use permit to do that. And that's the difference that we have here between RR and RA, as far as what I'm saying, because you're not allowed a commercial operation in an RR zone.
I think we are looking at 2 different versions of the code. There have been a number of amendments over the years, because I have the one most recent that I printed off the internet today. That's the Muni Code. What's the date on the version that you have there?
2000?
Because it was amended in 2005, and there were amendments in 2000 as well as in 2005. And I think you are looking at an older version of the code
So
there?
you're telling me that this was in 2005?
I know there were some significant amendments made to the agricultural zones and rural residential zones to look at accessory agricultural activities. It was before I got here. I don't know the exact date. I'm assuming that was the 2005 amendments, because what you were reading there is not what is in the current code.
Well, let me ask you this then. In RA, does it have commercial agriculture as a permitted use?
The term commercial agriculture is not listed in either zone. That was a term that I think was changed during those code amendments to agricultural operations, and there was another term that was used in the updates to the code a decade or so ago that modified our ordinance to allow more. I think it was primarily in response to the wine grape industry and winery industry that amendments were made that accommodated more of those uses in both the RR and the RA zone, for better or worse. Unfortunately, the term commercial agriculture is still defined in the code in the definition section. It wasn't taken out of there. They added the new definitions, and they didn't really change the purpose statement that I could tell, but they did change the whole list of uses was changed fairly dramatically, and I believe that happened in 2005.
So you're saying that any type of agriculture is permitted in an RR zone at any scale? If you own a 5-acre lot, you can turn the whole 5-acre lot into, as long as you have a house on it, commercial industry?
That's the way I would read the code, because the term agricultural operations is a very broad category of uses, and I can pull it up on the computer here and identify what that is in a moment. But both RR and RA allow agricultural operations as a use permitted by right, and we do not issue any kind of permits for that. There's no building permit required. There's no grading permit required for agricultural operations, because they're exempt from the grading permit process. So someone could plant a vineyard or an orchard or raise chickens or cows up to the point of it being a nuisance in either zone without any approval from the county in any way.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, Mr. Mauer, do you agree that the site development standards for the RR zone and the RA zone are the same? I can give you the Muni Code section. I have it here. I took the time to compare these two sections, and I'm speaking to something that's concerning me is maximum density, maximum lot coverage. Subsection C of 17 point, whose phone? 17.22.070 is the RR zone, and in subsection B it talks about maximum density, but in section C it says maximum lot coverage. And both the RR and the RA zones say the same thing here.
Okay.
I wouldn't ask the question if I didn't have the answer, right? My concern is maximum lot coverage 25%. That's the density that is being requested in our codes. What does that really mean in terms of what we can do with that property?
Lot coverage is the amount of area covered by buildings.
By buildings.
In the code.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with how intense we can use the rest of the property. It's only by how much of dwellings or other accessory buildings are on that site?
That's the footprint of the foundations of structures, I think is what the exact definition is.
Okay.
Which on a parcel the size of Mr. Richardson's would be approximately 140,000 square feet.
Because our code doesn't lead into this discussion on site development by saying anything about buildings. So I can't jump to a conclusion that
That's true. You'd have to go.
It's only about
You'd
buildings.
have to go through the definitions to see what each one says.
Yeah, I can't jump to the conclusion it's only about buildings because it doesn't so state in the code. That is my point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Done?
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi, do you have comments?
I don't have any questions. I like the deliberations.
Okay. Mr. Mauer, do you have further on your initial presentation?
Just in response, I was able to pull up the definition of lot coverage. Lot coverage means the percent of lot area overcovered by a building footprint. That's the definition of lot coverage.
It's where in the code?
1706-1150 in the definition section.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further, sir?
No.
Here, right now, we'll hear from the applicant. Mr. Richardson, do you wish to address?
Yes, I do.
Jed Richardson, owner of Cave City Vineyards. I guess I'm a little unclear as to, we will only speak to items in this related to the additional evidence? Or may I say anything?
Has it been presented before, sir?
Has some of what I was going to say was presented before. I could leave that out.
Okay, we're looking at new information.
Okay.
As a continuance, so.
Okay.
You may speak to those issues.
Okay, great. So this is a little bit difficult because I just read this, but my application for rezoning, I choose not to withdraw that or change it at this point because even though the current use does appear to be permitted under RR zoning, it still limits me as to what I could do in the future and how I could use my property. It's been shown by the planning department that my property is suitable for rezoning to RA, which would allow me to have on-site sales of vegetables, a roadside stand, and if I choose in the future, a small winery. The wine industry is a very important business for this company. The executive director of the Wine Alliance will be speaking to you next week about that subject. And I don't think we should do anything which hinders an important industry within this county. It's a site that has been there as a vineyard for 17 years. I have received no complaints until now. And I think that my use is consistent with the general plan and what we'd like to see in this county in the future as far as small wineries or small businesses related to vegetables. You've received a number of letters from my neighbors, including Alan Sender, who has immediately adjoining me, who fully supports this, and a number of winery owners. I have copies of all those, but you can look through your emails and read those if you want. But there's a number of winery owners who support this, I believe 5 or 6. So I think that this is important commerce for the small community of Mountain Ranch. It's something that we desperately need in this county. It's something that is totally consistent with land use, and it's something that I think is generally supported by the public, no matter what their opinions on other subjects. So I would urge you to approve this rezoning to allow for the further expansion of the wine industry in this county. Thank you.
Okay. Questions of the applicant by board or staff? Seeing none, we'll open to public comment.
George Fry. First question I have is, it was a 2-2 vote, which makes it a denial, and it's now come back. I'm curious to know the two people that voted in favor of it and the two people that voted not in favor of it that are on the board.
George?
Counsel?
George?
That's public comment, George. We'll have to address that if we wish to when we get done with public comment, but we'll record your question.
Well, okay. How many acres are we talking about? I don't have the original.
We'll record that after
Pardon me?
public. We'll record your question, and we'll answer that after public comment.
Oh, okay. And it was mentioned that it was Michael Road. Is there another road? I heard, is there another road involved in it? So those are my three questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Rolanda DeRozier Lewis. I have the property on the corner of Adobe Gulch and Cave City Roads. There's one parcel between us and the applicant. My parents built this home 25 years ago. I'm the person who submitted the only letter that came in included in your board packet. Unfortunately, I had only heard that 30 minutes prior. My mother handed it to me, and so it was a quick deal, and I didn't look at your application. But after further looking at the application, I fully intended to appear at the July 25th board, but I am my mother's sole caregiver, and her health issues prevented me from attending. I'll address the items that we're allowed today. We currently have 2 wells on the property. Within a year after the vineyard was put in, the first well went dry. Grapes need water continually throughout the year to even prevent freezing, so there's never a time they don't get watered. Especially if you have young plants, to prevent shock, they're continuously watered. So I would love to have green fields for my horses for pasture, but we have nothing for irrigation. With the additional plants, I expect more wells will go dry. In 2014, California passed the water bond. This provided billions of dollars in water improvement and infrastructure expenditures for sustainable groundwater management. Monies went to local agencies to do so. Plans were supposed to be implemented. This was presented to the board in November 2014. After 5 years of drought, one good winter, management of groundwater still remains a priority. Children's safety, this will be a part of the traffic. I'll combine it. What you see on the very first page are the 2 bus stops on the road that we're talking about on Cave City. As a retired school superintendent, I would be seriously concerned about the safety of my students on Cave City Road. One, there are 2 buses stops on Cave City 1. One is adjacent to our property, which is Adobe Gulch in Cave City. The other is right on the corner. The applicant's property is right in between. Secondly, Cave City is a frequent field trip attraction for many school districts in our area. It only takes one under the influence driver to end a young life. I would find that unconscionable. Cave City is a very narrow road, and you will see several pictures of the road that's quite different than what was in the packet. Cave City is a very narrow road that does not lend itself to high traffic for harvesting grapes or providing a tasting room. There's virtually no parking on the property, which would require visitors to park alongside the road, which is currently prohibited. However, there's so many other violations right now existing on the property. Who would enforce parking violations? In conclusion, I've listed 3 concerns, or actually 2 concerns about rezoning the property listed. As Mr. Garamendi stated about the applicant, he has a right to grow what he wants for his personal use. But all due respect, Mr. Garamendi, we have a right to a certain quality of life, and this applicant doesn't have a right to take it away. I sincerely request that this board carefully consider the rights of everyone in this community, not just the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Lynn Ringette. I'm a 40-year resident. I'm Lynn Ringette. I'm a 40-year resident of Mountain Ranch. And I think we've been throwing a real curveball by being forced to address these issues. Even the board itself had questions as to what the meaning of the content was. Most of these folks have been here all day. They've been here at previous encounters, hadn't had an opportunity to peruse this. The real issue, as I see it, isn't so much Mr. Richardson's organic tomatoes, but rather the pot grow. And the allowing of an expansion of his operation, it just sets a precedent for other growers, legal or otherwise, to look to the Butte Fire Area, District 2, as a approved growing zone for marijuana. This isn't what I intended to address right now. What I was really going to look to was the impact of marijuana in general on the area, the level of debris that we see along roadways, the bad neighbors that these individuals make. Every one of us here can bring horror stories about having to deal with these growers who come from out of the area with no commitment or to our community beyond financial gain. They're not here to make this a better place. They pollute our roadways. They litter our roadways. I have a grow that has to cross an easement to get to my property. I have to deal with tremendous amounts of commercial traffic that overburden my road. They damage my property. They leave my gates open, allowing my livestock to get out of the road. You go into Mountain Ranch, the Sender's Market, you see these people idly standing around. They have aggressive dogs. I've seen them urinate in the parking lot, these growers, with the car door open because they can't be bothered to find a restroom. When you see them in groups, these individuals are purposely aggressive toward the locals. They're rude. A good neighbor of ours, a good neighbor of Mr. Richardson, Tony Moons, moved 2 months ago. He was surrounded on three sides by growers. The noise of their activities, the indifference that they showed to him wasn't even the factor. The lights from their operation was so bright at night that it actually shadowed his house and he couldn't sleep. So he's had to move to Angels Camp. You'll hear stories like that from all of these folks. And that's the issue that really needed to be addressed. I can tell you from personal experience, I've been a peace officer largely in this county for well over 32 years. If you count my part-time, almost 40. I've been a deputy probation officer for juveniles, for adults, 26 years as a state parole agent in this area. Last 4 years, I've served our court services as a part-time deputy sheriff. I see juveniles come into that court on a regular basis where marijuana is a contributing factor to their juvenile delinquency. Now, they have no problem at all getting hold of marijuana now. And you can only imagine with the expansion and allowed expansion of the grows in this community, we aren't just accepting that as some type of something that we have to tolerate its existence. No, we accept it, we endorse it, and that is not the message you want to give to the children of this county. So that's the problem with Mr. Richardson. He doesn't fall into that category. I understand that. But again, it's an incremental step. Allowing him to expand his operation allows others to do the same thing. They look to that as a precedent. And my fear is District 2 becomes the marijuana growing zone for Calaveras. I relinquish my time.
Thank you, sir.
Bill McManus. As we look back on this thing and forward with some of this new information, I think what's been forgotten in the mix is, and I think the gentleman just brought it up, this has a marijuana grow on his property as well. But before we get into that, in talking to some of the neighbors that live adjacent to this property, we started talking about the concept of a subdivision. And a subdivision is a covenant that's made with people who buy property in that subdivision.
Excuse me, Mr. McManus. Ladies and gentlemen, please show some courtesy to our speakers. If you need to have a conversation, I'd request you take it out in the foyer. Thank you. Mr. McManus, you can have your time back.
Thank you. Now, if I get my thought back, I'd be in good shape. Anyway, when we were talking about subdivisions, property, large pieces of property are subdivided into smaller pieces. Whether there's HOA or CC&Rs, it doesn't really make too much difference. When that property is being sold, the realtor will represent it as being zoned in a certain way. And that's why you buy the property. And usually the realtor will also tell you it's going to take a lot to change that zoning. So that becomes the covenant. That's why people buy it. They don't want to buy RR and end up with commercial property or 24-hour truck washes. They want RR land to live on. In this case, we're taking RR land, which by the appellate's own admission has been illegally growing vegetables on the property. Doesn't have a permit to do that. He has vineyards on the property. Well, maybe that's okay. He has a marijuana grow on the property. And he's also stated that from time to time, a frequency of maybe 12 times a year, which is once a month, wants to have special events on this property, which means we're going to have a miniature ironstone in the middle of a residential neighborhood. That is not what these people signed up for when they bought the property. It's intellectually dishonest to say that you're just trying to change your farming habits or the way you want to grow crops or whatever you want to do. The appellate at the last meeting told us, I don't want to grow marijuana anymore. I want to grow organic vegetables. I want to grow grapes. I want to make wine. When we asked him about the marijuana crop, he said, well, I really don't want to grow it anymore, but it's going to take me 2-3 months to get rid of it. Now, is that considered a self-abatement, or is that considered a harvest? How much honesty is really is involved in this? If you change the zoning, and even if they have to get a conditional use permit, what do the homeowners do if they want to oppose that? Do they have to pay a fee? Do they have to appeal it? How hard is it for them to stop it once you let someone start doing it by goofing around with their zoning? The zoning was set a certain way for a reason. If it was appropriate to have shopping centers and car washes and everything else in this area, there would have been land set aside for that. There wasn't. This is for people to live in their homes, to have a quiet lifestyle, a lifestyle they've worked all their life for in many cases. I have a letter, I don't know if you want to hear it or not, from the property owner, and I'm not going to say the names, but it expresses the kind of feeling that they have. We are old. We were always law-abiding, raised that way. Not old, law-abiding, I presume. I can't get over this attitude that if you were illegally growing before, you should be okay to grow commercially now. It's fine to work on changing the law, but not following the law when it gets in your way financially is wrong. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if I can say this word, a scufflaw, because I think it's an old-timey word. I think it means rascals or something like that. Shouldn't be allowed to profit from their illegal, unpermitted behavior. But then we're old. That was from the resident. And she's concerned, and her husband's concerned about their lifestyle. And what the fight will continue for them to preserve their lifestyle if you allow more activities to be dumped in there where they have to fight them, even if it's conditional. So they're asking that you reject this. And they're hoping that the marijuana grow goes away. And that we're not going to be a miniature ironstone next door to them.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
First off, let me state my name. I'm the person that believes that we should look to the supervisor that the project's in for direction. This is one day I may come to you and ask you for a favor. That day may never come. My concerns with this project are that rural residential and residential agriculture and the difference here, and what is allowed in rural agriculture as opposed to rural residential, and that is that it's a tasting room. A tasting room that you can just go in and get a permit for. It's not going to have any concerns of meeting the standards that the neighbors might have for their neighborhood. And we have a similar case in the Dollar General store, in which the neighbors, well, Valley Springs and Railroad Flat, have decided that in West Point, in the Dollar General store, we have to look at the entire project, what is allowed on that property, not just that we're changing the zoning, but what the project may be on that property. And we have to have that fully vetted. So that is one of my concerns. You have another tasting room in there, or you used to have, I think it's shut down now, Malvino. And he had to go through a process that was much different. And if you notice outside of his property, it has a sidewalk, because it was a far different situation, but he had to meet certain standards. And this is not going to have to meet any standards. It's just going to be, you can just go in and get that permit for that tasting room. That is my concern. As far as public safety, in West Point, the Dollar General store, they're claiming the children are going to walk to it. I'm not sure if people are going to be walking to a tasting room. I don't think that is the case. Then, in fact, I hope it is not the case here. So my concern is that this has not been fully vetted. It should take about 18 months to get to change zoning or split a piece of property that's allowable, because we have to take everything into consideration. We have to take the entire project, and we're going to be hearing that before the Planning Commission on Thursday. I do not want to be there. So unless you're going to behave in a manner that I consider repugnant and hold people to different standards, you're going to have to take this as an entire project. You may have to send it back to the Planning Commission for them to hold some public hearings in Mountain Ranch, not here. With 2 minutes to go, I like to take all my time because I pay property taxes here, and I like to get all my money's worth. The inside joke that I have, I really do support this project. I just don't support the way that we're unevenly moving forward with these things. The inside joke is I've known Jed Richardson since he was a tall white man. It has to do with somebody that showed up in his place one day when he was putting in the vineyard. And I had a business up and down California that put in vineyards. Andy Beckstoffer up there in Napa set me up because I was out on a piece of property in Mendocino County that I owned, and I was installing my own vineyard. And he says, well, we have to install a vineyard over here. Why don't you do it for us? And then he told his cohorts, and pretty soon I had 93 employees and responsibility. I particularly don't like responsibility, but that's as long as I've known Mr. Richardson. And he's a fine man. I do support his project, but we have to be even-handed in how we do this. And I think everybody would agree to that we're not being even-handed. So, with either send it back to the Planning Commission, or vote it down now and make him resubmit his application, and get some further direction from the Planning Commission how they want to proceed. Thank you very much, and
thank you.
It's good seeing you. I hope you like the beard. We're working on it. We're working on it. You might not see it some other time, but we're working.
Good afternoon, Board. Chris Metz. Calaveras County should support its right to farm. Mr. Richardson's property has been an active vineyard for over 17 years. As time has gone on, he's increased his production, and the zoning RA is more appropriate than RR. As a small business owner and resident of District 2, I would enjoy the ability to taste wine produced locally. If Mr. Richardson would like to install a tasting room, he would be required to have that RA zoning. The time that I've known Mr. Richardson, I found him to be an upstanding citizen, nothing but kind and generous. So I'll be brief today. I would urge you to accept his request for rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Gary Lewis, Mountain Ranch, District 2. My wife previously presented some concerns that she has. In the packet of photographs you have, I will be addressing those as well. I am curious and somewhat troubled as to how we got to this point regarding this issue in the first place. This application is in fact being submitted more than a decade following the continuing development of this land and is prima facie evidence from the more than 85+% of arable land that's under cultivation. These plantings are clearly visible in the aerial photographs that are in that packet, which I am disappointed to note that no one from any of the county's regulatory agencies, including the planning department, has apparently either failed to notice or enforce the obvious violation of the county's own zoning codes for either the RA or an RA use. As stated clearly in the definitions for each of these designations, specifically now for RA, for which the application is desired, RA provides for equal emphasis allowed for residential and agricultural use, as well as larger residential parcels. The current 85+% agricultural use is exceeding the equal emphasis clause. And clearly, more than 3 times the allowable 25% for agricultural use. As to why the application is now being submitted so many years after the property was turned into a significant commercial agricultural enterprise, was addressed by the applicant that he, and I'm quoting from the record of the July 25th meeting, was told by someone in the planning department that he could just go ahead, end quote, with his plans. So, who is this mysterious someone in the planning department that provided such inaccurate advice? I submit that any responsible applicant would and should seek the advice of the local planning department prior to engaging in such an ambitious enterprise. The applicant stated that he is a real estate agent. Being such, as his license requires, he should have known he received erroneous information and should have sought further advice or a second opinion, thus avoiding the possibility of receiving a cease and desist order from the county and the subsequent related costs. But go ahead he did, much to the detriment of his neighbor's quality of life. Further into this section, I am troubled to find the often used ubiquitous phrase, I quote, in response to questions asked in the applicant, less than significant. Apparently the Planning Commission has determined that the adverse effects resulting from this application being forwarded is less than significant. Just how was this conclusion drawn? There is already a noted significant increase in traffic, noted due to the growers, helpers, and buyers traversing these narrow roads. The adverse impact of the recent allowance of legal and illegal grows is already evident and is in fact more than significant. In my observation, the report by the Planning Department and the summary has been apparently crafted to favor the applicant, while rural residential community of the Indian Meadow subdivision has therefore not been studied, researched, or analyzed. I would request this board not approve the application in consideration of the neighboring properties and not reward the applicant by approving his application when it should have been done in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our rules are that you can speak only once on an agendized item. Let me explain. You can only speak once on an agendized item. You can speak multiple times on multiple items. Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. There appears to be a lot of confusion on zoning. Earlier when I heard Dollar General brought up in West Point, they are asking for a property split. They aren't asking to change the zoning. There was originally commercial zoning there, and then they're asking to do something that doesn't take permitted. It's a permitted use on that. Now, Peter did earlier explain also that since 2005, the use that's on the property is permitted in the code within our general plan. It doesn't match 2000, it matches 2005. To move further on, there are tests. Now, when we have people next door that claim their well is dry because of what's going on in their property next door. This is a hard issue within our county because we're working within a fractured rock system. So, it can be different 100 feet away, and it could be the same 200 feet around that 100 feet because we don't know which course that fractured rock goes. But there are legitimate tests where people could prove this. And when you make an accusation, I think you bear the burden of proof to show that someone else is affecting your water flow. So at that point, a recovery test is a controlled field experiment for an end of a pumping test, constant rate or step down or drawdown, residual drawdown. To go on further, there is a time when you turn off your pump, and then the well does come back up. These are tests that we do through the districts to test our wells and what we're doing to the surrounding aquifers. So at this point, I believe anybody making an accusation on your property that you're taking their water bears the burden of proof, not the other way around. He doesn't have to prove that he's not doing it to you. You're making the accusation. I just would like you all to take that into consideration as you move forward.
Thank you, sir.
Good day, gentlemen. My name's Lou Bumpus. I live in Mountain Ranch. First off, I looked up the definition of developed land on the internet, and it says agricultural land. 25% of a building, 25% of your land usage of 5 acres, that would be 1.25 acres of buildings according to the planning department. That would be considered an industrial park. That doesn't make sense. A greenhouse in rural residential is required to have a conditional use permit, and I never got a letter once about a conditional use permit, which that's what a conditional use permit is notifying the neighbors. Never got one. There's 5 greenhouses there. One of those greenhouses was harvested in the middle of July, and they just replanted that 2 weeks ago. So this is just having an ongoing marijuana situation going in and out of this greenhouse. In the rural agriculture section, a greenhouse is allowed on 20 acres or more. This is the current code of this county, June 15th, 2017. I got it off the Calaveras Gov website. So the land section, whatever. There's 2 other people. Only other thing to say is there's 2 other people who are my neighbors on the agenda today for their marijuana grows who are on the other side of me. And if it's okay for one guy to break violations, well, why are they getting penalized? And I don't know any of these people. I'm not in favor of any of them. I'm just asking this question. And one other thing I'd like to direct to the planning department here. Your little thing that says here, agriculture, however, agricultural operations are listed as a permitted use in the RR zone with no requirement to establish a residence on the property. That's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Brown. I live in Mountain Ranch. I'm Jed's direct neighbor. Bought my house from him approximately 10 years ago, 11 years ago. You know, I'm hearing what everybody is talking about and the nuisance of his grow, and I can't honestly speak to say that I know that he has or has not broken any code violations. What I do know is I probably have one of the largest property lines against Jed. I am fortunate I have not run out of water, and I have not had any issues other than replacing a well pump, which I certainly can't attribute to that happening for Jed. I do know that when I first met Jed, I believe he's a very intelligent man, retired engineer. He's very highly organized and thinks things through very carefully, and he has never been a nuisance to me. He's always been supportive and helpful to me. I tend to believe Jed when he says he's not going to create a nuisance. He is going to continue to be professional, and he does want to expand the vision of his property. And I believe me, I love my neighbors, and I certainly want to maintain a good relationship with them. I am just speaking on behalf of Jed because he has been a good neighbor to me. As far as I'm indifferent about pot growing. I do know that I think most of the traffic on the street is due to the many grows that are way past our houses. Unfortunately, there are a number of growing cars on the street that do speed. I can't say that I can attribute that to Jed, especially based on where his property is located. And I do know that he does grow, and I will say that everybody has been very respectful, and I never hear a commotion, never have had an issue. So with that being said, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much.
I grew up in a mountain county, and water rights was a big issue. And if your water disappears at the same time somebody plants a vineyard, I would say that that is a good indication that the person who lost their water was affected by the person who started watering a lot of grapes. And it's really unfair for people to have their home and some water so they can live there and then have that taken away. Water is the best commodity that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reed Larson, Mountain Ranch. I'm the cannabis cultivation registrant at 7653 Cave City Road. Furthermore, I'm a community member and a property owner. I was here before the land rush, and I'll be here after the land rush. As I stated at Mr. Richardson's previous hearing, I won't be cultivating cannabis there after this year. So please, let's leave cannabis out of this decision. So this is a pretty straightforward land use request. There's a trust factory across from Mr. Richardson's property. There's multiple businesses down the road from Mr. Richardson's property. A small vineyard, organic vegetable production, and/or small winery hardly compares in terms of traffic and resources. As Planning Director Mr. Maurer stated, Mr. Richardson is growing grapes and organic vegetables in accordance with the zoning, so claims of illegal cultivation are absurd. Please, let's support a community member, great neighbor, and a friend trying to make a living on their property. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Kim Bumpus, Mountain Ranch, District 2. Those comparisons to the neighbors across are not part of our subdivision. I keep hearing comparisons to, those are much larger parcels of land and can probably support more water usage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board. Trevor Woodkey, District 2, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. A couple issues I'd like to bring up. I'd like to remind everyone this is not a cannabis appeal. This is a application for rezoning. Cannabis
sorry, what? Excuse me. All right. Supervisor Clapp, I'll be paying attention to that.
Am I allowed to continue discussing?
As long as
this
you're
issue?
staying on the topic of new information. And keep it on the actual agenda item.
Okay, I would just like to point out that nothing was said by anyone about the previous speakers who got up and spoke only about cannabis. So, moving forward, I would like to point out that there's a procedural issue here. Limiting this hearing to a document which the applicant only just received at the start of the hearing seems prejudicial against the applicant. It also, limiting me and my ability to speak also seems prejudicial against my ability to speak on this issue when other people have been allowed to speak on this issue without having their time interrupted. Secondarily, this is a non-controversial land issue, land use decision. There is no history of complaints on this property, so all of these people who are coming up and complaining about their neighbor, and the history of cultivation on his property, which they continually characterize as illegal, never took the time to make these complaints over the preceding decades that this property has been under cultivation, and this land use characteristic has been the character under which it has been used. It would seem that if this were creating the problems that everybody is saying that it's creating, these issues would have been brought up previously. Furthermore, I sent an email to all of the board supervisors. I'd like to read some of that email into the record. I would like the board to know that there's another similar rezoning request that will be submitted by a winery owner looking to rezone his RR property to RA for an existing vineyard and tasting room under construction in Murphy's. There are also many existing vineyards and wineries that currently located in RR zoning, which would more appropriately be rezoned. Your decision with regard to Mr. Richardson's case will set a significant precedent on future decisions regarding land use issues in the county and will affect the success of the vitally important wine industry. It is important that the county treat everyone who comes before them equally under the law. Mr. Richardson is only trying to do the right thing here. Now, again, I would say that to the extent that cannabis is not the issue here, that should apply to everyone who is engaging in deliberations. Cannabis is not the issue. This is purely a land use zoning issue, and that should be the focus of deliberations of everyone involved.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir, before we start, how many more public speakers do we have? Please raise your hand. One. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Jason Campbell, District 5. I have a couple points to make here. First, I'll write off this letter that we received earlier today. It says, it was the determination of Public Works that the change in the zoning would not significantly increase traffic or require any mitigation measures. And so we also heard from Reed just a few minutes ago stating that he does not plan on cultivating there next year. So if anything, I would think that there would be potential for a reduction in traffic. Also, if you do not believe what Reed is saying, because a lot of people tend to think that growers don't tell the truth, Mr. Richardson is the one who has ultimate power over that decision. It's his land. He can terminate cultivation there at any time he chooses. Also, it may not be everyone's American dream, but I'm sure that there's a lot of us that have the American dream of acquire a piece of property, work said piece of property, and make a living, make it pay for itself. Some other things. Also, a quote from the sheriff. Legal growers are not the ones causing the problems. I'd like to repeat that. Quote from the sheriff. Legal growers are not the ones causing the problem. This isn't a cannabis issue. Everyone wants to make it a cannabis issue. Like it's been stated before, there's been no previous complaints until now. And all those complaints now are derived from the fact that there is a cannabis grow there. And that should not be taken into consideration due to the information that we've received that is going to be terminated this season. So, as stated before, simple land use issue. I don't think that it should be. It's the same case of squash all new business in this county. There's anti-growth in this county, and I think that has a big deal about what's going on here. I just don't think that this is right. He hasn't caused any problems. He's a respectable citizen. He's environmentally responsible, professional. I honestly would like to see this approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? I know there we go.
Jennifer Smith, Calaveras County resident. One of my big concerns is that I tried to get my property rezoned and was told at the planning department, don't even bother. You've got a cannabis grow. This is not about cannabis. This is about land use. We're being held hostage by this pending general plan. We've got commercial activity that can't come into this county because there's no appropriate zoning. So I took a minute and I looked up what Jed's property zoning would be under the new proposed general plan. That new proposed zoning is rural transitional. And directly from that definition it says, typical activities include small farming, dairy farms, vineyards, vegetable farms, chicken egg operations, orchards, tree farms, and animals for personal or small-scale commercial use. This parcel currently consists of a vineyard and vegetable farm. Jed is getting ahead of the curve. He knows that that's where his property is going, that's where his property should be, and I encourage this board to honor the future that we're trying to get in this county with an appropriate general plan and honor the decisions made by the previous commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public speakers? Seeing none, we're going to take a 10-minute break, give our staff a chance. We'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll reconvene. Is there any further public speakers? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. And prior to doing that, I personally have to make a disclosure. I'd like to disclose that I viewed the video of the public hearing held on July 25th in its entirety. I was not present for that meeting. I was on county business out of state. I fully reviewed all the evidence presented at that meeting by viewing the video twice. Further, the public should be aware that generally when a public hearing has been closed, which it was on the 25th, no further comments or evidence are received at that subsequent meetings unless it's recommended by the public hearing to be reopened. And that's what we did earlier. We did that by the poll of the board. If there's any question about that, I'd be happy to address that after we complete this agenda item or at the end of the meeting. Okay. Seeing public comments are closed at this time, Mr. Maurer, do you have any comments to make?
During the break, Supervisor Toffenelli pointed out to me that the code clearly requires a conditional use permit for a greenhouse in the RR and requires one in the RA zone if you have less than 20 acres. It is a use permitted by right for a greenhouse for properties over 20 acres. So I just wanted to make that clarification that we do have a situation here where the greenhouse is technically unauthorized, and unless a use permit was taken out when you built that I'm not aware of, that would be out of compliance. we would go through our normal code compliance process to address that. I just want to bring that out as a point of clarification. Thank you, Mr. Toffenelli, for bringing that to my attention.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to give the applicant a chance to respond.
So I'd like to take this opportunity to respond to some of the objections made. So we have already established that I am not growing anything illegally on the property. Per the existing code, I have been growing grapes and vegetables totally to code. The cannabis grow that Reed operates, that I lease the property to, is fully registered and compliant. And I'd also like to say that additional uses afforded by the RA zoning, there's been some objections to like a tasting room. I have no plans for a tasting room. I'm trying to simply do the right thing and get the right zoning for what's on the property right now. If I were to do an expansion of a tasting room or a winery, that would have to be before the building department for review. And if there are other issues regarding the land and where I want to put those things and traffic, all that would be addressed at that point. So you should not deny this based on a hypothetical future use that would require review anyway. Okay, Mr. Lewis is concerned about the scale of my vineyard as being more than 25% of the land use, and I think we've established that that only applies to buildings. Obviously, agriculture is a very intensive and costly venture, and the profit margins are very slim. To tell a farmer he can't use his land for farming would not be appropriate. As far as the hoop houses, all the cannabis hoop houses are permitted. 2 of the hoop houses are used for vegetables. I did get those permitted this year, and with temporary permits. And so all the structures, all the hoop houses are currently permitted. Let's see, water use. Water is, of course, a very important thing in our community, and I have a deep well. It draws, it was rated at 75 gallons a minute when I drilled it in 1999, and I use a very small fraction of the water that well can produce. It was 75 gallons a minute. I pump at 15 to 20 gallons a minute at night using drip irrigation on timers. Traffic will not increase. I'm not proposing anything different. The water use is not going to increase. The traffic is not going to increase. If I expand things, yes, maybe the traffic would increase if I had a small winery for employees, but it's not going to be appreciable. I mean, down the street, there's school buses going up and down the street all day long, taking kids to the California Caverns. There's a trucker who has a yard down the street, and his trucks are going up and down the street all day long. The truss factory, Sender's Truss Factory, is across the street. So, you know, to characterize this as a small residential neighborhood, I think would be wrong. It's a mixed-use neighborhood. And this is totally consistent with the use of my neighbors, the Senders, and the Dodges, who were here last time with objections. Their property is zoned RA, and they're directly across the street from me. I mean, it seems inconsistent that they would object to such zoning based on traffic when they have the same zoning themselves. So I would implore you to do the right thing here. I'm just trying to do the right thing as well and approve my rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sure.
Sure. Supervisor Tofinelli?
You talked about the greenhouses. You got a temporary use permit?
I did not. Cannabis hoop houses are allowed by a permitted process, a special permitting process. So I went in there, and I wasn't aware that I needed a conditional use permit for my vegetable greenhouses, and I was told, well,
that's fine. You made a statement, though, that the two you got a temporary permit for them when you were standing up speaking.
Yes, and I just gave that.
So my question was,
yeah, so
there would be a conditional use permit that you would need.
I'm sorry?
You would need a conditional use permit for the greenhouses.
If that's what it takes, then will certainly pursue that, yeah. But I was given a temporary permit for those vegetable greenhouses. Vegetable greenhouses, at least one of them was paid by the USDA for local food production. So I'm happy to get a permit for it if necessary. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Richardson, I have a question. You obtained
So I obtained
temporary
a
permits
hoop
for
house
food
permit,
production?
but they are hoop houses.
Let me finish my question.
Sure, I'm sorry.
As I understand it, you obtained temporary use permits for food production.
Yes.
From where?
From the county. No, not for food production, for the hoop houses.
For the hoop houses? For
Yeah,
growing
that I
vegetables?
grow my vegetables in, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mauer, do we have any recollection of that or any verification of that?
Oh, I don't know the specifics of his site regarding that. When we realized that these hoop houses created a problem from the building department, the building department developed standards for the type of permit that would be required for the hoop houses. Some of them are very temporary in nature. They're made of PVC piping. They're probably only going to be good for one season. Others are much more permanent. So there's a three-tiered process that the building department developed for the type of permit necessary based on the construction type, the size, and the potential for hazards associated with the construction. It sounds as if the type of hoop house that Mr. Richardson received permits for was for the more temporary type. I don't remember the exact amount of time, but there was a time frame that was allowed for those to stand under those permits the building department issued.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that I did that in order also to get engineering drawings for those. In the past, it's never been an issue of growing vegetables in hoop houses. Now that there's new regulations regarding cannabis growing in hoop houses, it's spilled over into other types of agriculture. And so I obtained a temporary permit. I've since gotten engineered plans for all those drawings, and I can certainly permit them as permanent structures at this point.
Okay. Mr. Richardson, how many total acres do you have?
I have a little under 13 acres.
13 acres?
Yes, yes.
How much of that is under cultivation for grapes?
There is 7 acres of vineyards, and the hoop houses, the vegetable hoop houses, are 30 by 72. There's 2 of those. And then the cannabis area is 6,000 square feet.
Thank you. Mr. Mauer, do we have any record of any reported violations regarding Mr. Richardson's operation for the last 17 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do we need to check with code compliance, or is that pretty accurate information?
I don't know that it's necessary to check with code. I think if we had known of violations, that would have been brought out when we circulated the zone change application to all the affected departments. Typically, we are notified by the building department if there are outstanding code violations if we have an application of this nature. So I would say it's probably very unlikely that there is an outstanding code violation.
Thank you.
The only thing I was aware of is there was, when they came out to inspect the cannabis, there was, the well hadn't had its final testing done. So I had subsequently had that done.
Mr. Mauer, do you have any historical knowledge of the previous winery, McBamia, mentioned in public comments?
I'm not aware of that winery.
I know a little bit about that, if you'd like.
How about letting me know?
Okay. I don't claim to know the entire knowledge about it, but this is Rocco Malvini's winery, which is located, at the time, I believe it was actually in the M24 subdivision, and but he fronted Sheep Ranch Road, and I believe he had to do some additional permitting and maybe even withdraw from the subdivision in order to convert it to a winery. But he had to withdraw from the subdivision because it was a subdivision with homeowners association. The association did not allow commercial ventures.
Thank you.
Sure. And then I know there's a number of wineries and vineyards also in the Bar 20 subdivision, and that is zoned RR. So.
Mr. Mauer, do we have any history of any conditional use permits issued for tasting rooms on winery land? Is it required?
It varies. I'm sure in the past, historically, we had requirements for conditional use permit for wineries or tasting rooms in various zones. Since I've been here, the ordinance was changed sometime before that provided a much more liberal approach to what the wine industry and tasting facilities on RA zoned land. There have not been any in my tenure here for a tasting room that I'm aware of. I can't think of any in the last 3.5 years.
Thank you.
And I would also say it wouldn't be a viable commercial venture for me to have a tasting room on the location in Mountain Ranch. I mean, any tasting room in the county that hasn't been on downtown Main Street and Murphy's or very close has failed. And it would definitely not be a very good venture. I'm sorry, there's some down in Copper. But Mountain Ranch would not be the prime location for a tasting room, for the parents of the kids going to the cave. Oh yeah, I could just imagine all my friends coming in and drinking wine and never buying anything. Yeah, sorry.
One more question, sir.
Yes, sir.
I did review the tapes on the 25th meeting, and I did take away from that you are ceasing your marijuana operations.
I am, yes. My growers decided, for reasons of his own, I mean, primarily economic, based on the indecision of the county on which way to go on this, to cease his operation. He doesn't want to invest any more money. So I'm fine with that. I have no intention of attempting to lease it to anybody else or growing myself. That's even not allowed, I don't think, under the current urgency ordinance. No, it's not going to be grown on.
Mr. Mauer, is there any procedure for allowing a conditional zone change?
Not really. There isn't anything necessarily illegal about it, but it does raise the issue of fairness. It's a legislative act. What we sometimes refer to as contract zoning or conditional zoning would end up creating a difference between other properties that are similarly zoned. And there is, I don't know, maybe there's a legal term there that Megan can help me with, but it's certainly frowned upon in county and city government to sort of treat, so you might have multiple properties all in the same zone, but there are certain conditions that are added. One is difficult to impose because this is something that runs with the land. If you have a use permit or a map where they have to validate that permit or record a final map, that you check those conditions to make sure they're satisfied before you actually issue the permit. In this case, 5 years, 10 years down the line, someone's going to look at a piece of property and say, oh, it's zoned, whatever the zoning might be, if it were approved RA. No way to really track the fact that there would be some type of limitation on that. So we certainly do not recommend it. I don't think there's anything necessarily illegal about it, but I would strongly recommend against contract zoning or conditional zoning. It just becomes very, very difficult over the long term to track that and find out what those conditions might have been imposed. As long as Mr. Richardson owns it, it'd be fine. But remember, the zoning is not just what he wants to do. It's any of the uses that are allowed within that zone would be appropriate for that site. And so even though we might have a very specific proposal at one point in time, when you're rezoning property, you have to look at the full range of uses that are allowed and determine, is it appropriate for that location given the topography, neighboring land uses, access, utilities, all those things that we consider when zoning property.
My recollection of viewing the tapes on the visuals, that there is some RA zoning in this general area. That is correct?
Yes, there are several parcels either adjacent or nearby that are zoned RA.
Do you have any knowledge of when that zoning was changed to RA from RR?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay. That's questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Any questions of Mr. Richardson by the board? By staff? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This time, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Any comments? Mr. Mills.
First of all, to understand the RA zone has, under Muni Code, that's where I'm looking on it, was an equal emphasis between agriculture and residential. It says the RA zone is intended to be a district in which an equal emphasis is assigned to residential and agricultural uses. That means that they cannot, one cannot overpower the other in what I see here. That's really not where the problem is. In my view, if we're going to apply zoning equally and the board makes a decision to allow the change, I have to look at that zoning map and say, what is the filed subdivision map? That did not include the AP zone to the west. It did not include the RA zone to the south. It only included those parcels in that filed subdivision map. Now let's think for a moment. Let's not put this in Mountain Ranch. Let's put this in Saddle Creek. Let's put this in Greenhorn Creek. Let's put this in any other subdivision in Calaveras County and say, if we do it here, we can do it anywhere. That's a precedent, and that's a concern. I want to go back and just remind everyone that when they're looking at a land use designation and a general plan, it is not a zone. So zoning is different from land use designations. And right now, when we look at this, I want to just remind everyone to look at the filed subdivision map and do not focus on anything outside of that subdivision map, because what you're affecting is you're affecting the financial status of everyone within that filed subdivision map by any decision you make within the realm of that boundary. That, to me, is the key point here. It isn't about what's being grown. It's not about what kind of water's being pulled. It's about the rest of that area is RR. And that means that the primary emphasis under 17.22 is to be residential first and all other uses secondary. When I look at this picture, this photo that these folks have given us, I don't see that. I don't see 17.22 being applied. I see 17.20 to some degree here, but really is it? I think it goes beyond what we consider equal use. And for now, that would be the limit of my conversation on it, is that I would be concerned about setting a precedent whereby I would be forced to allow this into a filed subdivision in District 4 and, in essence, upset the entire apple cart of some very, very nice subdivisions.
Thank you. Further comments? Where's the Garamendi?
Did you want to make something?
You go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to say what a lot of people have said here. This is not about cannabis. This is not, although a lot of the comments and complaints are about cannabis, that is not the issue that we're talking about here today. I have a feeling that if Mr. Richardson could go back in time, he would probably not have even filed, because he has the right to do what he's doing right now, planting grapes. I've gotten letters from some of the best wineries in this county saying that he is a great grape grower, and they would love more of his product. So in my mind, this is really about ability of person to have the right to do what they can do on their land. It's about business. It's about small businesses. It's about the rural culture of our community. We are still an agricultural production county. People still own land, they work land, and they make a living off the land. That is a big part of who we are. We did it with gold, we did it with timber, and we're doing it with grapes now. If this was in Murphy's, I don't think we'd have the same conversation. But it's in a very politically hot spot right now because of cannabis. I'm actually starting a small journal of things that I hear that I just have to remember. I've never heard anybody say somebody's illegally growing vegetables. Mr. Richardson is growing vegetables that are sold in the local grocery store at Cinders. Alan wrote a letter and called and said these are important products for him. The wineries are calling and saying it's important products. People need to have the ability to work their land and make a living. That is a part of not just our county culture, but our national culture. I don't know Mr. Richardson very well. I've met him several times during the campaign. He's been very active in the community. But I have been a member of the Boy Scouts of America for over 40 years. I'm an Eagle Scout. And I do recognize when I see somebody who holds the distinction of having a Silver Beaver Award, which is the highest honor the Boy Scouts of America give for volunteer service. That means a lot to people who are in Boy Scouts. That's something, that's a mark, a badge that we recognize. So while I don't know Mr. Richards very well, I will say that other people who do have given him the highest honor for an organization that I feel very strongly about, the Boy Scouts of America. I encourage this board to think about this exactly as we've got in front of us. This is a land use issue. It seems like we are searching for reasons to keep a person from having a business on their property and making a living. We should be promoting business in our community. This board majority has voted, has through a poll and direction to staff, decided to ban cannabis in this county. People who own this land need to have other alternatives. Grapes don't seem to be offensive to people. I understand the concerns about the water, but there's no, and I get it. I've got wells that go dry as well, but there's no evidence that says that there's a cause and effect for this situation. I understand the issue about school buses, but school buses go up the road every day to Big Trees Park and through Murphy's, which has lots of wine tasting rooms. Mr. Richardson said he's not going to do a wine tasting room. If he wants to, we need more businesses in our community that bring tourists to us. Supervisor Tofinelli suggested we give he was clearly joking, but a nice spot to stop off for the parents who are taking their kids up to the caves. But that was funny, but we need more businesses. So I would urge this board to support agriculture in our community and support and uphold this 5-0 ruling from our planning commission. I think we all agree are thoughtful people who sent this to us for our approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments by the board? Supervisor Tofinelli.
Yeah, I'll chime in here. And to answer George's question that never got answered, it really wasn't a 2-2 vote for 2 for and 2 against. There was a motion made, and the motion was voted, and it was a 2-2 on a motion. So there was and that was the motion to deny. There was no motion to approve. So it really wasn't 2 for and 2 against. And I was one that voted not for the motion. And the reasons I had for doing so was, one, I didn't like the presentation that was given by planning, and I had other questions they couldn't answer. And I wanted to do some investigating myself and some research myself on the issue before I decided on it. And I've done that. And to be fair to everybody in here, the issue is not what is being grown on his property in any way for me. That's not an issue. The issue, I'm sure, is not an issue. I'm sure Mr. Richardson is a great grower of crops on anything he does. He's an outstanding individual in the community. He's a great guy. I don't know him, but I've heard and had many emails concerning that. That's not an issue here. That's not what's before us. What before us is the issue, is Dennis, Supervisor Mills touched on it, is what we do here today will affect down the line. If we make a decision to allow a subdivision, a lot in a subdivision to be rezoned, we're opening the door to a lot. And that's the situation here that is before us. The subdivision is within itself. All these other lots that are RA or whatever they are surrounding them is irrelevant. They're not part of the subdivision. The subdivision was formed in 1979, and they were RR10s. A year later, they were down to, they came before the board, and several of the owners wanted to subdivide. They were divided down to RR5s, and all of the lots were changed to RR5s at that time. You know, I just don't, I can't see, if this lot wasn't within a subdivision, if it was one of the other lots and he came in and he wanted to change the zoning and he wasn't connected any way to any of these other lots to a subdivision, it wouldn't be an issue. It really would not be an issue regardless of anything that he's growing on there, if he's permitted to do so. It's the fact that I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are listening to what's going on right now on this issue that are part of subdivisions that would stream in here wanting to change to all different types of things, and they could go back and reflect on what we've done here and use it as leverage to us to go with what they want to do. And that's the real problem, is the precedents we're setting here if we allow this to happen, and that's the issue that's before us.
Thank you, Supervisor. No. Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah. If the board did this, I'd be the first one down here tomorrow to rezone my property, because I have a 5 acres piece now that has commercial next to it and across the street. So I would rezone my property instantly. And that's not, but I'm in a subdivision. I have 7 other lots in my subdivision. I would rezone, I have property up in Circle 20s. I have 20 acres there that I was going to put a winery in back in the mid-70s. I would rezone that from RR to RA, because RA is a better zoning. I'm disturbed on the planning department. I was sitting here one time for an hour and a half on what the definition of a batch plan is. There seems to be a lot of work at the planning department to change the definitions of words, and total indifference to communities that are subdivisions, totally. And I'm disturbed by that. I mean, that's the reason I'm sitting here right to this day. I was upset about it, and I ran for office because they were trying to put an asphalt plant in my neighborhood, which is the highest density area in Calaveras County, because of a definition of what a batch plan is. Now, that's disturbing to me. And my whole thing is preserve our neighborhoods, because if we don't preserve our neighborhoods, we might as well just pack up and leave, because that's the reason I'm here. And so I think you guys pretty much know where my position is.
Further comments? I also have an issue with land use, and I also have an issue with the subdivisions. But that's why we have procedures. Things change. We can't operate with what happened in 1979. We've seen that already in this particular case. and I respect Supervisor Clapp's comments about maintaining the lifestyle that we all thought we had when we moved into this county. But things change. Our job is to make sure that we make the best decision for the county as a whole. And when it comes to the rights of the individuals in this county, I pay very close attention to that on both sides of an argument. With that, I would entertain a motion on this agenda item.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of real property in Calaveras County for rural residential, R5 to residential agriculture, RA for Jed Richardson.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I hear a second? I'll second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Indicate by saying no. No. Motion is defeated. 2-3.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion then to deny this zoning change.
Motion by Supervisor Mills to deny the building change, is that correct? Zoning change, okay. Second by Supervisor Clapp. Any public comment? I'll hear your point of order, sir.
I would like to submit this information. This is what I was going to speak to earlier, but I wasn't allowed to use my public comment because apparently cannabis wasn't the issue. These are communications between members of this board, ex parte communications between members of this board with members of the public regarding Jed Richardson's appeal. This is not okay. It is not okay for people of this board to be conversing with Bill McManus about Jed's pending appeal. And these emails clearly indicate that.
Madam Clerk, could you provide that to council, please?
For the record, I just want to clarify, this is not an appeal hearing. This is a legislative hearing for a rezone, just so everyone is clear. As to the motion, I wanted to get clarification on the motion because in the agenda packet, there was an ordinance proposing the approval of the rezone. So if the motion is to deny it, I would just like clarification on directing staff to draft a resolution supporting that denial, and whether you want staff to take a break and do that now, or whether you would direct staff to bring it back at the next board meeting.
Take a break
Supervisor
now.
Mills?
I'd prefer to take a break now so we can...
I'm going to pull the board on this. Supervisor Mills, you want to take a break and do it now?
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
What exactly are we doing? We're trying to amend. We need a motion to not adopt this, and then that adopted just got it voted down. Are we being redundant?
No, the motion that is currently in front of the board is to deny the request for the rezone, and there is not a resolution that is drafted based on the record in front of this board that would support the denial at this point. So I would be asking if the board would be directing staff to draft that to accompany this motion.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Fry.
Wouldn't that need to be an agendized item? To have a new item?
It's the same item. It's whether it's to approve or not approve the rezone.
Do you understand, Supervisor? I do. Garamendi? I'll hear the first point of order.
Sure. I want to understand that the resolution for today was to adopt approval. Is that correct? Okay, so that's the reason why they're requesting the resolution for denial. All right.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McManus, if you'll take the podium, please. I'll hear your point of order.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I object to being called out in an open session by another citizen attempting to create some sort of Perry Mason moment when you're getting ready to vote. And what rights do I have to understand this alleged PRA that indicates some sort of improper communication between me and someone else? I have not seen that communication. I am not aware of it. I don't know what supervisor he's talking about. But I think it's improper for my name to be brought up in a board meeting when you're in the process of voting, and for someone to accuse me of something that might buy them some favorable comments from you or actions. So I don't know what legal remedies I have. I don't know how I need to treat this, but I'm outraged that that information was allowed to come out in that manner, and I want to get to the bottom of it and find out what's going on. That's my point of order. Thank you for hearing it.
Your objection is noted. We're not going to discuss this, ladies and gentlemen. If it's a point of order, I'll hear your point of order as far as to the procedure of this board. I don't even want to look at this just yet.
It's to the procedural moment that you're moving forward to. I think there's a little inaccuracy in the residential area that was not referred to. There's no CCNRs for this area that you're putting into, and it was brought up by Mr. Clapp on the right that he wanted to change his and his thing.
All right.
And
Ladies and gentlemen,
there's CCNRs
ladies and gentlemen, I will
in
clear
that
this chamber
Rancho
in 10
Calaveras
seconds.
area that say you cannot do anything other than rural residential.
Mr.
So
Stopper?
it's to the order.
I'll hear your point of order, but it's not going to be an issue for discussion or argument by the gallery.
So it applies to what your new resolution goes towards. You're moving towards doing a resolution to deny on the basis that it's within a community. That community or that subdivision. That subdivision has no CCNRs that say that you cannot change to a different land use. The ones that were brought up by Mr. Clapp in Rancho Calaveras have strictly in their CCNRs that you cannot change to anything other than rural residential. So this is how the law and land use things apply, set before you.
I'd like to set the record correct. Mr. He's misleading. I brought 3 incidents up. One was on Country View, which has no CCs and Rs, and that's the one I would bring in for the commercial. So that has no CCs and Rs.
Is that a subdivision?
It sure is. And I'm not going to argue with my vote. I vote how I wish
One-on-one
to.
conversation.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stopper. Thank you, Supervisor Clapp. I don't even think we consider that information at this point. We have a motion on the table. The motion is actually made and seconded. Oh, I'm sorry. We took a poll. All right. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute, 15-minute, 20-minute. Well, let's talk to staff. They're doing it. You got 15 minutes, okay? 15-minute break, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Before we start, I want to make sure everybody understands. Okay, I'll start over. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're ready to proceed, but before we do, I want to make sure everybody understands how we are going to proceed. There will not be any outbursts, nor will there be any one-to-one contact with any board member. If it gets out of order, please be aware I will have this chambers cleared. You can continue hearing from the foyer. If anybody doesn't understand that, let me know now. Thank you. As we left, I understand there is a motion and seconded on the table. Council did respond and initiate a draft of the motion to be heard and voted on. Is there any public comment on the motion?
I'd
No
like
public comment? We'll bring it back. No public comment.
I'd like to call a point of order.
I'll hear your point of order, sir.
Okay. It's my understanding when additional evidence is presented in a hearing that regarding land use and zoning, that if it wasn't considered previously, then it should, the item to be considered should go back to the planning department. And I am respectfully requesting that at this time.
Council, comment?
Are you referring to the appeal process in our code, or and if not, are you, what new evidence are you referring to that needs to be considered by the Planning Commission?
I'm referring to the evidence submitted today by the planning department in the form of this document.
Certainly, that would be in the board's discretion to do. However, considering the Planning Commission recommended approval, any additional information that would be rendered by that for their consideration, their recommendation is approval. So it would either bolster another recommendation for approval or do something which would actually be contrary to the applicant.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that since the decision was primarily made based on the fact that the land in question here was subdivided in the past, that it needs better, it needs to be considered more within the Planning Commission and by the board possibly because of the future implications of that action of saying that you can never rezone a property which exists in a property that was subdivided, commonly called a subdivision. When many of these properties were subdivided, it was not, they're only called a subdivision because they had to go on a subdivision map. And the rural character was preserved. The decision wasn't necessarily made for high-density housing or anything, or the exclusion of agriculture. So I'm afraid that we're setting a precedent here today that's going to affect land use for quite a bit in the future. And I think it bears consideration by further consideration and possibly hearings and discussion on whether this is the precedent that the board should set and the county would like to see. And therefore, I think it bears further investigation by the Planning Commission as to the implications of this decision on future business and future rezoning issues within the county. I am aware of a number of rezoning issues coming up subsequent to mine. They're very similar. And obviously, it's something that's going to affect the livelihood of a number of businesses.
Point of order, please.
I'm through.
We'll take your point of order in a moment. Council.
A rezone is a legislative act. The board certainly has discretion if you would like additional input by the Planning Commission as to your decision related to rezoning properties that were within a subdivision map. That is certainly within your discretion. Because it is a legislative action, there is a wide range of discretion that this board has. So I would defer to this board as to whether you would like to solicit additional input and recommendations from the Planning Commission that you didn't feel, if you didn't feel that they considered the first time that this application was submitted to them for their recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I'll hear your point of order.
Mr. Chair, I am absolutely outraged at the proceedings right now. For someone to stand up and raise a point of order and then go on and introduce new testimony, new evidence, without it being challenged, that's not what a point of order is for. It's a procedural matter. Right now, coming up in front of the Planning Commission on Thursday is the first reconsideration. When they pull these tricks and gimmicks to try to get it back to the Planning Commission and start the whole process over again and get another 6 or 8 weeks of time to do whatever they want via a point of order, via new information. It's outrageous that they would do this. And it's outrageous that someone on this board, in charge of the board, will allow that to go on, because that's new information. It's not a procedure. Should have been gone straight to county council for a ruling on all this new information being introduced during a point of order. Thank you.
I would just like to clarify for the record that county council does not make rulings. That is the chair's discretion to make rulings on procedural outcomes and recommendations procedurally, just for the record.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may chime in.
Mr. Mauer?
As Ms. Stedfeld points out, the decision today is a legislative act to rezone property, a wide variety of issues and considerations that need to be looked at when determining whether or not a piece of property is appropriate for a specific zoning. While there are similar situations that could occur in the future, rezoning a piece of property or not rezoning a piece of property does not set a precedent. You have to look at each one individually. And even though another parcel may be within a subdivision, it may be appropriate to rezone it for a variety of reasons unique to that specific location. So you may find in the future, or a future board may find in the future, that it is inappropriate to rezone a property because it is in a subdivision. But the fact that you did not approve this one because it is in a subdivision does not necessarily mean you may not approve some future application. You have to look at each application individually on its merits and decide accordingly. So it is certainly within your discretion to refer this back to the commission if you so desire, but I do not believe that acting on this one today sets a precedent that requires the board to deny all future rezones that happen to be located in a subdivision.
Thank you, sir. I will poll the board and determine what the desire of the board is regarding sending this back.
Before we poll, Chair, there is a motion on the table with a
I
second.
understand. Okay. But we will deal with that motion first, then we'll have a poll of the board to see if this is going to be sent back to the Planning Commission.
I'm not withdrawing my second.
I'm sorry.
I'm not withdrawing my second.
No one's requesting you to. So, we have a motion on the table. We have a second. We have a draft from council on a resolution.
Did you want me to read the resolution into the record?
Yes.
A resolution denying a zoning amendment 2017-006 from rural residential to residential agriculture for Jed Richardson. Whereas the Planning Department of the County of Calaveras received an application from Jed Richardson requesting a zoning amendment from rural residential to residential agriculture, and whereas the Planning Commission considered the rezone application on May 25th, 2017, and recommended approval of the rezone application, and whereas the Board of Supervisors held a noticed public hearing on July 25th, 2017, which was continued to August 8th, 2017, and again to August 22nd, 2017, in order for the full board to hear the rezone application, and Whereas the Board of Supervisors considered all of the evidence and testimony presented during each of the public hearings, including staff reports and a subsequent staff memo, and now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors hereby denies the zoning amendment 2017-006 based on the following findings. 1. The disapproval of the requested zoning amendment is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Evidence. Pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080B5, provides a statutory exemption for projects which a public agency rejects or disapproves. Because the Board of Supervisors has rejected the request for a zoning amendment, its action is exempt from CEQA. 2, the rejection of proposed zoning amendment is consistent with the general plan. Evidence, the parcel's current zoning of rural residential is consistent with the parcel's general plan residential center land use designation. 3, the proposed zoning amendment is inconsistent with the character of the area and neighborhood created by the Indian Hills subdivision and runs counter to the manner in which it has been developing over time. Evidence. Since the Indian Hills subdivision was originally approved and recorded in 1979, its density has significantly increased, resulting in an increasingly more residential than commercial character. Initially, the subdivision consisted solely of parcels 10 acres or more in size. A year later, 4 5 acres were approved, and the Board of Supervisors changed the zoning of the entire subdivision from RR10 to RR5, doubling its density and suggesting that the board sought to incentivize residential development in the neighborhood. All parcels originally created by the Indian Hills subdivision and subsequent parcel maps are zoned RR. Changing the zoning of the subject parcel to one that allows more commercial uses of the property runs counter to the county's prior decisions to increase the density and residential character of the neighborhood. These additional uses allowed in an RA zone, which include on-farm sales, more intensive retail trade, and up to 12 special events per year, could draw significantly more commercial activity onto the parcel than exists currently.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any further questions by the board? No public comment? We have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Say no. No. Motion carries 3-2. Now let's address the point of orders and the Planning Commission issue. We're going to be polling the board to see if this issue does go back to the Planning Commission as recommended or stated by Mr. Maurer. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's moot at this point. You've already acted on it, so there'd be no point to referring it back.
It's mute at this point, counsel? Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Point of order. So, I believe, yes, if you say it's moot, but when you previously stated that you would consider by point of order, and now it has not been considered, it's just been dismissed without being considered by the board. So I feel that the decision on whether it should have gone back to the Planning Commission should have occurred prior to the vote on this.
Chair, I can explain. It was, again, as explained by council, it was a legislative act, and there was no reason to move it back to the Planning Commission. And there was a motion.
One at a time, gentlemen. Go ahead. Microphone.
first place, there was a motion for a vote, and the only way that could happen, I would have to withdraw my second, and then Supervisor Mills would have to withdraw his motion, and that didn't happen, so we had to vote. So there was that whole process would have happened to do it, and I wasn't going to withdraw my second, so Supervisor Mills didn't have the opportunity to withdraw his. So we had to vote, and so it's over. I mean, whatever you do now is basically a moot point. I mean, it's not going back to planning.
I'd like to submit that it's not a moot point, it was just a point.
Mr. Richardson, we are not going to discuss law here.
Yeah, it's over.
Procedure. I suggest that you get advice, legal advice, and proceed with any type of appeal through the available means.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Item 27 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's rejection of a commercial cannabis registration for Steve and Renee Snowden on APN 068-003-079, file 2017-046.
Before we start, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go over the procedure for a public hearing. Staff presentation and board question of staff will occur first. Then we'll have a presentation by the applicants, or the appellants, I'm sorry. Presentation by members of the public shall be limited to 5 minutes per person during public comment. Summation rebuttal by appellants, 15 minutes limit for each appellant. Staff summation and rebuttal. Sir rebuttal by members of the public comment. Board questions. That's to anyone presenting thus far. We're going to close the appeal hearing and a board discussion deliberation with no Q&A from the public. Anybody have a problem understanding that? Let me know now, please. Thank you.
Chair, I just disseminated a notice of motion from the appellant's attorney that was submitted to the clerk during the lunch break.
Madam Clerk, I see this was received August 22nd, timestamped by County Board of Supervisors. Received today?
During the lunch break.
During the lunch break?
Yes.
Thank you. Hearing's open. Mr. Mauer, proceed, please.
So, excuse me, we do have a request.
Excuse me.
I'm recusing myself from this. I recused I wasn't on the last hearing, so I'm recusing myself.
Excuse me, Mr. Foley's not here now, and he says he's not representing on this. So where'd the conflict be?
Well, I will recuse myself from the first one.
I understand that, Mr. Clapp, but Mr. Foley was here on the first one.
I understand Mr. Foley still representing him. To my understanding, I have information. I'm not going to sit there and hear. I don't care what you think. I'm recusing myself.
That is your right.
Okay.
Chair,
Let the record reflect that Supervisor Clapp has recused himself prior to any testimony in the hearing.
Chair, do we need to determine whether or not there is an alternate counsel present for these people?
We'll make that announcement when it comes time for the appellant to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There is a request for continuance. I recommend that we have a bifurcated hearing, that we consider the request for continuance first, and then should you choose not to grant the continuance, then we get into the presentation on the appeal itself. Mr. Foley presented this letter to you today. I received a copy of it yesterday, and basically states he has a conflict and was unable to be here to represent his clients. So the appellant do not have any other representation here today, and they support the request for continuance. I don't have a position one way or the other. We are prepared to move forward with this, but I also understand the need to have adequate representation. I believe that the board has tentatively set special hearing date for September 19th to consider appeals so that these don't bog down the rest of your agenda, particularly considering we have final budget hearings coming up the first part of September, and this might be an appropriate date to continue this. We also have the other appeals on today's agenda also requested for continuance, and we've got a number of other appeals that are in process right now that we could also schedule for that date. So it would be a appeal palooza, I guess you might say.
Mr. Maurer, do we know the attorney representing items 28, 29, and 30? Is it
Yes,
also
I do
Mr.
know.
Foley?
It's not Mr. Foley, it's a different attorney.
Okay, thank you. So request been made or for Mr. Maurer, a request made to bifurcate this.
You may wish to ask the appellants if they have anything to say about the proposed or requested continuance.
Yeah, before we do that, I'm reading what was presented to us. And it seems that he's asking for a delay partially because he wants to introduce new evidence that wasn't part of the planning commission presentation. So that in itself is something that we cannot entertain unless we send it back to the planning commission.
Supervisor Tofinelli, in all due respect, I think we need to address the fact if we're going to bifurcate this. Should we deal with that first? The bifurcation of this this
Well, I think the
proceeding?
reasons for continuance are germane to the request for continuance. And so the Supervisor Tofinelli points out that the reason was he wants to introduce new evidence. Now, you may decide not to accept that new evidence if you continue it and when you get to that hearing. That's a choice that the board can make at that time. Right now, the sole consideration is whether to continue, but obviously the letter presented by Mr. Foley requesting the continuance bears considering as part of your deliberation on continuance.
Counsel, you want to comment on this? Are we going to bifurcate on the continuance request, or here it is, a whole agenda item?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Are we going to entertain the request for bifurcation, or are we going to hear the entire matter?
I would recommend, as I've recommended in past hearings, when there's a request for continuance, that it should be bifurcated so that there can actually be consideration on the appeal, or not, excuse me, on the request for continuance. And if the request for continuance is denied, then we would immediately move into the substance of the appeal that's been set for today. If the request for continuance is granted, then we would set it for a future date and move on to the next item.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. So, on the issue of bifurcation, on the continuance, I would agree on the board making a decision whether or not to bifurcate and continue from there. I'll poll the board. Supervisor Mills? Mike, sorry.
No.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
No.
You do not want to bifurcate then? That's my understanding. Is that correct? Oh, no continuance? Okay.
I would just like to clarify, is the poll on whether to grant the continuance, or is the poll to bifurcate the hearing?
I'm addressing the bifurcation of the hearing.
Okay. The bifurcation of the hearing, not whether you're going to grant the continuance or not.
That's correct. No. Supervisor Tofinelli?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
No.
Supervisor Oliveira? No. Deal with the continuance issue? I would poll the board to continue or not to continue with this matter. Any further discussion by the board? County Counsel, any comment?
Counsel, before you speak, is this considered adequate notice?
There are no requirements within our rules and procedures that require certain timeframes for notice. However, one thing that the board should be aware of is Mr. Foley did file this, I believe it was yesterday or Friday. I did get a copy of it, but this is an amended request. But the original request for consideration was in fact filed and received earlier than today. I do want to remind the board that whenever there is a request for consideration, the board has to consider whether there's essentially whether there's good cause to continue it or not.
We have an understanding of the issue at hand? Seeing that, I would poll the board. Supervisor Mills on the issue of continuance?
No.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
No.
Supervisor Oliveira votes no. Mr. Mallon, we will continue.
Okay. So this is an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of the board's, of the planning director's denial of let me start over again. The planning director's rejection of the acceptance of an application that was submitted or attempted to be submitted after the June 30th deadline of last year. So on April 24th of this year, Mr. and Mrs. Snowden attempted to submit their application for registration on their property off of Skunk Ranch Road in Murphy's area. I sent them a letter saying we could not take in this application because of the deadline that was clearly established through the urgency ordinance, and that's 1795-165N1. It says all commercial medical cultivation site registrants shall submit a complete application for medical cannabis cultivation pursuant to this chapter by June 30th, 2016. Obviously, April 24th, 2017 was well beyond that date. In May, the Snowdens appealed that decision to the Planning Commission, and their letter stated that they had been prepared to register, but because Mr. Snowden had been in an accident and was hospitalized, they were unable to complete the registration in a timely manner. As I noted, the application is actually on Vineyard Terrace off of Skunk Ranch and the Penn Gulch area of Murphy's. This is an aerial view of the existing site with the existing cultivation on it. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on June 8th, and the position of the appellants, and they will provide more detail on this, I'm sure, was that they came to the county during the last few days of the registration process. There were a number of people in line. Someone was taking names and phone numbers to call people when they were ready to submit the paperwork, so they didn't have to stand in line. Ms. Snowden believed that they would be called to submit their application, was never called because that was not the process that was in place. It was a miscommunication on her part, and never followed up on it. We were aware that the cultivation was going on the site until they attempted to submit the application in April of this year. They did follow through on other requirements of the code, submitting, or they didn't submit, but they filled out the application process. They got their notice of applicability and their seller's permit and some of the other requirements. However, because they were not registered, we did not have any of that paperwork in front of us. So the Planning Commission hearing, they determined that the Planning Commission found that they did not submit the registration by the June 30th deadline, that the code clearly requires submittal by that date, and they upheld the decision by me to reject the application. And on June 30th of this year, Mr. Foley, on behalf of the appellants, appealed that determination to this board. That's really all it is. It's really a matter of did they submit their application on time? Were there reasonable circumstances to believe that they could submit at a later date? And did they do a timely, did they follow through in a manner? A lot of discussion at the Planning Commission was, well, if you didn't hear anything from the Planning Department, why did you wait until April to follow through? And their response was that we'd never heard from them, so we thought everything was okay. So our recommendation is that you uphold the Planning Commission's determination to deny the appeal. Do you have any questions?
Questions of Mr. Mauer?
Yes, I do.
Supervisor Mills?
Mr. Mauer, could you correct the record on what the vote was from the Planning Commission? I've got Mr. Laddish voting both yes and no in the documents that we have, but I don't see Commissioner Sisk as voting at all. It'd be page 483 of the board packet.
Thank you.
It is not so much that a particular commissioner voted in one direction or another, but to have it showing in this way, it leads to some confusion.
So it appears there's a typo
In the ayes and noes, yeah, on the ayes and noes.
I'm trying to find it. Our page numbering is different, apparently. I can't seem to find it.
You've got the resolution there, Chair? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, but I haven't.
Laddish twice, see?
Yeah, that's correct.
Just a point.
I may not have the answer to that question.
No, it's just interesting, not to know which way Commissioner Sisk voted, but that she is not showing on the record is all. If you find the chair's signature, you'll find where I'm talking about.
So it says in the minutes that Commissioner Sisk made the motion to deny the appeal and was seconded by Bocelli. So let's see if I can find the actual resolution.
So that would indicate that the ayes were Bocelli, Laddish, and Mudrides, if she made the motion.
She made the motion to
Okay.
would be Sisk.
Just wanted to correct what we have in front of us.
So we have deemed that to be a clerical error?
Yes, and we will correct that in the official record.
Thank you, Mr. Mauer. Any further questions of Mr. Mauer by Board Supervisor Garamendi?
Mr. Mauer, did Mr. Snowden pay the $5,000 application fee?
Well, he attempted to but we did not accept it because we rejected the application.
But prior to June 30th, 2016?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Mauer, was that Mr. Stephen O? Not Stephen O, I'm sorry.
No.
And personally, did he apply submit the application and attempted to pay the fee?
Yes, he did.
Him personally? Do we know?
It was he and his wife. I think they came in together. I don't remember exactly who.
That's what I wanted to
It was either he or his wife that came in. I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Snowden.
Thank you. Further questions of Mr. Mauer by the board?
So this denial of this appeal is on behalf of Mrs. Snowden? Is that correct?
It is both Mr. and Mrs. Snowden.
I don't see him on it here anywhere.
The letter of appeal filed by Mr. Foley says this office represents Renee and Steve Snowden, who appealed the Planning Commission decision on June 8th. So it's both.
But was the application not in her name only? The original application that we're dealing with in her name only?
application because we rejected it. But yes, you're right, that the application, the attempted filing of the application was for Renee Snowden.
So from our perspective, our appeal is dealing with Mrs. Snowden and Mrs. Snowden only. Unless you're talking marital law and some other things.
The application for the cultivation was in the name of Renee Snowden.
Okay.
The appeal was on behalf of both of them. And
Thank you.
I don't know the nuances and what that means.
Okay.
Counsel, I have a question. Can we hear an appeal of an application submitted by one party and have both parties testify on the appeal? I know we're kind of splitting hairs here, but
Typically, the appellant is the actual applicant, and then anybody who is not the applicant would have any of the same rights as any member of the public to speak on the project. But as far as additional time as an appellant, it's usually the applicant or the person who is actually appealing has a right in that application that is the appellant pursuant to our rules and procedures.
okay. So by that statement, it's my understanding that we can hear testimony by Mr. Stephen Snowden. That's correct? Just want to make sure we get that clarified.
As a member of public, correct?
As a member of the public?
Right.
Or as an appellant?
He's not an applicant, only Ms. Renee Snowden is the applicant. So the applicant is the appellant in this appeal hearing. So the applicant would have the special time frame set out as the appellant, whereas anybody who is not the appellant would be treated just like any other member of the public.
Is the appellant present? Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, you can make your presentation.
We had hired legal counsel, so I really didn't prepare a presentation, okay? That's why we had legal counsel. I'm under the impression that once you have your legal counsel, they will take care of everything for you. That's why we paid him, and that's why he was doing the work for us. And he was going to be he was subpoenaing things to bring into the meeting, but they were not available today.
Ms. Snowden, I'm going to ask you to speak louder and into the microphone so we can hear you. I'm catching every other word. I'm sorry.
Mr. Foley has tried to subpoena, Channel 10 News, and there are some people that were at the courthouse that day to register on the 30th. The big issue with the Planning Commission was there was a paper that a uniformed gentleman at the back of the room had on a table. It had names and phone numbers of people, and I was told to sign it and they would get back with me. I asked the gentleman how far down the list I was, and he said probably about 200. It was very chaotic. I mean, it was all the planning people were up in the front of the court with people sitting. There were a couple of gentlemen in the back when you first walked into the courtroom or courthouse that were volunteering to help people get their paperwork together. And they did say that there was a paper that could be signed. When I went in, there were so many people. I figured if I'm 200 on the list, I am not going to be going anywhere today. You know, it's just not going to happen. I did have the cash with me, and I had filled out paperwork that I was going to turn in, but I didn't turn it in because there was nobody. I mean, there was such a long list, there's no way they could have gotten to everybody on that list. So I went home. My husband had started the process originally and was in a motorcycle accident on June 18th. He was in a renowned trauma hospital from June 18th till July 7th. And he was in a trauma coma till about the 4th of July. And I was trying to do this and finish it up with the help of a friend who had registered. But I really was under the impression that day when I signed that paper and put my phone number down that I would be contacted, and I was not contacted. So I had the understanding that I would be considered registered since I had my name on that list on that last day.
Is there anything further you'd like the board to know?
I'm just really sorry this all is such a mess, and there are so many complications, and there have been so many appeals and rejections, and it's just so confusing for everybody. And I'm hoping that all the regulations get straightened out a little bit, and maybe if we try working with rules and such that other states have used and they seem to be working fine, maybe get some input or help from them as to how to deal with it and how to regulate and really watch everything and be able to supervise and be able to get money for our area and for the county and the state to be able to work with, just like the vineyards. There has been pot grown in this county for years. Everybody knows that. And we do work with a doctor who we donate and sell some products to for her Genesis Medical Group. And she is working with getting on the state board to help regulations on this whole issue, because it's just been too confusing for everybody. But as far as the medical end of it, I really don't understand why the government doesn't take it out of that Tier 1 section. But if people would really look at the benefits of it as far as medical, for seizures and for cancer patients, if you knew anybody who had worked with it and dealt with it, you would truly understand. But until, I guess, you see it for yourself, you don't realize what good it does.
Questions of the appellant, of the board? Supervisor Mills?
Ms. Soden, so you said you signed a list?
Yes.
On June 30th?
Yes.
And yet you didn't pay the $5,000. Did you ever pay the $5,000?
No, I had it, and Mr. Maurer wasn't going to accept it because it was after the fact, so he didn't want to accept anything at all.
And you did grow last year?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, because really what we're discussing right now is the rules surrounding our urgency ordinance 17.95. And not really the overall merits of cultivation or any other piece of it. It's whether or not the rules that were set forth were complied with. And that's really where our topic of discussion will be today. So,
right. Okay. And that's what it was with the Planning Commission also, because I was there on the 30th with my money, with my paperwork, and I signed that paper and put my phone number down, and I had every thought was that I would be called because I was told I would be contacted. I don't know what you would think about that, but I mean that I assume that means I would be contacted and come in with my paperwork.
do you remember about what time of the day it was on that day? Was it later in the day, or?
It was probably between 1 and 2.
Okay. The reason I say that is because I know Supervisor Garamendi and myself were both here in those last hours, right here in front. So we saw what you're talking about.
It was very, very hectic. I mean, it was so overwhelming. It was
I'm simply saying,
a little mind-boggling.
yes, we can put it into perspective because we were
Yeah.
there. Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the appellant by the board? Ms. Snowden, I have a question. What's the estimated investment you have in your grow? Roughly.
I really don't know that I could come up with that figure.
Could it be more than $10,000?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, with more than 20,000? Yeah, I can't.
Probably.
I'll
Probably, yes.
Could you speak to the microphone?
Okay. Yes.
Could it be more than 30,000?
That's debatable. When you first start out, yeah, you have a very large investment, but each year you update things and rework things, and so.
Do you operate your grow by yourselves, or do you have any help?
We have a couple that helps us.
Okay,
There's
are they
no way
laborers
we could
or
do that.
managers, or what's exactly their roles?
I just call him my master gardener, and him and his wife work with us. And I mean, there's no way my husband and I could do that because he is not physically able with stage 4 cancer and such to do anything like that, and I can't either. So they pretty much work with everything.
What was the date of your husband's motorcycle accident?
June 18th.
June 18th?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Ms. Snowden, I'm really sorry about about the motorcycle accident and the stage 4 cancer. It's got to be a real burden on you, and my heart goes out to you. And I'm pretty impressed you were able to make it by the 30th of June, having had that accident
It
on
was
June
not
18th.
easy,
I
but
understand
yeah.
that it's crazy. I hope you understand that. I mean, I understand that you guys had this and your whole life got turned upside down very suddenly. But a year later is a long time, almost a year. Did you have any? I don't want to ask what you're thinking because you're trying to keep your family together. I'm sure this last fall, but did it bother you that no one ever followed up?
It really didn't. There were a lot of things going on, okay? We had a lot of complications after the accident, and he's had a few surgeries and things, and so he's then he ended up with like an E. coli infection, which was
Ma'am, you don't-
ridiculous. I mean, it's just, there were a lot of things that we were going through, and no, it was not number one priority in my head, okay? It wasn't.
I understand.
Further questions? Ms. Snowden, I can sympathize with the motorcycle accidents. I was in the same situation a long time ago, spending 4 months in the hospital due to a motorcycle accident. While you were attending to your husband's needs in the hospital, did you have anybody actually maintain your grow, or were they able?
The couple that we have working with us, yes, they were there at our property. And that's how I could go back and forth to Reno and work with the doctors and stuff, so.
All right. Did they also assist in the harvest?
Yes.
Were you able to assist in the harvest?
No.
Okay. Any further comments you'd like to make?
Just that I'm really sorry, because I really had no intention of being up here today, because we have Foley, and this was not something I'm prepared for, and I was not ready for.
You'll have an opportunity for any rebuttal as soon as we go through the summation.
I do have one question.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. Was your application that you turned in, what date was that signed? Maybe that's a question for staff.
Peter has
Maybe
it.
they
Well,
have
no.
a copy of it there.
The planning, when I was at the planning commission, they took copies of a bunch of stuff. I think Peter has a copy of it there. It was in the package.
The application itself was signed on May 27th, 2016.
So we're talking about an application was signed May 27th and turned in on June 30th? Did we receive that application?
No, because I signed the papers, but I didn't, there was nobody to turn anything into.
Okay.
The-
All right,
the
that's what I was
planning.
looking for clarity on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden.
I also had the, what was it, the deed, the water paperwork, the seller's permit. I mean, yeah, I had everything together. I was just not able to turn it in.
Thank you. You can have a seat if you'd like. We'll be calling you back up for rebuttal.
Thank you.
I'd like to go back to Mr. Maurer. Mr. Maurer, do you keep copies of the sign-in sheets that they had during that period?
I do not believe that we kept a copy of that. Once we had gone through, we had crossed out the names of everyone. We tried to track that down previously before the Planning Commission hearing and could not find the sign-in sheet that we had. So it's unfortunate that we do not have that in our records. As everyone said, it was pretty chaotic during that time. We tried to do the best we could to keep everything straight. But we do not have a copy of that sign-in sheet.
Okay, Mr. Maurer, do you have a copy of any sign-in sheets prior to that date? Were you able to locate any of those?
No.
Were you able to locate any sign-in sheets after that date, if there are any?
We didn't have any sign-in sheets after that
So
date.
we don't have any documented
So the
evidence.
last couple days of the registration process, when we were literally flooded with hundreds of people standing in line, and we realized we could not process all those during those last couple of days, and so we started a sign-in sheet, or we developed a sign-in sheet where people would, if we saw that they had their paperwork, we would write down their names and call them. And I cannot say with certain that they were on or not on that list, because we did not unfortunately did not keep a copy of that after we were done with the receipt of all the other applications that came in. It took us about 2 weeks to finish the acceptance of all those applications, but only from the people that were on that list. So I suppose it's possible that we might have missed someone on that list, but I'm sure that we were very careful to make sure that anyone that was on that list was contacted to follow up and come in with their application. I just can't say with certainty one way or the other on that.
Okay. Well, what was the procedure for the follow-up phone calls? Was that done by your staff?
Yes.
And was there any documentation of the results of that follow-up attempt? A notation on an application or a notation on any type of document that we may still have?
There were a number of notations we made on the sign-up sheets that, when we contacted them, whether they, in many cases we had to leave a message. Did they contact us back? Were there a number of, back and forth calls of, and we essentially say, you're next on the list. Please come in on this date at this time. In most cases, they did show up at the appointed time. In some cases, they would call back and say, I can't do it. I got some conflict. Can I come in the following day? And to the degree that we could accommodate that, but we were trying to stick to the schedule as best we could.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
I have a question, Mr. Malley.
Go ahead, Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'm on our packet page 523.
Yes.
And that, this is a copy of the application?
My page 523 is just the last page of a letter from the water board.
I'm looking at, Dennis, do you have 523? Is it a copy of?
My computer died.
I breathe.
Does that not say 523?
523, yeah.
Well, it looks like it's an application filled out by Renee Snowden.
I do have that.
Yes. For whatever reason, my page starts on page 517.
Okay, so you have that?
Yes.
Okay, so you have it up. When did you receive this?
This was what they submitted as a part of their appeal package when they appealed it in May. This is what they attempted to submit in April, and I said, I'm sorry, I can't accept it. And apparently they also tried to submit it back in June of 2016.
So you never received this. You turned it away. Said I won't.
Yes.
And so it ended up in a package that they put together for their appeal.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. I thought it might be something that you took and it didn't have a date stamp on it. That's so.
Ma'am, please come to the podium. We'll give you the opportunity.
We didn't put it in the package. When we were at the Planning Commission, the lady commissioner asked if I had any copies of my paperwork, if I had copies of the application or the seller's permit or the water board. So I turned them over to this young lady, and she passed them around, and then there were copies made after that meeting and put in place.
Okay. So
it wasn't in the packet. It was at the meeting that they got them.
Okay. So it was additional evidence than you had produced and gave to her. Okay.
Yeah,
All
per
right.
their request. She wanted to see if I had everything in place for that date, and I said, yes, I did, and so they wanted to see proof of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just a quick point of order. I wanted to, scrolling through the agenda item, I wanted to get some clarification because looking at the agenda item for the Planning Commission, it identifies Steve Snowden as the appellant and applicant. The actual applicant has Renee Snowden on it rather than both. And so when I indicated the appellant, or the applicant is typically the appellant, I do not know if at the Planning Commission both Mr. and Mrs. Snowden were considered applicants or appellants during that hearing or not. And I bring this up purely because under 179807O, standing to file an appeal is for any project proponent or aggrieved party that may file an appeal, provided that the appellant has participated in the administrative process prior to filing an appeal. So if Mr. Snowden did in fact participate at the Planning Commission level as an appellant, based on the information that is here in front of me, I would recommend that this board also treat him and not just Ms. Snowden as an appellant.
Thank you, Counsel.
In a letter that is in our packet, sent by Mr. Maurer, it was to Mr. Snowden, saying that you appealed. It says, "Dear Mr. Son," my page 488, and it's stamped, well, the date on it was April 26th. It says, "Dear Mr. Snowden, on April 24th, you tried to submit a commercial cannabis cultivation registration application for your property." So it was addressing Mr. Snowden as the applicant here too. So, and if we never received actually the application, you turned it away. So there wasn't really an applicant. So the appeal would be.
This is an appeal of a staff decision, and the staff decision under review is the rejection of the application, the refusal to accept it. That's the staff decision that is being appealed, and any interested party can appeal it.
But I think the question that you have is that I've been dealing with both Mr. and Mrs. Snowden, sort of interchangeably, and some of the correspondence has been to both of them, some has been individual, and Mr. Snowden has been my primary contact. I wasn't really aware of the fact that the registration itself was in just Renee's name because I've been dealing with both of them together. And both of them together appealed the Planning Commission's decision.
We should have said that at the beginning, so Mr. Snowden does have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Supervisor Tofinelli. So, Counsel.
And just for the record, I don't know if the board is aware or not, but the application is in fact part of this agenda item. It's attached as D in your, it's on page 523 of your board packet.
So, Counsel, I have a question. During the purposes of this hearing, can we consider Mr. Snowden an appellant?
Under the circumstances and based on the information in this record, I would recommend that you consider him an appellant as well as Ms. Snowden.
Thank you. Mr. Snowden, are you available? You there? Do you understand? Could I have you come to the podium, sir? Mr. Snowden, I want to make sure you understand that you have the right to speak as an appellant in this proceeding, along with your wife, Mrs. Snowden.
Thank you.
So you have a joint spokesperson status, if you will.
I was there mostly for support. I did start the the application process before the motorcycle accident, and I was left with some cognizance impairment, and with my condition at stage 4 level with a cancer, I just figured that you never know. So I put it in her name. and that's why we did it for the application. But as it turned out, she's not that involved in the whole procedure. I wasn't involved. And then she got left in the dark, and a friend helped her while I couldn't. And we went through the Planning Commission, and I found it, I don't know if any of you watched the video of it, because it's pretty intense. And at the very end, Madam Chair says, gee, it's too bad you don't have any evidence that you were actually there that day rather than taking care of your husband, like you should or something. So that's the way I took it. And she says, do you have any evidence that you were there that actually in this area here and not being in Reno with your husband? And almost in the same sentence, she says, well, let's take a vote on it. It's too bad you don't, but you know, if you could present that evidence, then maybe we would consider it, because she was almost basically saying that my wife wasn't telling the truth by even being there. And that you remember that came up, and it was odd to me, and because it was very important to us. And the fact that it didn't get put, that we waited till April was that the main issue was that she wasn't maybe in line or didn't sign a list, even though she's never lied in her life to me as far as I know. And so, I mean, they even asked her if she had a friend there, and she could have said yeah, but she didn't. She was there, and she was, and a friend that helped her knew she was there to be there, but that was never entered. And then Mr. Foley found a video of Channel 10 of that day that was there with the newscaster that he wanted to submit to help that, because that was basically the issue we were dealing with on this. And I guess we didn't get to do that. So I'm here to say that we had every intention. I had multiple doctor appointments, multiple problems. I'm still not sure about my cognizant skills, whatever they are. But I know that I have a hard time thinking, and it's, you know, I'm usually better at multitasking and presenting a case than I am now. And I feel that, you know, we've talked about the lot split, and that's why Mr. Maurer and I had a lot of communication, because it was both this and that, and me asking him, is the marijuana growing part of the reason that it's taking so much time? And we ended up actually getting our biological study and all the things that they're going to require basically in the coming years. And if you see the picture, we tried to be a model garden. We've got an excellent crew that helps us, and they're a couple. And they do most of the work, because I broke 7 thoracic vertebrae, and the ribs came detached in my accident, as well as a head injury. And so I really can't, you know, bend over I can't do the labor. So we're highly dependent upon them. And more than anything, you know, I hate to disappoint him by saying that we screwed up. And I don't know that we really did screw up, because we, honest to God, tried. And my wife was just under too much pressure, and maybe she misunderstood the line. But from what I was told, that there was the place to sign in here, but the line that she was in extended way outside into the courtyard. And that's where another officer evidently was there taking names and numbers. And so that made sense, you know, a telephone number with your name, not just your name. And Mr. Maurer said that the packets that were turned in, when you got that far, some of the numbers, some people didn't even put their telephone number on them, and some of the numbers were not the right numbers, and he had trouble even processing them. So if we'd have known, or if we could, I think if she could have gotten that far through the crowd, but no butsies, no, you can't butt in front of people and stuff like that. So she was just standing in line, and finally, when this list came around, is what I understand, she signed it and was firmly believed that they would call her. And had I not had complication after complication with cancer and other things, which I could even bring the records of that if necessary. But nevertheless, it was just a rough time for us, and it wasn't from me too busy working at Harvest. I couldn't. I wasn't too busy doing work around the place. I couldn't. It was strictly that we figured they'd call us, and then time gets away from you, as you know, especially the older you get, and when we were dealing with the lot split, I was trying to deal with that as well, and go through those hoops, and I have pretty much. And when I was talking to Mr. Maurer about that, like the meeting we had with you and Mr. Maurer, at another time I asked him about it. I said, "Is this because we're growing marijuana that it's so problematic?" And he says, "Absolutely not." And I said, "Well, good. I don't know what else I can add because I was unfortunately hurt pretty bad and unconscious for that long, and that was during. If I'd have done it sometime between, I don't know when they started accepting the applications, but the accident was 18th, and it was over by the time I woke up. So I really couldn't. And that's why my wife took over for me.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden.
Okay, thank you.
Board, I have to make a disclosure that Mr. Snowden and I did meet with Mr. Maurer regarding a land split, and at that time we did not discuss anything regarding any application or any appeal. But that was prior to, I think that was last year at times. Okay? Is there anything else the Snowdens would like to present before we go to our summation? Oh, that's right, public comment.
I didn't intend to imply that we talked about marijuana at that meeting. Okay.
Not necessary, sir. I just want to make sure that we're all clear. All right, public comment, please. You'll have 5 minutes per person.
I can tell this is paining everybody here. I can really tell. We all like Mr. Snowden. We all we understand his situation. And do you remember your Thomas Aquinas? Thomas Aquinas?
I can barely hear you.
Your Latin? You remember your Latin?
I know, I was never good at that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fear of the man of one book. Disraeli would say it again in the 1800s is beware of the man of one book. And that means when you don't take everything into consideration, when you don't have a full breadth of knowledge or something, you tend to make mistakes, and those mistakes can be less than advantageous to people. It would be homo unius libre, or hominium unius libre timeo, fear of the man of one book. Well, that's the situation we have here, is we have a flawed book. We have a urgency ordinance that from its inception to its practice has been flawed in many ways and been continued and been changed and been interpreted differently. And we're expecting somebody
Mr. Slotin, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, and we're expecting.
I can't understand you.
I'm really sorry. This is my voice, and this is what you're going to get.
Do we speak louder or get closer?
Probably not. Understand that this is my voice, and the way you project yourself and the way you make yourself understood sometimes is the way you speak. Okay.
Okay,
now,
so you can continue, but stay on topic.
I will. I am continuing on topic here. As Mr. Lutz knows about the voice and the way you speak. That we're expecting people to obey an ordinance that is flawed, and the way they submit it may be flawed as well. In the Planning Commission, when we heard this, it was a vote of 2-3 with two great attorneys. I know them as attorneys, and they're quite well, arguing on Mr. Snowden's behalf, who was sitting on the Planning Commission. So that is one of the problems I have with what we're doing here. And I'm going to respect your decision. I always do. I think we can move along. You remember a Dutch lens grinder. His name was what was his name? Dutch lens grinder Spinoza. He would say, a philosopher, he would say that no man can be denied posthumous honors until all has been said in his behalf. He didn't allow his attorney to be here. His attorney can say all on his behalf. People have a tendency to not be able to put things in order for themselves. As is a doctor is his worst patient. We know this. So by not having his attorney here, we're not able to fully vet this and make a decision. I ask you I ask you to make a decision based on what's right and wrong, not necessarily what's by the book. And I know that's very difficult for you to do. We do it in the Planning Commission. We do it in the Planning Commission because we are different. We are more maybe we take things into consideration. It's not to speak ill of you of any way. There's a greater breadth of knowledge in land use issues. You have to cover a multitude of issues here. So we look at things differently, and we take everything into consideration. If county council probably remembers Clarence Darrow saying that we determine what's right and wrong, and then we find the law to back it up. And here you have to determine what's right and wrong, and find the rules to back it up, and find a way to interpret those rules to back it up. So I'm disappointed that Ken couldn't be here. I know exactly what the case is that he's handling. I know the people involved. But believe me, there's a reason he couldn't be here. And, in a short time, from the Planning Commission to here, I've gotten to know the Snowdens, and I trust them immensely. I trust them as growers. They're able to provide from plant to patient with an unbroken chain their product. And even though it's marijuana, we can't deny a man posthumous honors until all has been said in his behalf. So I'd urge you to find some way to bring it to bring Ken back into the room and have him defend him, because I know that they were here. Well, I saw you two here, yes, because I was over there. I used to walk around this campus.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bill Wilson, District 1. We all know that. Anyway, Mr. Snowden, Mrs. Snowden was or maybe wasn't there that day. Who knows? There were 300 or 400 people standing in line, signing up lists. There were 2 or 3 different lists going around. We've all testified to that. We've all seen that. I was one of the people that was helping people get their packets together. I wish I could say I saw Mrs. Snowden there. I can't do that. If I could, I'd be there. I would have been there in the planning department. I was at their hearing. She had a husband that was in the hospital. Why didn't it get done before that? I don't know. Why did 300 people wait until June 30th? Maybe because they thought this county would pull the rug right out from underneath them after they gave them their $5,000. Maybe they figured this county turned around and tried to ban it right after they tried to regulate it. Maybe they say, I don't know, I don't trust anybody. Coming out of the closet is a scary thing. I'm a commercial cannabis grower. That's a scary proposition in this state right now. It's a scary proposition in this county. We still don't have regulation, and we're at a second harvest under the UO, and we can't transport. Where are we supposed to take this stuff when it's done? We have to have somebody break the law, come into this county to collect the product, to take it somewhere to a dispensary, or we could get in trouble just taking it from our farm to the dispensaries locally here, because we don't have transportation. Mr. Snowden and his wife filled out the business application, filled out the application. She put her name on a list. She expected to get called. She had the $5,000. What is wrong with the application other than it didn't get submitted, but we make arrangements for people to come in and turn those applications in, but we don't save that list? We make an appointment for somebody to come in and give us that money, turn in their application after the deadline. But because their name either didn't get crossed off on the list, they called, she was in Reno, somebody didn't give somebody the message, maybe it was on the list, maybe it wasn't on the list. We don't know. We didn't have the list. We didn't keep the list. I'm a computer tech. You make a list, you put a scanner, you scan it, you put it in a file. I don't care. You don't throw it in the trash can after you checked everybody's name off the list. Now, we've rejected people, this board's rejected people for no business license when they didn't need one, for no BOE permit when you can't sell retail. We've rejected people because, I don't know, they didn't have a picture of their property. These people have been growing for years. Everybody knows they've been growing for years. They're members of this community that have been in this business for years. They didn't get their application in on time. Shame on them. We should reject them, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, board. I don't know quite how to get my arms around this one. We got about three things going on at the same time here. First of all, if you don't submit an application, or you try to submit an application and you can't because it's a year later, you know, that's not really a close call, especially if you have $20,000 or $30,000 involved in it. And they decide not to take your application money, and then you want protection under the ordinance that you don't belong under because you didn't join the system. By not being there in time on the 30th, you can't join the crew that's operating under 1975. Now you're out in the crews that are just growing wild. The pirates, the illegals, whatever. You don't have any protection. You don't have any standing in 1795. You know, why is it even here? Why are we wasting this much time? The second thing is we see it starting to unwind these proceedings as different gambits are used with attorneys not showing up, with new evidence going to be presented, with let's go back and start over at the Planning Commission. So far, no one has asked to go all the way back to May 10th and start over again. Wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Anything to continue the growing season, game the system, and then they don't have to worry about it. So I guess I just don't understand why the system gets wound up like this. It seems like they're leading the county around, they're leading the Board of Supervisors around, they're leading the Planning Commission around, they're leading the Planning Department around, and no one seems to have a firm grip on this thing to say, no, you were late, you don't belong here, you have no standing, go away. And we don't care who your attorney is, we don't care how much money you had or where you put it, or what list you may or may not have been on. None of that is known. Certain things are known. Was not turned in time, shouldn't be here, that should be the end of it. And we should be going on to handle the other ones that at least got their application in within a year of the application date. I think that's a good start for the other ones. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, District 2. It's very unfortunate that the Snowdens were unable to get their application in as a result of the circumstances that arose around that time. They very clearly took steps and efforts to try and fill out an application, to submit an application prior to the June 30th deadline. I, too, like Bill Wilson, was here helping people fill out their applications during the last week of submittal. It was very chaotic. There were lots of people here waiting in line. It was unclear where the line began and where the line ended. Differences occurred in the way that things were being, the way that staff was dealing with the applications. At a certain point, the applications were taken and they were put into a box. At a point after that, a receipt started to be given. That was a variation in the procedure. It's very possible when procedures are being made in spontaneously on the spot to deal with the circumstances that are arising, that mistakes can be made. Not for any bad intention or any failings of anybody involved in the process, but simply because mistakes get made. A list could have been created. Mrs. Snowden could have put her name on said list. I believe her because of all of the other steps that they took prior to that date indicating their intent to submit their application. I don't think that they are liars when they come up here and say that they intended and were trying to do their best effort. I also know that it took a very, very long time for applications to get processed. Mine's still pending. I gave the sheriff's office my background check on September 17th. It is still pending, almost a year later. I've been waiting for a year for a call back from the sheriff's office. I've inquired a number of times over the last year, checking on the status. My life's also a lot less complicated. I'm not dealing with stage 4 cancer. I'm not recovering from a very traumatic motorcycle injury. There are reasons why people are unable to make these deadlines. There are reasons why mistakes get made. And instead of treating everybody like a criminal, instead of looking at everybody as if they're liars or trying to game the system, we can have good faith and we can believe in our community and the other members of our community and take their statements at face value without being punitive. And I believe that this is a case in which that type of belief in one another is important. The Snowdens are not trying to game the system. They're longtime members of this community who have lived here longer than I have and longer than many other people who have been processed through the system. There's no reason to treat them as if they are being deceitful, lying, or otherwise trying to undermine our simple processes of legal administration of these applications. So I would encourage the board to take their statements at face value, weigh them, and consider the issues that are before the board with a certain degree of good faith, because I really don't believe that any display of bad faith has been made by the applicants. They have clearly tried to submit their application within the time frame. Circumstances arose that made it so that their application was not submitted, but that was not because of anything intentional on their part. Furthermore, I would also say that it's unfortunate that Ken Foley is unable to be here. I do think that Ken Foley would be able to provide a very persuasive case and would be able to better elucidate these issues because he has prepared their case, and that given the circumstances, putting the Snowdens on the spot, making them come up and defend this appeal when they're ill-prepared to do so because they're relying on counsel, prejudices their appeal, and the board should consider that. Thank you very much.
Jason Campbell, District 5. I have a few comments and concerns here. One is, I also believe that the Snowdens are not lying. I think the things that we need to take into consideration here is they have an application that was filled out and signed on May 27th. They also acquired and NOA through the Regional Water Quality Control Board. They did their Board of Equalization. They did a few other things that I can't pull off the top of my head right now that were requirements that they all did. There was medical circumstances to take into consideration, but the main thing I think we need to take into consideration here is there's some major discrepancies in procedure. I understand rules are rules, turn your application in by the 30th, but if she was here on the 30th and there was a list going around, I got a major problem with not having that list still. Where is it? Why can't it be produced? If you were taking that list and taking numbers, it should have been in a file. So based on that alone, what's the harm in taking their application, processing it, see if there's another reason for denial? There probably isn't. The farm looks really nice. They're going to pay taxes. That's my question. What's the harm in taking their application and processing it?
Thank you.
The harm is that marijuana is a lie.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Just a couple simple things. Back to the idea of the burden of proof being on the accuser is one of them. And I know for a fact that these lists I wasn't on one of them, but I know a lot of people that were. Planning was overwhelmed with applicants. And they know there was lists. They know they exist. And we could produce a lot of other people to verify that as well. And if I was representing the county, I would like to take responsibility for the organization I'm representing and hold myself to the higher standard rather than just holding other people to it. And lastly, just to point out, in addition to what Jason just said about what's the harm in processing the application, just to add on to that, especially in light of the fact of there's a whole hell of a lot of applications still in process anyway. And that's all I'll say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public speakers on this issue?
George Fry. I think that the planning department was overwhelmed. I'm sure that Mr. Maurer and his staff didn't intentionally throw away the list. Obviously, they should have hung on to them. I don't think that the Snowdens should be penalized. If Mrs. Snowden came in and signed up on the list and put her phone number down, I believe that she was waiting for the phone call. What happened between the time that she signed up, put the phone number down, and now, I think there's only one person that knows, and that's God. I hope you give serious consideration to the Snowden's appeal. Thank you.
Very nervous.
Okay.
My name is Rich Smith, and I am Steve and Renee's neighbor. And I care a lot for Steve and Renee, and I know that they've had quite a few years of issues with the county and being able to do with their property and so forth. But Steve's pretty good for, just doing things on his own without, talking with the neighbors and getting some approval. I've moved out across the street from Steve, and I've done everything I can to improve the property. We have quite a bit of money in our property. Our road is a private road. It's not a county-maintained road. We had to sue the county to get it paved, and I guess the main thing I had a problem with is there was a lot of traffic, and just Steve was doing things he shouldn't have been doing. I hope that some of that has gotten straightened out. I find that a lot of people come up here and find a lot of excuses for, I sympathize with Steve's issues and so forth. I've had quite a few of mine over the last few years too. But, the burden is on us. There's nobody in here that is 12, 14 years old. We're adults. And when I built my house, I came and brought my plans down to the department. I turned them in, and I didn't walk away and just thought, well, they'll give me a call. I followed up with it. I did everything I needed to do. If I was to get water tests, I did that. I took care of it. I followed through. And I just don't see how you can come to this county with something as important as a business license and turning it into a business that might change your life and walk away and not do much about it. There's plenty of time to get this paperwork in, not wait until almost a year later. So I just, I just wish you guys the best in deciding this thing, because I feel I have a lot to lose. I feel like I will take a hit in my investment in my property because I'm just ready to leave this county. I don't feel that this county represents the nice rural areas. I moved here from the Bay Area to get away from all of the hubbub and like I say, invested a lot of money in this property and other properties here in the county. But I just don't agree with all this unrest, and I'm ready to call it quits and move on. But I realize that financially that is going to be a hit that I'm going to have to take. And I know other people are doing it right now. Other people are taking a hit and they're leaving. So you guys really need to get it together and be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any future public comment? Seeing none, at the request of our staff, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene. 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if there's no more public comment, we will go to summation rebuttal by appellant. Do you have anything further to say on the summation? Mr. and Mrs. Snowden?
I'd just like to say that Ken is trying to be here. He had intentions of being here. His schedule is, he's just a busy guy, and he's in Lodi trying to get here, and I don't know that we really, that he's going to change much. You've heard what we have to say, and we are telling the truth, and whether or not that film comes into play, I'd respect your decision however it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maurer, staff summation and rebuttal.
I have nothing more to add. I guess, well, except for the one point, the issue has been brought up about the loss of the lack of record keeping of the list, and it's unfortunate. We've looked high and low throughout our whole department trying to see if it's where it might have gone. Don't know. It may have just been inadvertently discarded when we were done with the list, sucked away in some file someplace. But we have tried very hard to find that list. We cannot do that. So unfortunately, we do not have the record to show one way or the other. There were several different lists being made during the time. One was a list of people sort of standing in line that you could come in and say, well, you don't have to stand there. We'll give you a call, sometime later today to come in. Then we started creating a different list. There were multiple lists going on at different times. We were just trying to adjust as as best we thought possible during that rush period over the last several days. Again, I cannot say for certainty one way or the other whether or not she signed up, and if she signed up what list it was on, because we just simply cannot find where those lists might have been, or if they've been discarded. So the issue, I guess, before you was whether or not there was a good faith effort made to submit the application, and whether or not we should continue to accept it and then process it, or whether, as the commission found, or the strict interpretation of the code was that you had to submit. There was no record of any submittal, and therefore they could not find that could overturn my decision not to accept the late application.
Okay. Thank you. Any rebuttal by the public, members of the public?
I believe the only thing that it was rejected for was because it wasn't by the June 30th date, correct? And I was there on June 30th to submit everything. Ken Foley had tried to subpoena for the list from the planning department and the sheriff's department, and apparently nothing has come of that. But he also did put something in the paper regarding people that were at the courthouse that day, on the last day, and if anybody had signed some paperwork and were under the same impression that I was going to be called. And there are people, there was Channel 10 News there. It's just a matter of subpoenaing them, getting them in here to tell you that, yes, there was, I'm not lying, there was a list, I signed the list. It was, I honestly thought I would be called. I thought that was the list you had to sign, and I thought I was okay because I had signed it, and it was on June 30th, and I was okay.
Thank you.
Can't tell you anything else. I tried.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions? This time we're going to close the hearing. Board discussion, deliberation. Anybody want to speak first?
I'm dragging it here.
Supervisor Mills, floor is yours.
I refer to 1795.165, and in legal terms, there's two terms, and I know council understands this. There's the may and the shall. One is an option, the other one is you must. In the case of submitting an application, a complete application, it says shall. There are other sections of the urgency ordinance says that you must also submit your appropriate amount of money as well at that time. Signing a list on June 30th or any other date wasn't part of 1795 as an ordinance, nor was an option to make a payment later. But we're finding now that much of this information and the application itself was turned in long after the deadline had passed. So I know the things that were not discussed, because I go back, I just spoke with Mr. Maurer about some of those things that are on that presentation you gave us, that there are some things on that presentation by themselves have been reasons that we have rejected applications, such as no fence, no gate, no posting of the application on the site. None of that seems to be part of the discussion, so it isn't part of the discussion today. Today the discussion is, did we or did we not? And I do not see sufficient evidence here to indicate that the intent of 1795.165N1 has been met.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Further deliberation by the board? Supervisor Garamendi.
You know, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a judge. It's generally, I don't think many of us anticipated we'd be in these type of situations often. But, you know, I try to do things fair and equitably. And I think that, you know, I've been trying very hard to apply the urgency ordinance equitably. It doesn't mean it's always fair. My heart breaks for you and all that you've had to go through, and I'm sorry for that. But if we're going to be equitable, and then I have to go with the application wasn't turned in until a year later. And I'm not saying that's fair or good, and I'm sure I'll answer for it at some point, but I'm sorry.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, this is tough. The one thing that sticks with me, though, is all the people that spoke that are permitted growers and went through the application process or still going through the application process, obviously know you, and they were doing the same process, and to wait a year to then come forward, it just, something's not, I mean, if it was the next day or 2 days later, I didn't get a phone call or something, you know, it might be viable in my mind, what you're saying, and I know you were going through some troubling times, but a year later to show up and say, here's my application, just the delay in time is just beyond something that I can see past, and we've denied on less than that many times. So I just can't see. I'm sorry. I really am. The year just is too long. It just took too long.
Folks, this is a board deliberation time, unfortunately. We can only have our board members address these issues. I, too, feel sorry. I know the trauma of going through a situation of a very serious injury on motorcycle accidents. But also, in all fairness, it applies to all. I actually share the concerns my fellow supervisors do. I do not find there's good cause to continue the matter. and I would vote to deny the appeal by the applicant. Having said that, do I hear a motion? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for clarification of the record, I did hear what Chair Oliveira just said. I know that there was a polling on whether to grant or deny the request for continuance. For the record, I would recommend that the remainder of the board members identify why there was a no good cause for continuance and the reason for why you denied the request for continuance, just to keep the record straight. I do recommend that.
Thank you, counsel. Before entertaining a motion, I would like to address that situation. We'll start with Supervisor Tofinelli. Comments?
Why we denied the continuance. I didn't think it was going to do any good, and the fact that what was in the letter by Mr. Foley had to do with new evidence, and it didn't seem to be relevant to me as to continuing it.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I concur with Supervisor Tofinelli.
Supervisor Mills?
I would concur as well. I believe that it is the responsibility of counsel, if he's not available, to find alternate counsel for assistance and not leave his clients hanging.
Thank you. I also concur with Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Tofinelli. I have seen in court proceedings where substitute attorneys were making appearances for conflict and scheduling, and I feel in this particular circumstance that probably would have been a good way to go, but I feel that there's not enough evidence to warrant a continuance based on that statement. Now, let's go back to the issue at hand. Deliberation is over. I'll entertain a motion.
I would move to uphold the Planning Commission's denial.
I will second that.
Motion by Supervisor Tofinelli, seconded by Supervisor Mills. No further public discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0 and 1 abstention. You can have that moment, Madam Clerk. Mr. Snowden, the matter's been voted on, decided. No, sir. I'm afraid. No, sir. Madam Clerk.
Item 28 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-654 for Norman Gunsel and Amy Volk Gunsel at a site located on the west side of Adobe Gulch Road, approximately 1/2 mile north of the intersection of Cave City Road and Adobe Gulch Road, Mountain Ranch, APN 036-031-017.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a public hearing. We'll open the hearing. Mr. Mauer.
We had a verbal request for continuance on this item as well, and for the purpose of considering the request, I would like to discuss the next 2 items as well. The applicant or the appellant on all 3 items are the same. The representative attorney is the same. She has indicated that she is out of town and would not be able to attend. And so it's requested a continuance. I informed her that she would need to submit that in writing to you. I don't know if she did that or not. I did not receive anything. And that the decision to continue would be up to this board rather than my decision. So I recommend a bifurcated, joined, I don't know how you would describe it, to address the continuance request on all 3 items, but just consider the continuance request first, if that makes any sense.
It does make sense, Mr. Mauer, but we would have to vote individual on each agendized item, although the information presented could apply to all 3 generally.
As far as continuance is concerned.
That's correct.
Each individual appeal is based on separate reasons for the original denial.
Okay. Is the appellant present? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good evening.
Now, sir, we're only going to talk about the reasons for continuance.
Okay.
We'll go into individual facts if we have to.
All right.
On each agendized item and location.
All right.
All right. Could you address the reason for the request of continuance?
My attorney, who's very much involved in this case, prepared a statement for me to read. I'd like to continue it. My name is Norman Gunzel, and my wife and I own property that is the subject of this appeal and the next 2 appeals. If I may add at this point, she indicated to me that she sent an email to each of the Board of Supervisors explaining why she couldn't be here. She sent this as in an email on August 10th with proof that she had already purchased plane tickets and details about where she was going and why, which she requested to remain not in the public record. But having added that, my attorney sent a timely request to have these matters continued because she is out of town on a pre-planned trip. A copy of her flights was attached to that request. My appeals are complicated, and I am not comfortable proceeding forward without her. I am requesting that the board grant us a continuance to the next available hearing so that she can be present and present out our case. I really don't like to use other people's words, but she instructed me quite strongly that I read that statement. I have more that I also could read if necessary, but I hope that that's reason enough to give us a continuance. I thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to confirm that, yes, the email was received and forwarded to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Department on August 10th.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, we're going to be addressing the issue of the continuance right now. Any comment by the board?
I would be for continuing all 3 of them. You know, we've been here for 11 hours now. I'm not like an endurance racer. And so, you know, I'll be for that and get on with the one remaining and stuff. We'll still be here probably past 8. That's what my thoughts are.
Supervisor Mills?
I think at some point, attorneys who are representing people, appellants before this board, would take the responsibility to ensure that they had alternate counsel or alternate assistants of counsel present, especially when they know they're going to not be available. They've planned to not be available. They could certainly plan to represent their clients by finding someone to help them. It's just baffling, the continual effort by some of the attorneys to delay or postpone these hearings and not allow it to move forward in a timely manner.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
I have to agree with Supervisor Mills.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I agree with Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Tofinelli on this.
Okay.
Let's go.
Do I get to vote? I do not find this a good cause to continue this matter because in my profession as a consultant, when I have a court date to testify, I make arrangements. There was one time I actually flew back from Boston to honor that court date. I agree with my fellow supervisors that I would not agree to this continuance. Do we need a vote on that, council?
Because it is a formal request for continuance, I do recommend that there be either a poll or a motion and a vote on whether you grant the continuance or not.
Okay. I entertain a motion. No, I entertain a motion. Anybody want to make a motion as to the continuance issue?
I would move we hear the matter today.
It's been moved.
I would second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Tofinelli. Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor of denying the continuance indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, the vote for denying the continuance is favorable by 5-0, unanimous.
Okay, we'll go forward then with the appeal of item 2016-654, Norman Gunsel and Amy Volpe Gunsel. This is a denial of an appeal of the Planning Department's denial of the cannabis cultivation, and the finding was that the applicant did not produce evidence that no later than May 10, 2016, the cultivation, grading, or earth moving commensurate with the area proposed to be developed had occurred on the site. The location is at the end of Adobe Gulch Road in the Mountain Ranch area. There are 4 separate applications for cultivation that were filed by the Gunsels. We're talking about the one on the right, 654 in red. This is an aerial taken on June 9th, 2016, and there is no evidence of cultivation on the site at that point in time. This is the application site plan that showed 22,000 square feet of grow in approximately the center of the parcel. Again, going back, no sign of cultivation there. These were the photographs that were submitted dated May 2nd, and March 26th, and May 1st of 2016, clearly showing an area of cultivation, plastic sheeting to protect the plants, probably from frost, young plants on the right-hand side. And again, if you look at the aerial image down below, there's no sign of any of that information. So we felt that failed to meet the requirements of N3, submittal of photographic evidence showing cultivation commensurate with the 22,000 square feet of cultivation area submitted with the application. Another photograph submitted showed large mature plants. This was taken or dated August 21st of 2015. Again, no evidence that had occurred previously on the site. So we can quickly through that. We felt also that the photos that were submitted were false and misleading because they were representing that cultivation had occurred. 22,000 square feet of cultivation had occurred on the site, when clearly they didn't. And so our only conclusion was that these photographs were intended to misrepresent to the county what was going on the site.
If I could...
You'll get a chance to...
All right.
In their appeal letter, they stated that the parcel was planted and cultivated in prior years, that had remained fallow for the last couple of years, and that the cannabis was grown back in the woods so you couldn't see it, and that the photographs were not false or misleading. In fact, that there was a mix-up somewhere that the wrong photographs were submitted with this application. I think that the appellant believed that the county somehow mixed them up. We disagree with that. We think that perhaps the applicant got the photographs mixed up. Regardless, the 3 photographs that were submitted previously were supposed to apply to a different parcel, and the only photograph that was supposed to be with this application was the one larger picture with Mr. Gunsel and the mature plant. I don't know that it really matters as far as the reason for denial. Perhaps the false and misleading. I believe that the Planning Commission, when they denied the application, they removed that finding from the resolution. But the primary reason for denial was the fact that there wasn't 22,000 square feet of cultivation in the area shown on the application, as demonstrated by the aerial imaging. I don't know that I need to go through all these points here. This was in the record, but this was sort of a discussion of what went on during the hearing regarding whether the county mixed up the pictures or whether it was the appellant that might have mixed up the pictures. No way to tell. Regardless, there were photographs that were in our files that we believe were submitted to support their application, and we believe that they do not support the application. Mr. Gunsel claimed, or his attorney claimed, that there had been guerrilla grows under the trees for years, wanted to be open and forthright with the county. So he didn't take photos of the trees underneath or plants underneath the trees. But again, the plot plan depicts 22,000 square feet of cultivation in the middle of the parcel with little tree cover. Clearly that was not happening, and the purpose of the urgency ordinance was to freeze cultivation on May 10th so that no more land was to be disturbed for expansion or new cultivation. And so if he had grown under the trees, then he could continue to grow under the trees, but not a full new 22,000 square foot cultivation area in the middle of the property that had not been previously cultivated upon. So the commission found that they denied the appeal based on the one finding that they failed to provide photographic evidence, demonstrable steps in developing 22,000 square feet of cultivation area, but also found that they did not purposely provide false and misleading information that they might have inadvertently mixed up those photographs. So our recommendation is that you adopt a resolution to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-654 for Norman Gunsel and Amy Volpe Gunsel at the identified site based on the Planning Commission's resolution. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Maurer, Madam Clerk, just for clarification, we are discussing item number 28 on the regular agenda, and that is APN 036-031-017, an address on Adobe Gulch Road, approximately 1/2 mile north of the intersection of Case 50 Road and Adobe Gulch Road in Mountain Ranch.
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, you may speak as an appellant.
Okay. Again, my attorney has prepared this statement for me. I would like to read it as quickly as I could of the 10 points.
You can, sir.
If I could state at this point, these are all issues that I've talked to my attorney about. She was highly prepared. I'm really sorry she's not here. I'm very disappointed in her myself. But that aside, if I could read these points and have them in the record, please.
You can, sir.
I would like to read the following into the record to preserve the issues. Generally, the three applications should all have the same record and should have been considered together, given the locality of the property. I am a longtime resident in the county and an organic farmer and have practiced crop rotation on my parcels for well over 20 years. Part of the plants that I cultivate include medicinal cannabis. I object to the findings in the staff report on the following grounds. Number one, that the appeal hearing before the Board of Supervisors is not a fair hearing before an impartial tribunal from prejudicial abuses of discretion. This is based on the various comments made by the board members in the media and in public hearings and their personal prejudice on cannabis. Number two, the urgency ordinance as it applies to this petitioner is unconstitutional as it has no rational basis for disproportionate treatment of similarly situated parties, which is a violation of the California Constitution and the federal Constitution. Number three, it is a violation of equal protection in that the county is treating code violations as a basis for denial of the application, despite the fact that any alleged code violations took place a significant time after the application was submitted. Number four, the denial of the continuance is a violation of the due process of my rights because I do not have adequate representation to protect my interest or to exhaust my remedies in a manner that would be productive. Number five, there is a violation of due process because county counsel represents both the prosecutorial side and the judicial side of the hearing with no meaningful separation between members of the same, quote, law firm, county counsel. Number six, the denial of the request to remand to the Planning Commission to consider further information that was not available at the time of the application processing is without proper findings and a violation of due process. Number seven, the county has violated the Permit Streamlining Act by failing to process the application in a timely manner and failing to allow reasonable time to correct any inconsistencies or errors in the application. Number eight, the findings of the Planning Commission and the proposed findings of the Board of Supervisors are insufficient and therefore a violation of the due process rights. Number nine, the administrative record is inaccurate in the photos used for one application have been used by the staff in their reports for the wrong applications, thereby cross-mingling the three applications. Number 10, all other objections and issues that were presented at the Planning Commission are requested to be entered into the record for this hearing as well. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question. Do you intend to present that same evidence you just related on all three issues?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, for the purpose, can we consider that evidence when we get to those evidence items, or do we need to read them back into the record?
For the record, the cleanest way is to have it read in. However, he can submit the comments in writing, and that would certainly be part of the record in any subsequent hearing.
Sir, how many copies do you have?
I just have one here.
Okay, let's take a short break. Madam Clerk, can you assist with making copies? And we're going to need copies for the two remaining items. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. Okay. Would the appellant please approach the podium? Sir, at this time, would you like to respond other than the statement you just read from your attorney regarding the issues presented by Mr. Mauer?
Well, if I could, I'd like to say that my attorney advised me not to go in any detail of these things. As I said, she has all the materials, all these points. As you're going through them, I remember talking to her about them and talking to her about her strategy as to how to address all these issues. I am not prepared for this at all. She has all my materials. Be truthful with you, I'm absolutely exhausted. My wife and I have been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and I understand all you have too. You probably feel pretty much the same way I do. I might be able to help you to some degree, but I feel very inadequate to answer probably most of this, but I could be of assistance in whatever way I can.
You understand that this is the actual hearing?
Right.
And we're going to make a decision on the information.
Yes.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
On the information provided here now. So I want to make sure you understand that, so you have the opportunity to present your case. And I understand your desire to wait for your attorney. But the fact of the matter is that we did not actually issue a continuance, so we're going to hear this case tonight. Okay? You understand that, sir?
I understand.
Okay. Good. Do you have anything further to say?
On what was shown here, the first time I saw these pictures that were supposed to be what I offered as evidence of my history of growing on that particular parcel, I was shocked. I said, what are these photos doing here? They don't belong there. They're supposed to be in another file. I would not submit a picture that wasn't truthful. I mean, there it is right there. That's not on the parcel that we're talking about. And as far as cultivation of over 22,000 square feet on that parcel that has been certified organic, registered as a certified organic garden through CCOF. We've been certified organic since 2001. We have plenty of history of that parcel being inspected as a garden, not only by CCOF and representatives of USDA, but also by the county, who would come out every year. We grew vegetables there starting probably 19 years ago, and provided produce for the local farmers markets, and also our farm-to-kitchen restaurant that we ran for 10 years. So there's a long history of that field being gardened. In the evidence that my attorney also has is an article that was done on me in the Union Democrat probably 12 years ago. Has a picture of me standing in that exact garden, and that's also with my attorney. Part of organic certification is that I use crop rotation. Crop rotation is a very important part of our organic system plan, and this field has been fallow for at least a few years, and that's really good for ground. We also garden on the other field, which I assume we're going to be discussing, and that has been cultivated more recently. Like I said, if I can easily show documentation. My attorney has documentation of that field being cultivated. I can't tell you exactly when, but it was a few years ago.
Sir, this young lady is your wife?
Yes.
Mr. Maurer, the names on the application, do they include both individuals' names or just one name? Okay. Ma'am, you are going to be considered an appellant, so you have the right to speak. Is there something that you'd like to add at this time?
We're all really tired. Sorry.
I've been here since
been a
8
long
o'clock
day,
this
sir.
morning. I'm really hot, and what would you like me to add?
Anything you desire, ma'am. This is the appellate's time to speak in regards to the presentation made by staff.
Well, I met my husband in 1994, married him in 1999, and I've never met a more devoted steward of the land than this guy right here. He's a very devoted community member. We are devoted to what we do. We've been raising certified organic produce now for the better part of 2 decades. 2 decades we've been doing this. Service to our community, service to the... We're good stewards. We're good stewards.
Thank you.
And that's what we are. And if anybody deserves a chance to make a living on their land, we've been trying for an awful long time to make a living, and it's pretty hard. So this opportunity came up, and we thought that we would take it and hope that it would have a good effect on our community and our own lives. And we need a chance to do this because we have not been able to succeed in ways that we would like to succeed. So this seemed to be a good chance to finally make a living off our own soil and have a kind of life that we're proud of and that our son can be proud of and take part in. We have a family business, and we're really proud of it. And this is just one tiny little phase of it that I don't care to continue, but since the opportunity did arise, we thought that since we're such long-standing members and serving members of the community, that we should have a chance to do something with this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question of the appellant. Is this your first attempt at cultivating marijuana, sir?
No, I have a history going way back.
Okay. You don't need to go elaborate.
Yeah,
I just want to
thanks.
make sure this is one of your first
I've
endeavor.
got an awful lot of experience.
Anything else to add, sir?
Well, I'd like to say I'm really glad that another term that was used earlier this evening was come out of the closet. I've always felt like cannabis is a safe and effective product, and society is gradually coming around to accepting it. And I've always felt like we shouldn't have to hide. We who grow a good product without harmful chemicals, without harming the land. And as I've stated earlier, this is a certified organic operation. They don't allow a lot of practices which I am very much opposed to in our community in cultivation of marijuana. It's a plant, and it's a product that does not have to be grown in an invasive manner at all. And I'm very proud of the operation we have. I felt when I first read the proposal and what was required for legal cannabis production that the ordinance was written for me and my family and our operation as we run it. The fences were all built, the land is all prepared, irrigation systems were all in, and the practices that we use, as I said, are all in accordance with the NOP, which is the National Organic Program, written by the USDA. It's very strict. We find that it is no problem for us to stay within those guidelines. We are inspected annually through CCOF by a representative of USDA. USDA does not wish to have me claim that my cannabis is certified organic. The way they feel is that, and you know, I can't quote word for word if you wanted documentation, but as long as it is against federal law, they just don't want to get involved in it. But if I'm growing it on my organic farm, I have to do it in accordance with anything else I do on my farm. We also raise certified organic chickens, certified organic beef, and the inspections are quite rigorous. My bookkeeping must be quite accurate, and they basically just ignore the cannabis when they see it. And like I said, everything that I use, which is minimal products we use, we really believe in using natural soil. We use cover crops. We use nitrogen fixing legumes as a cover crop, which is disked in every year, and as in this field here, it is allowed to sit for a few years if it can, and the nutrients increase, the organic matter increases, so you move your agricultural operation back onto there, and we don't need to use harmful chemicals of any kind. Our plants are so healthy, we don't need pesticides. If we do need anything, we only use products which are approved by the NOP, and it's all documented. I could elaborate on our operation, our history. I lived in Mountain Ranch. My parents and I bought not exactly this land, but the body of the ranch. These are parcels that my wife and I have purchased over the last decade and a half, which adjoined the old ranch, but it was a turkey farm originally, and my stepfather and mother and I renovated it, and that's how we paid for it. I have a long history here going back to 1966, and I'm a very proud member of this community, and I have mixed feelings about the way a lot of the industry is here in Calaveras County. I think a better regulation, I think more thought should have been gone into it. Like I said, I don't believe that cannabis, I have proven that cannabis can be grown with a very low impact to the environment, and I hope that the board can see what my wife and I are doing, and that we're a very positive operation, and that we can proceed legally. If I could, I'd like to make my operation available for any further consideration of regulations that may be considered. If you'd like to study a farm that is an extremely low-impact cannabis operation, I would be more than willing to invite you to my farm and show you around. We're very proud of our operation.
Yep. Sir, are you aware that the board can only consider information presented at the hearing for the Planning Commission? We can consider only that information presented at that board.
Okay.
Okay? And the information you just provided, was that information provided at the board hearing?
Part of it, I believe, was.
The information you just related?
Yeah.
Was that information presented at the Planning Commission hearing?
I believe that it was. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was, those issues were discussed.
Yeah, I'm very passionate of what we do, and once you give me an opportunity, I can't stop.
Sir, I'm not going to stop you from speaking. I just want to make sure we're talking apples and apples.
If I see interest in faces, I keep
No
going.
pun intended.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Anything further? This time we'll open up public comment, maximum of 5 minutes. Are there any public comment speakers? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to summation and rebuttal by appellants. Do you have anything further to say, sir?
Yeah, there may be things I think of later, but yeah, we're a very low impact operation, and I'm very proud of what we're doing, and yeah, I hope we get the opportunity to go over these issues and clarify this with the presence of our attorney. She has a very meticulous case prepared, and unfortunately, she's not here tonight.
Thank you, sir. Staff rebuttal? Summation and rebuttal.
I have nothing further to add unless you have any questions of me.
Counsel?
I would just like the record to reflect, considering the statement indicated a violation of due process because my office represents the planning department as well as the board. My office is very cognizant of prosecutorial versus advisory roles within the office. I would like the record to reflect that there is, in fact, a separate attorney that has been advising and representing the planning department as it relates to this file. I have not in any way, shape, or form been in communication with this attorney as it relates to this file or this appeal. And my role for this hearing is advisory to the Board of Supervisors. So I just want the record to reflect that.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Further staff summation? Any rebuttal by staff members of the public? Seeing none? Is there any board questions of any staff, appellant, or presenters? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing.
I'm here.
I'm sorry. I missed your light.
Sorry, yeah, it's getting late.
It's been a long night.
We'll have to wave the wand again. In the appellant's statement number 6 by their attorney is to consider the remand to the Planning Commission to consider further information that was not available at the time of the application processing. Is there any new information that the Planning Commission received that would substantially change the outcome of this hearing today? Would be a question. What new information would there be?
I don't believe there is any new information. There may have been additional information that the attorney wanted to submit, but because she's not here, it was not submitted. So there is no new information that I'm aware of. Anything that we discussed today was in general discussed at the Planning Commission. So there's no new information.
Thank you.
Any further questions by the board? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing. We'll have board discussion deliberation. Anybody want to chime up first? Supervisor Mills.
Oh, I'll go. The applicant made the statement this field fallow for a few years. I got to refer back to the Google aerial there of May 31st of 2016. I didn't ask staff to bring that up. Thank you. But it says very clearly in the urgency ordinance that there must be evidence of cultivation, grading, something. I don't see, this is well after that deadline, and yet there's no evidence on that parcel to indicate that there was any activity on or before May 10th. So photographs or not, even though photographs are required to be submitted, the aerial imagery still is the final evidence in terms of whether or not something was actually occurring on that parcel. So I don't have any way to support the appellant here as to whether or not that activity was commenced prior to May 10th and to what level it was commenced. So I have no option here. We don't have enough information to overturn the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Any further comments by board members? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I do have a comment. I won't be supporting this appeal. I will be supporting the Planning Commission's denial of this appeal simply because there is no evidence, it doesn't show any evidence that there was any cultivation on this lot at the time it was, or prior to May 10th of 2016. It's very obvious there's nothing, it's not anything on there being cultivated. And as Mr. Maurer pointed out, if it was under trees, then it should have stayed under trees, and the photographs should have given us showing that. Instead, the photographs are showing that it's out in the open, but yet the evidence from the Google Maps show that nothing is transpiring there. So I can't support it.
Supervisor Garamendi, any comments?
I'm afraid I agree with Supervisor Tofinelli.
Supervisor Clapp? I concur with Supervisor Tofinelli, Supervisor Garamendi, and Supervisor Mills. I think this lacks the evidence to uphold any appeal. I would not support overturning the decision of the Planning Commission. Having said that, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this appeal.
It's been moved by Supervisor Garamendi. I'm sorry, Supervisor Tofinelli. It's been a long night. Second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. No more further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Item 29 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-655 for Norman Gunsel and Amy Volpe Gunsel at a site located approximately 700 feet west of Adobe Gulch Road at a point approximately 1/2 mile north of the intersection of Cave City Road and Adobe Gulch Road, Mountain Ranch, APN 036-031-016.
Okay, before we open the hearing, I want to make sure that everybody's aware that the statement read into the record on the previous item by Mr. Gunsel does apply to this particular agenda item also. We'll open the hearing. Mr. Maurer, proceed.
Yes,
please.
this is the second of the appeals filed by Mr. Gunsel, and just for the record as well, the request for continuance applied to this application as well, which you unanimously decided to continue on with the hearing or to hold the hearing and not continue the item as requested.
Mr. Maurer, could I interrupt you for a moment? Council, do we need to take a poll or vote on that, on each individual item? Or
The board can certainly take it all at the same time since it's the same applicant, the same counsel, the same issue. However, for the record, I think that it would be wise to refer back to the discussion and the vote on the prior item so that the record is clear as far as the basis for the denial on the prior appeal is continuing forward for this appeal and then the next appeal in front of the board.
thank you, Council. So be it understood that the request for continuance and the results of the item number 28 does pertain to this particular item and the following item, which will make that announcement for the record at that time. Proceed, Mr. Mauer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is appeal of cannabis cultivation registration 2016-655, denied by the Planning Department, and appeal to the Planning Commission. This is appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny that appeal. The reasons for denial by the Planning Commission were that the cultivation area was not set back the required 75 feet from the property line, the cultivation area was not secured by a lock, and the certificate of registration was not properly posted at the cultivation site. This is the location. It is immediately to the west of the prior site that we were looked at in the previous appeal, again at the end of Adobe Gulch Road. This is, shows that in relationship to the other applications, you can see the identified parcel in red. You can see the area of cultivation. This was taken in June of 2016, prepared for cultivation, but no actual plants in the ground at the time. And you can see that it straddles, the whole large cultivation area straddles both two parcels. This was the site plan submitted for both, and they clearly understood that a 75-foot setback was required from on both parcels from the property line. That was a requirement of the code, and they understood that by showing that on their application site plan. Shows a 75-foot setback from the common property line, which is the dashed red line there. This is the photograph taken at the end of the season last year. Shows cultivation straddling the property. And this was the primary finding was that the setbacks failed to meet the cultivation failed to meet the setback requirement of 165 and 8. Furthermore, an inspection was done in July of 2016. The code compliance officer identified that the cultivation area was straddling the property line, and they had made a single grow out of what was supposed to be two separate cultivation areas. The code is very clear that you can have up to 22,000 square feet per parcel registered, but they need to be separate, and they had to maintain the setback from property lines regardless of ownership. In this case, there's 4 parcels that are adjacent, common ownership, but the code does not differentiate, and we've been very consistent in applying that and telling people that, no, you need to meet the setback even if you own 2 parcels. You could combine them into a single parcel, but then they were restricted to just 22,000 square feet for the one combined parcel. Also notice that the posting showed the posting of both cultivation areas on a single site rather than separately as required to be done for the 2 separate cultivation areas. Code compliance went back in January to follow up, and the setback violation continued to be observed. At that point, a notice to comply was issued. Appellant was informed that the 75-foot setback had to be maintained from the property line, and they were instructed to contact planning to discuss alternatives. The appellant did not contact the planning department, and so the result was the denial of the cultivation area based on that provision. In addition, code compliance identified there was no lock or gate for the fenced area, and so it was unsecured and in violation of Section 165 and 10. This was in July of 2016. Again, in January, there was a chain up there, but it was not locked, and so it still failed to meet that requirement. They were provided an opportunity to correct that, and after several weeks, no correction was provided, And so that was also included as a reason for denial of the registration application. And the third item was the inspection notice that they weren't properly posted. These are just some laminated sheets. They're supposed to be attached to a wooden board, at least 18 square inches, with reflective material. So this was not, did not meet the standards of the code. Again, this was first noticed in 2016. The applicant was notified of that discrepancy with the code. A follow-up inspection in January showed that there was no posting, and again was provided notice to correct, which did not happen. In the letter of appeal, the appellant stated that he was awaiting a response from code regarding the setbacks and the common ownership, that the locks were not in place because at the time there was no cultivation occurring. The posting had been damaged due to storms, and new ones would be posted, and that the failure to respond timely was because the internet was down and he did not receive the information from code compliance that he needed to comply within the time frame specified. During the hearing, we discussed the setbacks, identified that there was common ownership of both parcels, that and Mr. Gunsel said there was advantages of having one large grow rather than two large grows, and there was some informal discussion at the inspection January 17th. Again, code responded to Mr. Gunsel in writing on the 19th and provided him a clear description of what needed to be done to correct the violations. The appellant did submit a picture that was dated, or we received it in July, that showed the dual posting of the site, but this was clearly taken much later than the deadline that was provided to the appellant. Again, discussed the failure of the internet, and there's some question about the date of when they were required to comply with that. The same issue sort of applied to the locks. Again, there was no locks shown in the photographs. There was never any attempt to, or no documentation of an attempt to comply, of simply putting a lock on the chain around the gate. And so they did not submit the proof of compliance within the time frame specified. The commission found, with regard to the setback area, that the plot plan showed that the registrant clearly understood the setback requirement. He was told to comply in July, was given written notice to comply in January, but did not do so. With regard to the posting, again, was told several times and provided written direction to post it properly, and the commission found that he did not do that and did not do it in a timely manner. With that, the planning commission the commission denied the appeal, and we recommend that the board uphold that appeal.
I'd like to point out that the code enforcement officer who conducted those inspections is present here, and he'd like to go home. So if you guys wouldn't mind, I'd like him to come to the podium and present any authentication that might be necessary and allow you guys to ask him any questions that you'd like to ask, if that pleases the chair.
It's part of staff presentation, so I would allow it.
Thank you. Tom, would you come up? Tom was supposed to get off at 4:30. He starts at 7.
Tom Watts representing co-compliance. If you've got any questions, I can try and answer them.
Tom, when you went to the site, did you observe that the grow site straddled two property lines?
Yes.
And did you observe that the grow site did not have 75 setback from the property line.
Yeah.
Did you find that there was proper posting requirements met?
Yeah, there was no posting there. I should point out I only did the inspection in January. One of my colleagues did the...
Sir, I'm going to ask you to speak up and right into the microphone.
I only did the inspection in January. One of my colleagues did the previous inspection.
Okay. Did you find the security requirements of the code were satisfied?
No, there was no lock.
Was there a gate?
Yes, there were gates, just no locks.
And I also would like to address the statement made in item number 3, that that violates equal protection by treating code violations as a basis for denial, when the code expressly authorizes the planning director to deny or invalidate applications for code violations. And let's have one more question for Tom. Tom, did you provide notice to Mr. Gunsel of the violations he observed on the property?
Yes, I sent him several emails.
And did you provide him with a reasonable time to correct those?
Yeah, I believe it was 10 days.
Did you ever receive any indication that those items had been corrected?
No. We emailed back and forth a little bit, but ultimately I never received any proof of any of the corrections. So by him returning emails, it sounds like he had received your notice.
Yes, certainly. Mm-hmm. All right. I have no further questions for Tom. If you guys do, please feel free.
Board have questions of our compliance officer? Supervisor Garamendi?
Tom, when was the last time you were out at the site?
I haven't been back there since the inspection in January.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, we're talking about 3 permits and 3 individual sites, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Identified in your documentation by APN number and also by permit number, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions of our code compliance officer?
Actually, there was 4. Is that not correct?
I believe there are 4 applications. I only did the inspection for 3 of them, though.
You inspected just 3 of them. The
Yeah.
4th one was not. Okay.
Thank you. Counsel,
Tom, if you could hang around in case Mr. Gunsel has any questions for you.
Yeah, no worries.
Then you can leave.
Okay. Does that complete your initial presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. On this issue, Mr. Gunsel, you can speak as the appellant, and you can too, Mrs. Gunsel. Just a different site location, permit number. Is there anything you'd like us to know?
As far as the last, apparently I was sent an email telling me that I had certain things that had to be done by a certain date. This was in early February. From sometime in mid-January clear through February, our internet was completely down. The rain was incredible, and nobody had internet at the time. I didn't think to go someplace or see if, is the board contact me. I have had letters from planning department before. I was under the impression that a reasonable attempt would be made to contact me if there was something serious. Like I said, our internet was down. Of course, we went and got the mail all the time. Nothing came in the mail telling me I had any kind of a deadline. I didn't find out about this until finally our internet came back sometime like at the end of February, and I found this email, and it was like, holy smokes, what do we do now? So I ran down to the planning department right away, and it was like, too late, you guys. We gave you this time, and the clock ran out.
And no phone call.
Yeah, phone worked
We
fine.
don't feel that there was
A reasonable attempt to contact us on these matters. As far as the block goes, there was a couple of photos there where there was the chain was laying on the ground. If you want to run the photo back, and the block was laying there too. Of course, the gate wasn't locked because we were in the garden at the time. We don't lock the gate behind us. At the time of the inspection, we were in the garden. Yeah, and you can see the lock. I believe that's the lock laying there, but I can't swear to it. We keep the gate locked in the evening, of course. The gate is always locked at both entrances to our operation.
And that our driveway.
Yeah, our driveway is the main driveway is the one. Yeah, what are some of these other ones? Oh, as far as the setback goes, I talked to one of the officers at length about the 75-foot setback in January. He informed me at the time that it was more for when an aerial inspection is taking place, they want to be able to see where the property line is. And since we own both parcels, the property line straddles the garden itself. This is an established garden. We built this fence probably 15, 18 years ago. I built a round fence because it's a deer crossing. There's a deer habitat on both sides of us, and I didn't want a square garden, so I wanted a round garden so the deer could get around it easily when they ran from one place to another. I didn't want to disturb that. I didn't want to disturb any more new ground. He was quite receptive of that, and
Basically told us not to worry
told
about
us that he would get back in touch with us. And I said, well, what about like a 30 or 40 foot swath so the plane can easily see? It's a straight line, goes right through the middle of the garden. He was going to get back in touch with me. I know it's my responsibility. I'm not trying to lay the blame on him, but that was the impression that I got, was that it was more of an issue about allowing aerial surveillance to see exactly where the line was, which is what we did.
Any further?
What are some of these other issues?
If not, I have a question.
Okay.
Sir, did you submit your application fee monies
Oh, yeah.
at the time you submitted?
Oh, yeah.
And how many applications did you submit?
4.
So we're talking $20,000?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. And then you also had your initial investment?
That's right.
And materials, labor,
Put
things of that sort?
everything into it that we've got.
So you could have close to $100,000 invested?
I'd rather you not remind me.
And what was the size of your permits? 22,000 square feet on
Yes,
each?
on each one. On each one.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi?
I'm sorry, Gary. Mr. Gunsel, if I flew over your property today, would there be 150 feet between your two crops?
No, there would not.
You clearly were aware of that from your site plans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Supervisor Clark.
I have a question for code enforcement. Did you leave a written notice on the property?
No, just emails.
Is this a verbal?
No, we emailed back and forth. So Mr. Gunsel saying that he never received the emails isn't entirely true. He certainly received my first email.
Because my question was, so you never left a written notice on the property?
No, just emails.
Thank you. This is to county council. Considering this is to do with real property, does an email count as written?
This is a matter of identifying or being able to provide the property owner notification of the potential violations and an opportunity to correct. So I'm not quite sure
Well,
what the
anything
question
pertaining
is.
anything pertaining with real property has to be in writing, it can't be verbal. I know I'm a builder, and every time I have a code violation or anything, I'm always notified in writing. It's not
Email
a
is-
verbal, it's a written
Email
complaint.
is considered a written form of communication.
So the, Mr. Watt's email was sent on January 19th. Mr. Gunzel responded to that email on January 21st and in that initial email it listed all of the violations that were identified, including some that he did correct, but it included the locks, included the setback, and the posting. He indicated that some of these issues can be done right away, but the rest will need more than the next 10 days. So he's clearly understood the 10 days. Mr. Watts then responded on January 23rd, asking which corrections will need more time. Mr. Gunzel responded again on the 31st.
Peter, I was just wanting to clarify if
So I
the
just wanted
emails
to clarify
was the
that there
same
was
as that.
clearly
So
communication. He was aware of it. The statement that he did not have internet connection from the middle of January through February just is contradicted by the evidence in the file.
Can you go back to the plot map that was filed with the application? And that's the plot maps that were submitted by the applicant for these two properties.
That's correct.
You know, this is tantamount to me to me submitting to the building plans to build something on my property, a house, and showing its location like you need to do, and then end up not building a house, building a barn over to the right-hand side of it across somebody else's piece of property that I own too. You knew when you submitted this, that's what you submitted, that's what you decided you wanted to do, that's what you submitted to do. You can't change that. You can't decide, well, I'm just going to go across because of deers and so forth. To me, this is what you submitted. This is what needs to be on there when inspection comes out to inspect your property, because that's what you submitted. And that goes through any trade, whether it's a building trades or any other thing. You submit that to get your permit, and you can't get a permit if you deviate from that. You have to go back and resubmit plans and go forward. So I just don't understand how you ended up with what you got, what you planted versus what you submitted. It's not. That was your application. So I don't know why you decided to do that. If you have an explanation for it other than the deer situation that you talked about. But obviously you knew you had to submit the 75-foot setback, and you drew these maps, or these plot plans. So that's what you submitted.
The fence was established, like I said, almost 20 years ago, and I was under the impression by the inspector that came that since I own both parcels, that this could be worked out with county. I know the buck stops with me. I should have gotten back, but nobody got back to me about this. And as far as the emails go, okay, I can't tell you exactly when we lost our email contact or our internet, but I was responding to Planning Commission. I remember emailing them back saying, yes, I just need some more time. These are some things that I got done. I can't be specific with the date, but the one that I got early in February, I was not able to find it until like late February, March, when our internet finally did come back. If I had received that, if I had received a letter or a phone call, I certainly would have contacted planning department and let them know that I please need a little bit more time, or, yeah, a deadline was given. I mean, I could have scrambled and got these few wishes done, but I didn't receive the email. The internet was down. If anybody remembers, the weather was quite atrocious at that time.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to show Mr. Gunsel's emails so that he sees that he responded.
Yes, I remember those.
Gentlemen, I think we can proceed on with our hearing here. Is there anything further, sir?
No.
All right. This time, public comment, please. You're limited to 5 minutes. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll go back to summation or rebuttal by the appellant. Is there anything else you'd like to present, sir?
Again, without having my attorney here, I'm sure there's going to be something that crosses my mind, or she's going to say, well, why didn't you bring this up or that? I mean, it's getting late. I mean, let's just carry on with this,
Okay. Staff summation rebuttal?
The only issue I'd like to bring up was a statement that Mr. Gunsel just made, was that, we didn't contact him. Well, he didn't contact us. He was told to contact us. We never received any communication from him regarding the setback. So there would have been no reason for us to contact him, because we didn't know it was an issue that he was waiting to hear some response on.
So rebuttal by members of the public?
I have a simple question. This was one of the grows that got inspected, correct? Who provided escort? CHP or the Sheriff's Department? Was anybody there? Did he come out with an AK-47? Did he shoot anybody when they came on the property? No. He owns both pieces of property. I grant he goofed up somewhere along the way. I don't know why. He's got 2 plot plans. He's supposed to have 75-foot setbacks, and the photographs show it overgrows. He's going across 2 pieces of property that he owns. There's a fence between them. He should have gotten with planning. If this was your house, your property, you would have worked with planning, correct? You would have went in and you would have said, look, it's just not going to work the way I planned it. I know I submitted this, but we're going to have to make a change here. And it's going to have to go across. Can I put these 2 lots together and we're just going to make it one grow? He didn't do that. He didn't do that. You're going to reject him anyway and deny it. So what the heck?
Thank you.
Bill McManus. I really don't see how you guys have much of a choice. Now that the urgency ordinance has been extended and we're 7 or 8 months away from that extension date, you guys own the urgency ordinance. You can't blame past boards anymore. This problem could have been fixed back in March, and it wasn't. But it's your ordinance. And when people violate your ordinance, you either decide to ignore your ordinance or you enforce it. And all of the other stories and things surrounding it don't really make too much difference. If they violate the provisions of the urgency ordinance, it's up to you to uphold the urgency ordinance. And, I don't know why we have so much drama surrounding this stuff. It's pretty cut and dried. 20 years as a contractor, I knew that if I didn't do something right, I was going to get nailed, had to fix it. And I didn't get my permit until I got everything right. So this is your ordinance. I hope you live with it for as long as it lasts and do the job that you're elected to do, and that's to enforce the ordinances that you impose on the county. That's your job. It's not to try to find a way around it or say, well, really it's not that big a deal. It's a big deal. You considered it, you passed it, and you're living with it. It's yours. So I hope that you guys just do the job that you're supposed to be doing and enforce your ordinance. Thank you.
Further public comment or rebuttal by the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for board questions of the appellant, staff. Any questions? I'm sorry, counsel, would you speak?
Yes, Board Chair, thank you. Similar to the prior hearing, I just want the record to reflect, considering the item that was entered into the record regarding my office representing prosecutorial and advisory sides. I just want the record to reflect that we are aware of the different roles that the council, the separate council that is assigned to the planning department, is separate from myself. We have not been in communication with this case or any of the cases in front of the board today. My role is to advise the board, and so it's purely advisory. I am not sitting in a prosecutorial role as it relates to this case.
Thank you, counsel. Further questions by the board? Hearing none, we'll close the hearing. We'll have board discussion, deliberation. We'll start with Supervisor Clapp. Your light's on. Would you care to speak?
I have nothing to say.
Okay. Supervisor Mills.
I think that the planning department has put together a fairly good case in terms of whether or not they've complied with 165N10 and 165I and the other pieces. I don't see any compelling evidence to overturn any portion of the material that you have presented to us. So we're there.
Supervisor Copenelli?
Yeah, as I stated earlier, I can't understand why you would submit this and not do what you plan to get your permit. So it obviously fails the setbacks that were needed to get the permit. So I will be supporting the Planning Commission's denial.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Mr. Counsel, I agree with Supervisor Tofinelli. You knew the rules, and it wasn't the 1 year you did it wrong. You did it the second year, this year as well. And I mean, I'll be supporting the Planning Commission also.
I have a concern. When someone invests $80,000 to $100,000 and they're faced with the lines of communication being inoperable for a period to extend to this dead, I would have great concern. In fact, I would have so much concern, I'd try to get a hold of somebody. Although that's just me. I'm not saying that every standard has to meet that criteria. Having said that, I would concur with my fellow supervisors. I think the issue does support the Planning Commission's decision, and I would support the Planning Commission. Having said that, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi. Second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No more further public discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 30 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-656 for Norman Gunsel and Amy Volk Gunsel at a site located at 8380 Garibaldi Street, Mountain Ranch, APN 036-001-051.
Before we start the hearing, I want to make public notice and on the record the email presented by the appellant on item number 28 does carry the same force and information as it does to the two prior issues as far as the content and information. At this time, we'll open the hearing. Mr. Maurer, Proceed, please.
Would you also like to clarify for the record the action on the request for continuance on this item as well?
Okay, I would concur. The motion for continuance that was denied on item number 28 will hold the same statute in this particular agenda item, and that was a denial of the continuance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel? Is that correct?
If that is this board's ruling as it relates to this request for continuance, then yes, this board can move the basis for the denial of the continuance forward to apply in this hearing as well.
Okay. And for the record, do I hear any opposition to that from the Board of Supervisors? Okay, then it will stand as stated. Proceed, Mr. Maurer.
Okay, this is the appeal of 2016-656, again by the Gunsel's. This was the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Department's action to deny this. The reason for denial was that not secured by locks. Fencing was incomplete at one cultivation area, leaving it unsecured. The certificate of registration was not posted at the cultivation site. And that the application for registration contained false or misleading information. This is adjacent to the other two that we just looked at. This is to the north. The access comes off of Garibaldi Street from Mountain Ranch. And there is the aerial imaging showing the parcel in relationship to the other applications that he filed. This was the site plan that was submitted with the application. It shows 3 separate garden areas, as well as the residence on the property, the driveway coming in off of Garibaldi Street. With the inspections that were done in July, code compliance identified that there were no locks on the gates and advised the registrant to make sure they were locked. Again, the inspection done in January showed still no locks on the gate, just a clip. Provided 10 days to comply starting on January 20th, and no proof of correction was submitted by that deadline, so it failed to meet the requirements of 165 and 10 of the urgency ordinance. The inspection of July showed an unfenced or an incompletely fenced area next to a trailer. Again, they were advised to provide fencing. Went back out in January, and although there were dead plants in the cultivation area, yes, Mr. Watts is here to confirm at the Planning Commission hearing that those appeared to be the remnant stalks of cannabis plants. I too have been out in the field many times, and that's what I would recognize as being cannabis plants that have been harvested. Again, provided 10 days to comply, and no proof of correction was provided to the county to meet that requirement. The posting, registration for that site was not posted. Was advised to post back in July. When they went back in January, still had not been posted. Again, the 10-day compliance time frame was provided, and it did not. They did not comply within the 10 days as provided, which was a violation of 165I. Finally, the failure or the false and misleading. If you look at these pictures closer, you can see these really are the same picture, or pictures of the same plants taken on the same day. Yet the dates on each one are different, and it's clearly just simply couldn't be. There was a 2015, October 3rd, 2015, a September 2014, and October of 2013. But if you look closely, you can see that these are just various views of the same garden at the same time. They could not have been so identical 3 years apart. So we felt that this was false and misleading information that did not accurately show the time that the times that these photographs were actually taken. and that for whatever reason, these dates were manipulated to provide an indication that he'd been growing these plants since at least 2013. In his appeal letter, he stated that there were no locks at the January inspection because no cultivation was occurring. There were no plants there to secure, and that the small cultivation area near the trailer will be abandoned. Again, the posting, the laminated sheet that required to be posted was damaged in the rain, and that they would install new posting, and they did not address the photographs in their appeal letter. During the hearing, these photographs were submitted to the Planning Commission. However, well, it did show that locks and chains were on the gate, but there's no reflective material on the signboards, and unfortunately these were not submitted within the 10 days as required. These were clearly taken in summer. If you can look closely at the pictures, you can see that this is dry grass, thistles in later in the season, not the springtime. So these were taken clearly well after the 10-day compliance time frame provided. The appellant indicated that the cultivation area was abandoned without harvesting, that the stalks, however, the commission determined that the stalks appeared to be cannabis. There was no proof of abandonment, nor was it submitted within the 10-day. The council had requested that this violation be dismissed as a part of the code violations. However, the Planning Commission did not take that action.
Excuse me, Mr. Mauer.
Yes.
Going back to that last slide, council requests dismissal of code-based violations. Which council?
The appellant's council.
Okay, thank you.
The appellant's counsel indicated that these dates were generated from computer data, but there was no further explanation that was provided as how the computer could apply different dates to what essentially are the same, the photographs taken at the same time. So the findings of the commission was that the reasons for the original denial were valid, that they did not post the cultivation area as required within the time frame provided, that the locks were not properly installed, and no evidence was provided within 10 days, as well as the one cultivation area was not fully enclosed, even though by that time there were only the dead stalks within the cultivation area, and they felt that the photographs that were submitted were false and misleading. So we recommend that you uphold the Planning Commission's findings and deny this appeal. Do you have any questions?
Questions of Mr. Mauer? Supervisor Garamendi?
Mr. Mauer, are these visits announced in advance? People know you're coming when the inspector goes out?
I would defer that question or refer that question to Mr. Watts.
Mr. Watts, do you call in advance, let people know you're coming?
It depends. If time allows, we generally call in advance. Sometimes we turn up unannounced. I honestly can't remember whether we scheduled this one.
Thank you.
Okay. Further question, Mr. Mauer? Supervisor Mills? He beat you with a light.
Yeah, I know. So did you show up to work today at what time?
7 o'clock.
You had lunch today?
Yep.
Did you have dinner?
No.
Do you have a place posted in your room where you have all the regulations for your employment? Do you know where that's posted at?
I guess it's in the kind of kitchen area.
Yes, it's there.
So we have our employees work, no food, no work, no overtime. What's going on? We have several employees in here right now.
I understand, Supervisor Platt.
My concerns are for them.
I understand, sir.
You need to go see Human Resources tomorrow.
Mr. Bauer, my question would be, on the county aerial of August 20th, which was posted on the previous agenda, but not posted on this one, I found something rather interesting here, and that if you blow up that the lower right corner, you will find a whole different growth site in the trees. Or maybe I'm just seeing things. But if that's the case, where's the fencing on that? Go down in the lower right corner of 653, where it turns, it makes that dog bone or kick. And that's the June 9th one. We're talking about we're talking about the August 20th aerial. August 20th. It's the later aerial.
So that was one that's in the packet, not in the.
Okay. It's just rather curious that there's a complete grow that happened right in that area. But I'm on page 671 of our packet. So it's on the previous agenda. It wasn't included in this agenda item, but it applies generally to the discussion. I understand it's getting late, but they come down this way, right here. Blow that up right in there. That's it?
Yeah, right here.
So were we growing additional plants in the trees out of view, and we never noticed it, and so therefore here's another code compliance problem that never got noticed? Just making a point.
I do not know the status of application number 653. That's not before us today.
But it does cross boundary lines, and it's not in the 75-foot setback. You got a number of things going on with that. So
not in compliance with the application that was submitted. Yes, there are a number of things.
Thank you.
Okay. Does that conclude staff presentation?
Yes, it does.
All right. Sir, you have the appellant presentation. You're up to speak now on this particular item.
Yeah, what exactly are we talking about right now?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What exactly are we, what issue are we talking about now?
This is item number 29, and it's, I'm sorry, item 30. Even I'm making mistakes, it's getting late.
Yeah.
Item 30 on site located at 8380 Garibaldi Street, the Mountain Ranch.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything you'd like us to know?
Well,
regarding this particular location?
the first thing that I would like to address is the dates on those photos. I'm not trying to mislead anybody at all. These were pictures. We knew we had to have pictures. I don't take pictures myself. I don't run around with a cell phone taking pictures. I had to get these from family and friends. They were curious too, because obviously it's the same picture there, but they have different dates on them. So we investigated that, and there is documented evidence that when you take a photo that's on a cell phone and put it on a computer, which is what we had to do, it can change dates. That's the only explanation I have. There's no reason why I would put these photos on there with different dates. You can see, yeah, it's obviously the same picture. I have a history that goes back of growing in this particular place for several years now. That's the only explanation I could have as to why there's obviously some of those dates are wrong, because you can't have an exact picture like that with on a
Is there anything else you'd like to add, sir?
The one area that I said I did abandon, I told them when they came out that we never even harvested that. I just let the rain wash it all away, and we were going to eliminate that garden. There it is right there next to the trailer. They said, well, you had to have a fence anyway, and it had to be posted. So it's posted now that I just increased the size of the fence, and there it is. I mean, there's nothing in there now, but we did comply with that. Now, yes, there were missing locks on the gate. Again, we were going in and out, in and out. This was in wintertime. The postings, I didn't have them properly laminated. The rains ruined a lot of these, and as I was cleaning up, I just said, well, we're going to have to get new ones of these anyway. So some of these areas, as was stated, was not posted. What was the other issue here? Oh,
No, that was on a different site. So
what else am I not?
First appeal. Yeah, that item has already been decided.
So the issues here are the locks, the posting, and the photographs.
Yeah, I can't explain how the wrong date got on those photos. And all these are locked now. They're all locked. They're all posted. We keep referring back to that I was notified. Again, I was receiving emails in January. I can't say the last date, though. It was the last email that I responded to, because when I would get an email from Planning Department, I would respond to it, and there is record of that. But then there was an email that I did not respond to. That was the one that I received when our internet was down, and it was a very important email that I certainly would have responded to. And like I said, by the time our internet came back on, the time had already passed. And it came right down, and I asked if there was anything that could be done, and it was like, no, you're too late.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything further?
Like I said, my attorney is going to say, well, why didn't you bring this up? Why didn't you bring that up? But she is not here, and so that's going to have to be at a later date.
I understand that. Now we'll have public comment, limited to 5 minutes. Seeing no public comment, we'll have a summation and rebuttal by the appellant. Do you have anything further to say, sir? No. Okay. Staff summation and rebuttal? Mr. Maurer?
Nothing additional to add.
Okay.
I'd like to once again point out that the email correspondence between code enforcement and Mr. Gunsel are in your packet. They clearly indicate that he received notice, that he responded, and that he was made aware of his deadline and responded to the email in which he received a 10-day notice. And once again point out in response to item number 3 on the list of complaints supplied by Mr. Gunsel's attorney that the planning director is absolutely authorized under the ordinance to deny or invalidate a registration based on code violations.
Thank you, sir. Any board questions? Supervisor Garamendi.
Mr. Gunsel, were you notified with Mr. Ward in advance of his visit?
The one in January, yes.
And you still didn't put the lock on the gate, even knowing that the inspection was coming?
There was nothing in there to lock up. I thought, well, this is not going to be really an issue there. I mean, I could run to the store and buy a lock, but...
I'm sorry. I have a hard time with this when you know they're coming. And jump to the easy stuff.
There's a lot I was doing, boy. In the wintertime, I was a real busy guy.
I understand being busy.
Mrs. Gunsel, you need to talk. I know you need to talk. You can talk.
The day before the inspection, somebody drove over the lock that was on our gate. Oh,
there you go.
Sorry. The day before the inspection,
Somebody drove over the gate?
Over, yeah, when they
Over the
unlocked
gate?
the gate and drove over the lock that was protecting the entry to our driveway. So, seeing this and knowing that there was nothing growing in the garden up on the hill, what parcel is that?
It's on 51.
On 51, one of these parcels, I went and I removed one of those locks, or I removed the lock from the garden up on the hill because there was no longer any crop to protect in that garden. I then took that lock to the gate that protected our driveway because that's where everything that needed to be protected was at that time. And that's why there was no lock on that gate when we were inspected the following day.
Ma'am?
I mean, you guys got, sorry,
Go right ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, you've got, was it 4 permits or 3 permits?
We got 4.
4, and we just spent the last better part of 2.5 hours going over 3 of those.
Yes, I know.
And for that kind of investment, I mean, you got to, I mean, that's not what we're discussing.
I know that sounds like a really lame excuse, but it was the day before, and believe me, we were scrambling to do everything else that needed to be done that day. And I did what I thought was the best thing to do, which was to take one lock, which wasn't protecting anything, and put it on the place where that was protecting everything. That was my decision at the time.
I don't want to make it. Okay, thank you.
Further questions by the board of staff or appellants? Seeing none, I will close. I'm sorry. Sure. Mr. Watts, you can go home. I think we've heard all the testimony we need. Thank you for extending your time.
Be careful driving.
Board Chair. Just similar to the other 2 hearings, considering that it is part of the record, I would like the record to reflect that my office is fully aware of the Nightlife Partners case. We are cognizant of the difference between prosecutorial and advisory functions. We have separated out a separate and distinct counsel for the Planning Department and Code, and a separate counsel for advisory to both the Planning Commission and this board, as sitting as the decision-making body for these cases. And we have not discussed this case or any of the other cases between the attorney who sits in the prosecutorial function and myself as the advisor to this board.
So noted. At this time, I'll close the meeting on the hearing. Bring it back to board discussion deliberation. Anybody want to go first? Supervisor Mills.
I think the appellant has admitted in this particular situation to all of the things which code compliance had found, and all of them are requirements under 17.95. It's not an option and was never intended to be an option, and not doing these basic things put a lot of things at risk. And it's a sad situation to go through that, but you know, the laws, the rules that were put in place was for everybody to follow exactly what was there. There was no options. So I won't be supporting an overturning of this. I will be supporting the Planning Commission.
Supervisor Clapp, any comments? Supervisor Tofinelli?
I support what Supervisor Mills said. Geez, to me, with the amount of money invested, you would think that, well, I go get into what Supervisor Garamendi was talking about, but again, the rules are there. They have to be followed by everybody, and I will be supporting the Planning Commission's denial.
Supervisor
I've said enough, but I'll be supporting the Planning Commission's too.
I find that there exists sufficient evidence to support the Planning Commission's decision. I'm particularly concerned with the photograph issues and some other issues. And once again, those issues with an investment being able to maintain some communications. So I would be supporting the Planning Commission's decision. Having said that, is there a motion? Go ahead. So moved. Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 31 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the Auditor Controller to make short-term loans from general fund monies to meet certain fiscal year 2016-2017 operating expenses, which short-term loans shall be repaid when the related grant reimbursements are received. Authorize the Auditor Controller to transfer funds from the general fund to cover obligations for the outstanding operating expenses of certain departments for which no grant or other funds are available or expected to be received. Authorize certain technical adjustments with respect to the Rock Creek Gatehouse Capital Improvement Project. Authorize the implementation of the Cannabis Regulatory Program memo. Requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
All right, that's my new budget strategy. Wear the board down and then have the closeout discussion. Unfortunately, this one did go last. I will try and be as brief but provide the detail necessary as possible for this item. I just sent around, and we also have copies for the public, of an error that we noticed this weekend where 3 of the transfers were not, the backup documentation was not included with that item. It's important to note that the dollars did not change. You see the summary pages already. Those are just showing the actual transfer slips as backup documents to that. Actually, one of the staff realized that it wasn't on there on Sunday, and we quickly got that out and wanted to bring copies today to correct the record. But again, it does not change any of the requests that are outlined in the agenda item. So what this item is doing, and I know it's rather lengthy, is this is really our completing what we need to close out the financial books for 16-17. The auditor has been working through the accounts. There are a couple items that do require board approval, and that's really what's coming before you now. First of all, and it really takes about 4 main forms that you're seeing on there, and I'll try and succinctly explain what each of those are doing. First, we are asking for authorization for short-term loans from the general fund. And in a similar fashion to what we're doing, or what we did earlier with the transit program, this is asking for instances where programs did not receive their revenue timely, or in some cases, part of this is a cleanup from what I would say are long-standing practices that need to be rectified, and part of that is in order to be compliant with both Government Accounting Standards Board and also just generally accepted accounting principles for government. We really want to be recognizing revenue in the period that it's earned. In some instances, we were carrying revenue into the next fiscal year and really operating on a cash basis, which isn't a clean accounting process by any means. And so part of this is an adjustment cycle of trying to make sure that we're cleaning up the books and correcting that. The next step will be making sure that we're getting those timely invoices in so we minimize needing to do these loans. But it's not uncommon that governments do have some level of loan through their general fund, through their general accounts, while they're waiting for revenue to come in from state and federal sources. So in this case, we are asking for short-term loans for the Office of Emergency Services for $142,454. and that's related to their needing the funds from their Homeland Security grant. Environmental health, $434,000. That's anticipating waste tire grant funding that they have not received. The anti-drug abuse justice assistance, not an easy statement, is also we're waiting for $79,244, and then again waiting for those funds to come in as a due to from other government sources. Drug Enforcement Agency, also same type of a situation, $11,885. Those funds owed are due to an advance error, and we're trying to get those funds back. Marine Safety for $43,921, also due from other governments to us. That's for some of our contracts for marine safety that are out of the Sheriff's Office. A number of grants in the Sheriff's Office, $28,238, and then also $27,719 general accounts receivable, and also due from other governments for services, patrol services that have been provided. Victim Witness also has a couple of items, $39,386, $3,931 and $344, and then XC Victim Witness for $8,879. Total amount that we're asking for in short-term loans, $420,001. If the board has questions on that piece, I'd be happy to answer that now, or I can keep going if the board would prefer. Okay, keep going. Next item is asking on, these are true shortages, transfer from general fund contingency to 3 specific departments. And as I indicated, those are true shortages. Either actually I think in all 3 of these cases, we did not receive as much revenue as anticipated based on the expenditures. In the case of public defender, we typically have a portion of that gets billed, of the public defender contracted duties that gets billed to AB 109 based on the population that the public defender would be serving. The amount of billable activities or invoices was lower than anticipated, which resulted in less revenue from AB 109. The only other funding source available for that then is the public defender. In the case of the Sheriff's Office, which is the largest of the transfer from contingency, $99,113. I know that Captain Macedo is here to provide an overview of that. I can also provide a brief overview, and then the board, if they have additional questions, can ask. But this is in part due to when you look at some of the staffing shortages we have, and the sheriff having to make decisions on priorities for where to patrol. And as a result of that, if they can't offer services through some of their contracts that they have for contracted patrol services, then obviously that's not a billable activity. They're not billing out those contracted sources, and so it ends up falling back to the general fund. And I don't know, Captain, if you have more detail that you might want to offer on that piece, or a more thorough explanation if I covered it adequately.
In the interest of time, I think you did a fine job. I am here if there's questions that come up.
Okay. Thank you, Captain.
And then also XC Victim Services, also, again, an instance where we had the required county match that was not budgeted in 16-17 that was missed when the budget was built, and so we needed to allocate that match to that program. So that would be a general fund regardless of the amount of revenue received.
Is the total? Sorry, Chair. Go right ahead, Supervisor.
Tim, what was the total contingency fund transfer?
The total contingency fund is $101,589.
How much was left in that account? I remember at mid-year, we were pretty much tapped that thing out.
At mid-year, we had about 400,000 remaining in there.
After we paid, because we had some sheriff and
We
that kind of
did
stuff.
do that transfer, and we left about 400,000 in there.
Thank you.
And although certainly not ideal, I looked at contingency as the best source here because we were at closeout. It was already cash that was appropriated, but instead move it from one source to another. It doesn't decrease our fund balance, so to speak, within the current operating budget, but obviously it would have been available as fund balance rolling into next year had we not used it.
Right. Further questions of CAO?
I look at short-term loans as being exactly that, 90 days maximum. You will be able to report back to the board within 90 days that this entire loan package has been cleared.
Yes, anything from a standpoint of receivables, when we book those, both my office and the auditor will be working with those specific departments. In some cases, as Transit reported today, they're already receiving some of those funds. So you would expect at the longest you might have some that are out 180 days, but those would be very unique, rare circumstances. Most of the time you're looking at receipt within 90 days.
Further questions of CAO Lutz?
I was going to say I had some more items on here, unless the board had more questions on that. Sorry. The next area is technical adjustments that are not impacting the general fund. Those are instances where we did have shortfalls within a department's operating budget, but they also had a designated fund to draw from to offset that. In the case of the DUI vertical prosecution, we had a transfer of $33 to transfer an offset for a shortfall of an expired grant. And so that came from, that was from the district attorney's office and it came out of the DUI vertical prosecution fund. I want to clarify which designated fund it came out of to provide that. The building department was our largest item here. Now, when we were closing and providing these closing entries in the sake of conservatism, we aimed high in terms of how much we wanted to bring in from the designated fund. We indicated $225,000. Right now, it looks like it's probably about $125,000 is that shortage. And really the bulk of that is a result of some prior instances on general nuisance abatements, non-cannabis related, that that had been tagged improperly. Initially, the money had been pulled from Teeter, but then has to be repaid because they weren't. It was a procedural error that moved those funds over there, and it shouldn't have occurred in the first place. We have a number of cleanup items within the building department that we're working through that I think we'll see a number of these when we roll into the final year budget recommendation in a couple weeks that I'll be also bringing to the board's attention. This, I think, was just the beginning of us trying to unravel some of the structural problems with that budget. And then lastly, capital improvement projects for the Rock Creek Gatehouse. There was a instance on the Rock Creek Gatehouse where we had the project, but what happened is when staff originally budgeted that project at Rock Creek, they did not account for the rental of a temporary building and a porta potty, which then resulted in the shortfall of $24,000 that needed to be pulled out of the capital improvement projects public works designated fund. And then if the board had any questions on that item before I move to the last item, which is as we entered the first year, the full year, and needed to close out the cannabis urgency ordinance operations for last fiscal year. We needed to provide guidance to departments who are engaged in the regulatory or enforcement activities for cannabis within the county. So this item first includes an agenda item that is my memorandum to office staff that clarifies, and again, this was in consultation with council based on how the urgency ordinance fee was established. But it clarifies the allowable uses of the urgency ordinance fees. In order to properly document costs that are associated with the cannabis enforcement activities, including criminal investigations of additional crimes at the properties where there grows, supplemental law enforcement personnel assisting, and those types of costs, it was important that we identified a mechanism to capture those costs, recognize that they are part of dealing with cannabis within the county, although in this case as an enforcement component outside of the urgency ordinance. So given that those costs are substantial, and in order to ensure that we are accurately capturing those, we did develop an additional budget unit to capture those costs. And so what the other piece that is in this item is some cleanup and closeout items that are recognizing costs, in this case within the sheriff's unit or sheriff's department, where we're identifying regulatory unit costs, that's the responding with the sheriff's role within the urgency ordinance, but then also recognizing the enforcement unit costs, which really is the bulk of a lot of what we're looking at here. So for 2016-17, the sheriff's total costs relating to the cannabis program were recorded at $1,004,537. Of those, $223,333 are being allocated to and reimbursed through the urgency ordinance, which leaves the $681,204 that are being allocated to the enforcement program, and those would then fall under the general fund.
If I could just, what is we have $299,000 in change left in our contingency funds last year. Where's the source of that $681,000? Balancing the books with?
We're balancing the books with fund balance that is a result of, at this point, Measure C revenues that have come in.
So we're balancing the books with Measure C.
We're balancing the books with Measure C, and I'm waiting. Part of these entries will allow the auditor to close the books to get a true fund balance picture, to give us an idea of really our cash position, which then impacts our fund balance for next year. So it still reduces our fund balance that we would have had. So it's a cost borne by the general fund, because Measure C is an excise tax that is within the general fund.
Right.
So those are my points within this item, the areas that are covered in order to close the financial books.
Any questions of CAO Lutz? Any questions of Captain Macedo from the Sheriff's Department? Seeing none, we'll open it for public comment. Any public comment?
Quick question. I've heard that, at least it's a point of order, I have some comments I'd like to offer, but the question is whether I should offer them now or during public comment. And it does relate to Measure C funding and estimates of future revenue. Is that relevant to this agenda item? And if not, I'll hold my comments till public comment period.
Seeing that Measure C funds are included in the presentation and is used to balance the budget, I would allow that for public comment on this agenda item.
Okay, I will speak on this agenda item, but someone asked to let her go first, so I'll let her go first. That's okay?
3 minutes.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. Vivian Sechu, District 1. Once again, in recent months, we have challenged the county financial management practices several times in our BOS meeting interventions. Today, the County Auditor Controller's Office is asking you, gentlemen, to take the responsibility of signing off on something that appears to be, once again, very little transparent and perhaps borderline non-compliant. Last time we checked, the general fund is a taxpayer-funded pot of money that is not supposed to cover deficiencies deriving from poor financial management practices such as cash flow forecasting and cost control shortfalls. Last time we checked, gentlemen, and please do kindly correct us if we are wrong, but commingling of funds is not allowed in public bodies accounting. Although the general fund can be used for loans, the concerning question is, can it be used for poor financial management practices to offset shortfalls? And loans, in any case, represent only a relatively small fraction of all the transfers under discussion today. In respect to all of the above, we would like to remind you that a state audit is fast approaching and could well extend beyond its intended scope of taxes assessment, gentlemen, which it is important to duly note that the majority of your general fund is derived from assessed taxes. Perhaps it would be wise to assume that maybe someone in Sacramento is listening and paying attention to what is happening in this chamber, gentlemen. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, I got 3 minutes. I'm passing out a couple of spreadsheets which I put together to look at Measure C taxes, and basically the research question that I'm addressing with these spreadsheets is, what's the difference between the Measure C tax under the canopy tax, and what is it going to be under track and trace? As you know, track and trace is a production. There'll be a production tax under Measure C. So to answer that question, I've obtained the numbers from the planning department and the tax collector as of July. And the first sheet, and now there's a lot here, but I'm going to just try to make this as simple as I can. There are 3 tables. The table on the left is a low estimate of taxes. Table on the middle is a high estimate of taxes. And then the third table is an average, or actually the median, because we only have 2 numbers. I took a number right down the middle. Now, this table shows only licensed growers on the first page. Okay? These are people that have finished the process and paid their Measure C taxes. And you can see in the field that's referenced G19, that's about 144 registered growers that have completed the process and paid their Measure C taxes. Now, if we take, now in the yellow that you see there, those are my estimates as to yield per square foot. These are informed estimates. I didn't make them up. I looked at research. I talked to numerous growers, and I know at least what our indoor operation can do. So I believe these estimates are in the realm of reality. Now, basically, what this chart is telling us, one thing, is that down the very bottom, we're looking at 42.24 acres licensed. These are the people that have finished the process. Then so we're looking at, if those people get licensed, those people pay their taxes under track and trace, we're looking at $27.9 million. I'm going to skip to the third page. The third page factors in those that have paid their Measure C taxes but have not yet completed the process. Assuming that all those people complete their process, there'll be about 261 of them. And my mid-range estimate, ladies and gentlemen, $50 million. Now, you can say I'm off. Say I'm off by 50%. Okay, 25 million or maybe 75 million. But we're looking, and it is my professional opinion, I look at spreadsheets all the time as a business person. I've been doing it for a long time. My educated judgment is that we're looking at around $50 million. It could be as much as 70 or more. We're looking at serious money. So what we need to do is we need an ordinance, and we need to get track and trace implemented by July of next year. And this is the kind of money you're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, or it's not morning yet. Wait a minute, I just took a nap. I'm sorry. Anyway, I have a problem. We have a sheriff's department that's billing the registration fees $250,000, correct? Close? Yeah, okay. What did we get for that money? Couldn't do the inspections. Hasn't done the background checks. What did we get? Eradications of illegal grows. That's what Measure C was for. I have no problem, and I support law enforcement. But I do not support misspending registration fees for law enforcement when law enforcement was given personnel and did not perform their duty. I'm sorry. I wish they would. We've rejected everybody out here that didn't follow the rules. What kind of problem do we have with our own staff not following the rules? Not performing what they were set up to do, funded to do, given money to do, given equipment to do. When do we do something about that? Somewhere, somebody's got to account for that. I don't know who it is. We need good law enforcement. We need to get rid of the illegal grows. But we don't need somebody charging a fee to go out and do eradications and remote booking and buy 3D laser scanners. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Oh, hello.
Everybody went home.
I'll keep it quick. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. The only thing I would request is if we could get a very clear accounting of the use of all Measure C funds as opposed to just having it coming out in meetings like this. It would be nice for us to actually know where every Measure C fund is dollars being spent, because as of right now, to figure this stuff out, I'm having to go through a lot of meetings and find very small, discrete conversations between the board, and it's not particularly easy tracking all of that down. So if we could get a report back on how these funds are being used, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I think we're doing a good thing in trying to clean up the books at the end of the year and get everything settled out. I know there's a lot of debate about Proposition 26 and a lot of public debate about between the sheriff and the controller, and I believe that this remedies that situation. I'll be digging into these numbers closer upon it. If 76 acres produces $50 million in revenue to the county, we'll have to dig deeper into this.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as
What?
George Fry.
George, what's your public comment?
Gentlemen, the 29th of September is the last day to pick a senior citizen in your district for the senior citizen of the year.
George, I'm going to cut you short here. We've all received that email.
Okay.
All right, we're all aware of that.
I'm just wanting to remind you.
Okay, thank you.
Number two, Next Tuesday.
George, this is not public comment.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. It is reporting out.
Just for clarification purposes, the general public comment that we had this morning, we didn't finish. We stopped at the 30-minute mark, so we do open general public comment back up at the end of the meeting.
I apologize.
I only waited from
It's been a long, long day.
9:30 this morning until 9:30 tonight.
Okay, all right.
Next item. Tuesday night, the 29th, the night meeting, I will be bringing a public comment about Pogo, the cartoon.
Okay. George, thank you. I apologize.
Hi, George.
I was just going to suggest, regarding late nights, why don't you have weekly meetings and cut these meetings in half? I mean, these 12-hour meetings, it's tough on everybody. It's tough on you, it's tough on everybody. Maybe the agenda should be, put together so the meeting won't last more than 8 hours, 6 hours. Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you can continue. I think I interrupted you. Public comment.
Good evening. I just wanted to remind, I wish I could have done it earlier when more staff was here, to use your microphones. It's really hard to hear you out there or when I'm at home trying to review these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try it one more time, okay?
Okay, supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
Would you like to start, Supervisor Platt?
I might as well. Anyway, I have the unfortunate duty to report out that Marge Warner, that was on an advisory committee for Area 12, passed away. I'll be at her funeral on August 26th at 2 o'clock. It'll be in Sonora. September 1st, Supervisor Tofanelli and myself, along with some other people, will be, and Rancho Road Committee will be having an open house at Jingland Fire, and that'll be at 6 to 8. And if you're coming there to talk about cannabis, you hit the wrong meeting.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mills?
I want to forego my AB 1234 for another day. I think that ought to be the best gift I give you today. But I do want to ask for the board to consider an appointment to the Eastern Groundwater Basin Authority. That is critical. It's coming up, and we've got to get somebody appointed to be on that committee. Thank you.
Supervisor Tofanelli?
I would forgo. I'm tired, so I forgo my AB 1234 too.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I will forego, but I will notify everybody that on Saturday, they're having the fundraiser at Mountain Ranch Community Park. I will be serving in the dunk tank at 12 noon, and all you, my fellow supervisors, are invited to join me. There is no dignified way to do this activity, but if you show up, I'm sure we could raise a lot of money for Mountain Ranch Community Park. Doesn't throw baseballs.
Supervisor, I was a softball pitcher.
You're welcome to come up to this, but if you're going to throw, you got to sit in the tank too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief also. On the 9th, I attended the local tree mortality task force meeting here in Calaveras. I also attended on the 10th the American Legion luncheon with Supervisor Mills, and we were able to attend the Calaveras County Taxpayer Barbecue, which I presented the award to Ed Lark, our PATV department head. And attended the Governor's Task Force in Sacramento on Monday, on the 14th. Was able to attend our, once again, Board of Supervisors and Admin Strategy Planning meeting at Ironstone, which I thought was very, very effective. Not only for the Board of Supervisors, we were able to meet with department heads, and I think that was very productive, and I'm looking to see how the results of that's going to play out. I attended the Chamber of Commerce mixers at Murphy's Park. What I'd like to comment, and I'm doing this for the television, the folks at Chamber, and they've done just an outstanding job. Another group that did an outstanding job is our Spirit Committee today for the Ice Cream Social. I must apologize. I should have mentioned this earlier. Someone shaking your head at me.
No, I'm sorry,
Hang
it
on.
wasn't the Spirit Committee, it was the department heads. That, today's event was sponsored by the department heads.
I stand corrected. It was department heads, and they served 3 types of ice cream. And I have to be honest, the decision on what types of ice cream was a very heated discussion at our board agenda meeting, but we came up with a good, solid decision. So, having that said, we will be having an agenda review meeting tomorrow. Our next meeting, Tuesday, the 29th at 6 p.m. It will be a night meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending. Meeting's adjourned.